Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new, FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
We are in the final stretch of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. 2 leaders have broken clear in both fields, but there is no margin for error. Every point matters, and a winning classical like gold. No second chances, no safety net. Round 8 begins now.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
I did Magnus not play f4. Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Ukesh Dumarashi, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kneru, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. 1 game, 1 winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
Good afternoon from Oslo, and you can forget the postcard picture image we have in front of us. Forget the scenic walks along the fjord, because we are at the Deichman Bjørvika Library, and right now this building is not your average library. It is a pressure cooker of chess. Every player, and we have 12 of them, will be fighting it out, slugging it out for those all-important points. Everyone is ready. We are ready. So buckle up. We're in for the ride. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am with 2 of the finest people in the chess world. Of course, it is International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster, otherwise known as Lord of the Dance, I'll have you know, David Howell.
Show us those moves, David Howell.
Oh, you can't put me in the spot this early in the show. Like, if it's a good round, if there are 6 decisive results in the classical, I might do a little jig.
Ooh, well, you've heard it here first, and it's actually a very impressive sight. So, Tanya, David, 3 rounds remaining. We are in for a treat.
It's absolutely buzzing here at the Bjørvika Library. I mean, the 7 rounds have given us form, pressure, setbacks, comebacks, and a leaderboard that is absolutely alive. 3 games remain. finish line in sight for the players. David, I think strategy has to change, especially for the chasers. They got to punch up, they got to get their game on, and I'm going to predict a lot of plot twists coming up.
Exactly. I actually had some fun with a calculator this morning. I was trying to work out who needs what in the last 3 rounds, who should be taking the risk, who's going to go all out. Some of the younger players, they go all out anyway for a win. But yeah, we are going to see some incredible storylines, I have a feeling, in the next 3 days.
And talking about storylines, that's exactly what went down yesterday in Day 7. 2 decisive wins. But boy, was there a lot of drama.
Bibisara is suddenly winning. She's a full piece up.
I don't really see a way for Black to regain material in this position. She's about to stretch her lead. This might just be handshake soon.
I'm not very happy how I played because I think if I will play better after reopening, I will have big advantage instead of blundering.
This is difficult, and Wesley has made a move. It is rook to f5.
He finds it.
Wow, best move, and suddenly Gukesh has huge threats to deal with.
And it's only 10-second increment. Gukesh will be in time pressure for the rest of the game.
Draw? That must be a draw. It's a handshake between Gukesh and Wesley So. Out of the blue, it is a draw agreed.
Is Gukesh about to give up one of the pawns and just start marching up the board with the B pawn? And Wesley is not happy with the way he's played this Armageddon. Got 5 seconds on the clock, losing position, about to get flagged.
Oh, Wesley hands his rook. Game over. Handshake. Gukesh takes the win.
When you have more time in the Armageddon, obviously it's tougher for the opponent.
It's a queen for just 1 piece. Oof. I think we saw a huge blunder just 3 or 4 moves ago. Queen G5 is such a devilish move, and handshake. Zhu and Jun resigns, about to get checkmated.
Armageddon was good. Yeah, classical game didn't go well, so I think overall I was quite lucky today.
Pragg only has 1 winning move now, only 1 to keep the advantage. He has to give a check with his queen. He does play this move.
And that's it, he resigns. Pragnananda takes a win.
After last 2 games, I think I was just making sure that I don't get to seconds because I was just making so many mistakes there.
Vincent shaking the head. Magnus has found a direct way to shorten this game, to try and get it done before the clocks tick truly down.
And he offers a draw. Magnus Carlsen, with the shake of his hands, takes the win.
Generally, I feel like it's a little bit easier with black psychologically, but I think my results are just as good with white. So, whichever side I'm on.
Well, that brings us to today to round 8 pairings. And David, earlier on you mentioned that you had worked out who needs to take the risk, who needs to really just play it comfortably. Well, Wesley So, he's at the top of the leaderboard. Yesterday he played it safe. Today he faces off against Vincent Keimer. What do we expect?
Yeah, Wesley yesterday with a really surprising decision to offer a draw to Gukesh when he had so much more time. Gukesh was playing on seconds, the position was level. I don't think Wesley will be taking much risk in the last 3 rounds here. I would think going to Armageddon might be his strategy. He starts with white against Vincent Keimer. I do believe he's a favourite, at least if it gets to Armageddon, because of Vincent's poor track record there this week. But in the classical, Wesley with white, he should be pushing. I think everyone else in the pack will be taking risks. I think classical wins are going to be at a premium here.
Yeah, Wesley So is the man in front, but you know, Vincent Keimer is the kind of opponent who can ruin your tournament if you blink, especially the kind of positions that Vincent has been getting in the classical. I think for Wesley, this is leader management under real pressure today. What happened yesterday, you start feeling shaky after that loss. He's on the board right now for Wesley So. It will all come down to how this goes, and will that decision against Gukesh abruptly to offer a draw, will that come to haunt the tournament leader?
Absolutely. And talking about things coming to haunt, Alireza Firouzja having 2 back-to-back losses. How is he going to recover from that? Is Gukesh going to be playing the role of spoiler?
That's a great question. I think Pragg's win against Alireza did 2 things, right? It pulls back on Alireza's momentum, and for Pragg, it puts him right back into the mix. Now, Alireza's 2 back-to-back losses after dominating Norway chess, and he takes on the world champion, a world champion who yesterday had a good result in the Armageddon. And we've got Alireza playing with the white pieces. The thing is, at this point, David, 3 rounds remaining. You don't want to go 3 down in a row.
Exactly. Everyone's still in it. Everyone's still in with a shout due to the scoring system. Alireza, it's funny that he started the first half with 2 wins. He started the second half with 2 losses against the exact same opponents he had beaten. So in an ordinary tournament, he'd be on 50%, but here he's still second place in with a shout. And here we see Zhu Jiner, who needs to put a streak together.
And it was was a pretty disappointing loss yesterday for Zhu Jin against Bibisara, the only classical win of Norway Chess. That one, it just felt like Jin never got the game going. And today, sitting right there in front of her will be women world champion Zhu Wenjin. When we talk about not getting things going, I think we have to take Wenjin's name. She's got a smile on her face though right now. In good spirits before the start of this one.
Yes, Zhu Wenjun hasn't fared too well in Armageddon. She's lost all of them, but she does have one classical victory under her belt. And it does mean that she is very much in the mix. But the big encounter in the women's, well, it has to be Divya Deshmukh against Bibisara. She's currently leading the event.
Yeah, two really informed players. Divya with a smile on her face. She has looked relaxed. She has looked happy this last week. Having a chat there, really nice, with the mascots who are going to be making the first moves, I think. And yeah, a big Divya fan there. Bibisara also with a lot of fans.
Bibisara not yet quite making an appearance, but one thing we've noticed with Sorry, yeah, and we see Divya sharing a few words with her little mascot. Maybe we can listen in a little bit more. No, unfortunately, didn't quite catch that. But it's very nice to see Divya there in good spirits there, sharing some wise words with her little young fan.
Yeah, Divya looks like she's ready for a big fight, and this could be the decisive matchup in Norway Chess Women. It's leader versus challenger. This is the big one to watch for. All eyes on Divya with the white pieces taking on Bibisara. Bibisara leading the tournament in very convincing manner. And for Divya, this is a direct hit at the leader, right? 2.5 points behind. If she wins, the race changes. If Bibisara takes this, she puts one hand on the trophy.
Absolutely. She will really extend her lead if she wins in the classical, and one man seeking to make a comeback. He's had a very volatile performance here in Norway Chess is Magnus Carlsen. So many decisive games from him.
Yeah, Magnus himself alone has had more decisive games than the whole of Norway Chess Women so far. He's been responsible for some really fighting chess. Yesterday, beating Vincent in the Armageddon. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Magnus has 2 whites from his last 3 games. The one black is against tournament leader Wesley So his fate is somewhat in his own hands still, but he does need to go on the rampage in the closing stretch.
Magnus Carlsen, he's never out of the race until the mat says so. But the win he got against Vincent yesterday, it wasn't the one he wanted. It wasn't a classical win. And that's not going to be enough with just 3 rounds remaining. For Vincent, it's all been about the Armageddon curse so far. But will this be where he starts playing spoiler to the great Wesley So, playing with the white pieces in this one? Wesley's got to be feeling the nerves, right? So close to perhaps what is, or what could be, the biggest win of his career.
Yeah, it's the story of Wesley's career that his instincts are somewhat on the safer side, and you don't win many super tournaments if you're playing it safe, just taking draws from a position of strength and relying on others not to be able to put wins together. I think Wesley, he's had some great results the last 12 months. He's back in form, but I want to see Wesley still relaxed, playing like he was a couple of days ago. And in the meantime, handshake, not denied. Pragg left hanging for a second there.
That was fun to watch. I think for Pragnananda, you know, he's already beaten Ali Reza. He's already beaten Magnus in this event. And for today, Magnus gets a direct chance, a direct hit to answer right back. A grudge match. We've been talking about the Magnus revenge drop on chess.com. Some cool merch out there. Will it be a revenge drop on the chessboard by Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, we've been playing the Avengers-esque theme as well for Norway Chess. You might not be able to save the game. At least he didn't in the first half, but you can definitely avenge that defeat. So we'll see. I have a feeling Magnus is going to try and prolong this game as long as possible and grind Pragg down.
That's exactly the playbook from Magnus. But what can we expect from Pragnananda coming off on yesterday's win?
He's got to be feeling good about it, right? He was the only player to get a classical win. He took down tournament leader Ali Reza. He did it in great style with the black pieces as well. And that's exactly the kind of confidence you need when you're facing the world #1. For Pragg, he's in the race. He's back in the mix. For Magnus as well, I think for both these players right now, classical win has to be on the agenda. Armageddon would just not cut it. That would just be a consolation.
That would be a consolation indeed, as we see our players all lined up and ready. I can't wait for those little kids to make the first move.
And so much of that will also come down to what are the first moves the players have prepared for this very important round. We've got the final rest day of Norway Chess coming up tomorrow. You know, the chasers wanting to get those punches in, the leaders wanting to separate and keep that lead going into that final rest day as the ceremonial moves are on the board. I'm expecting some fantastic preparations by both the leaders and the chasers in the pack.
Also, as we're seeing on our boards, so E4, E5 being played.
Magnus looking pretty chill.
Yes, indeed.
Hasn't taken it back just yet, but those pawns will be put back to the starting places. Prediction, Magnus starts with the queen's pawn, king's pawn, something totally different.
Oh, I want to see a reti. I think Magnus might start with the king's pawn. He's been doing that quite a lot this tournament. We have seen quite a few E4, E5s. We're back to this view because we were just being teased there with the opening moves. The youngsters, the future generation, they were making those ceremonial opening moves. But yeah, I'm expecting more Queen's Gambits. We've seen so many this tournament and a lot of E4s. A reti, few and far between, but that would signal a long game.
And you know, you mentioned about Pragg's win yesterday there. We've got handshakes on. It's round 8 of Norway Chess. We're off.
Yep. And it's that moment where we start to anticipate the mind games. Well, the jacket is coming off. Magnus means business as Pragg awaits the first move. Magnus keeping us guessing.
I think this is going to be a very fighting game. For both these players, a draw in classical just doesn't make the cut, David.
Especially if Wesley wins today, then he's going to be off in the distance. Magnus will need to beat Wesley with black the day after the rest day. I think, yeah, that leaving the fate out of their own hands, that is not what Magnus intends to do. It is E4, it is the king's pawn. How will Pragg react? He's been playing E5 in the main throughout this tournament, and in recent times, Magnus quick out of his chair, maybe offer a quick confession. But what are we expecting from Pragg? How combative is he going to be with the black pieces?
And we'll find that out early on, right? If we see Pragg employ the king's pawn opening, a more solid strategic approach by him. If he goes for the Cecil, it means Cecil for the kill, so that will make it even more fun. And he's reaching out, and it's the French.
Oh my, you know, I was gonna say a French. I don't know why, but I didn't say it, and now it looks like maybe.
Prediction, it might be your day,
Yes.
Jovanka. If you're
Well,
kind of
I'll
seeing
be
a French.
happy with getting the moves right in the predictions. The other one is just the chair can take it from me.
Then maybe all of that changes today. I mean, French on the board, it was on your mind, it was on Pragg's mind as well. What does this tell us about Pragg's approach in this game, David?
Oh, I think he's trying to provoke Magnus. Magnus has two ways that he usually reacts against the French. He normally goes really main line. He goes d4, he'll play knight c3, or he'll exchange off in the center against the French and play much more positional, much safer. Pragg's going to be ready for both, but yeah, I think mind games, he's saying, okay, no slow, steady e4, e5. Magnus, it's your choice, and let's fight. And yeah, we'll get back to that one later. Magnus away from the board right now. What do we spot elsewhere?
Well, sorry to jump in there, but suddenly I was noticing on the top left that a whole lot of moves have been played between Alireza Fujda and Gukesh. Alireza playing with the white pieces again. He was very, very successful at the start. Kind of lost steam, but I'm kind of curious about that game. What about you, Tanya?
Well, fun fights all along, but today I'm seeing a lot more e4, a lot more king pawn openings all across than the queen pawn moving forward. Let's start with the top row right there. We've had 2 d4s, 1 e4 at the center of the board. So fun battles with a French being the first semi-surprise. That's a top center board. And then if we move on to Norway Chess Women, that's our bottom boards right there. All of them start with the king's pawn opening, and quite different ones. Black responding with e5 on the Wengen board and the Humpy board, and we've got one Sicilian, the marquee matchup of Norway Chess Women. Divya starting with e4, Asubayeva taking it into a fight with the Sicilian, and to me, a first surprise by Divya. It's the close Sicilian on that board with knight c3.
I know. And just keeping everyone guessing, because yes, it could be a close Sicilian, could also be an open Sicilian, but it's certainly caused Bibisara to think such an important game for the standings. Bibisara on 12.5 points, and Divya is her closest rival. If Bibisara wins, she might as well run away with the tournament.
And it's been so impressive by Bibisara from the start. She was the first player to score a classical win in Norway Chess Women. It happened in first round, and then getting her second win in yesterday at a very crucial point in the tournament against none other than one of the favorites, Zhu Jin. And she did it convincingly, taking on Divya in this one. I think this is going to be a big fight. Both these players are uncompromising in their brand of chess. What has impressed me, David, about Divya so far in this tournament has been that every single game, every single opening, she's managed to put out a surprise, a new idea.
Yeah, and surprises coming thick and fast in that game. The White Queen already out as early as move 4. It's a very rare line of the Sicilian, it's got to be said. Actually, these two, Divya and Bibisara, every decisive game in Norway Chess Women this year has featured one of them.
Yes.
And yeah, Bibisara with 2 wins, Divya with 1 win, 1 loss. And yeah, they're bringing the fight on behalf of everyone else.
And talking about fights, well, let's dive into some of the games and which one catches your eye. I'm going to hand the floor over to you, David, because I see you nodding away.
The green board, you mentioned it first, Ivanka.
Yes.
That's the most developed so far. That's where we've had the most moves, maybe the biggest intrigue. And yeah, just a very quick action replay, because Gukesh has been playing this Rogozin-esque system with white and with black this tournament. So I think Alireza not too surprised. Knight d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Knight c3 is met by bishop b4, the Nimzo Indian. That actually has occurred on another board between Wesley So and Vincent Keimer. We'll show that one later. But the anti-Nimzo is knight f3. Black goes into the Queen's Gambit declined by transposition. And now this is where Magnus confessed that he knew of at least 8-9 moves here for black. You can play all sorts of things, a6, c6, c5, bishop b7, h6, etc. D takes c4 as well, but bishop b4 is currently the most trendy if we're looking at Norway chess alone. The Rogozin defense, an exchange in the center, and the old move bishop g5 has been played. Queen a4 check is another option, but bishop f4 allows the black knight to leap into e4. This is a very juicy pin. White does defend it though, and after bishop f5, Alireza is thinking and has been surprised apparently.
And he has reasons to be surprised in this position. If he just back up one move, instead of bishop f5, this position has been played quite a few times. Knight c6, we've got about 70 plus games in that. Knight d7 is a move. You could develop your queen to e7. Even g5, believe it or not, has been played here. Some players have gone for immediately getting the king to safety with castle. Bishop f5, never been played. It's a fresh position completely. Bishop f5 is a Gukesh Domaraj novelty right now. And I'm expecting Alireza to take his time. It has to be a new move for him. I'm trying to understand what can Gukesh be setting up. He's kept his knight flexible. The one reason to get that bishop out first is that when that knight goes to d7 next, at least your bishop isn't stuck on c8. It's already out on the board.
Interesting, and bishop f5 is a very common idea in the Rogozin in general. So I'm very surprised it's a novelty. I think what Alireza has done in itself is quite rare, but yeah, fascinating stuff. Gukesh predicting the surprise and surprising Alireza right back, spending no time. And maybe just to predict the future, the most natural move would be to play e3, try and complete development, bringing out the white bishop somewhere, and then castling. And just to show you your idea, Tanya, black's going to develop the knight, say bishop, I don't know, e2, d3, one of these. Black can castle, black can play c6, and game goes on.
You know, this matchup between Alireza and Gukesh feels like pressure versus pride. Alireza's been on a bit of a slide and he's desperate to stop it, right? 2 back-to-back losses. Gukesh wants a statement finish here at Norway Chess. And I think this is going to be a big fight. Both of them want to battle. Both of them want to make this decisive in classical, which makes me wonder, is Gukesh going to throw in a g5 early on in this game and make it fun? ASAP.
Yeah, exactly. You know something? I was actually looking at one game in my database, and it started to ring very familiar, and that was the game between Nordibek Abdusattorov against Anish Giri. Now, that went completely differently because bishop f5 wasn't played, but there it was knight c6 instead of bishop f5. And this, if we could just put it up, just so that I can show like some of the points of g5. And in that particular game, knight c6, I think it was played in Tata steel just a few months ago, beginning in January. And knight d2 was the response. And then came the g5. And then came the bishop went dropped back to e3. Then came the f5. And then came g3. And, you know, black was really going for it. Sorry, first up, knight takes knight, not of f5. And pawn takes. And then the bishop came to a3 first, gets in some time. And then the f5 came.
F5, threatening to trap the bishop, g3, and yeah, this is weird because where's the black king going? I think I remember watching that game and thinking I would never touch this with white or with black, just because it's so messy and so complicated. And yeah, Gukesh has gone away from this for now. Maybe this is what Firouzja was hoping to provoke. But yeah, the game maybe heading towards more quiet waters, but also very logical, keeping his options open.
Yeah, knight c6, knight d7, or maybe a really fun g5. Yovi, you mentioned knight c6 was a choice by a certain Anish Giri instead of bishop f5. You know, right? Anish Giri is a big fan of someone on this desk.
It's you, Tanya. It's definitely you.
Do you see which direction we're both looking at?
He loves the Indian school of chess, Anish Giri.
But David, I mean, did you see the tweet?
I did see the tweet from Anish.
What
I don't know
would
if
you
he
like
was
to say
trolling me or praising me. I literally never know with him.
I think he was definitely praising you. He did mention you. Yovi, did you see the tweet about
I
how
did see
if it's not a David Howell broadcast, you're on the wrong one?
Exactly.
I agree.
I completely agree as well. So
If it's not a Tanya Sachdeva from your Banker Husker broadcast.
Anish, yeah, what about us? Like, if you're watching, hello, 3 of us here.
We come as a trio or not at all. That's the deal.
I like the sentiment, David. Going back to our bird's eye view, well, we saw Pragg early on get in a French. Let's look at how that one's developed. And it wasn't one of my old-time favorites. When I faced the French, when I was playing e4, I always did an advance. And I had mixed results. And I gotta say, I still have mixed opinions.
Me too. And these days I don't touch the French with either colour so much, but with white I used to score very heavily against the French. But yeah, these positions, that's so tense. I used to play, just like you, Ivanka, e5 all the time. Let's do a quick action replay. Magnus reacted to this surprise with the advanced variation, as Ivanka mentioned there. But after c5, c3, black has so many options. Black can also play with bishop d7, trying to quickly, for example, bring out the bishop to b5, trying to trade off white's best bishop for black's slightly stuck French bishop. But knight c6 instead, and again, loads of moves. Queen b6, maybe the ultimate main line, bishop d7, f6, knight ge7. There's so many options, and it can be hard to get your mind around it. It looks like Pragg has surprised Magnus with a very rare move, knight h6, or at least compared to the other lines, still a few hundred games here, so I shouldn't say very rare, slightly rare. And the big question is to take or not to take.
Yeah.
The knight otherwise will land on the f5 square.
It's an interesting kind of formation with the knight out to h6, because just to kind of compare it with your queen b6 and bishop d7, there were certain guidelines. Like, for instance, if a knight ever came to e7, that was white's signal to go knight a3 to get your knight to c2, so that you could bolster up the pawn on d4. And if the queen ever came as, this is one kind of idea. You could apply this with both bishop d7 and the knight coming to e7. But also, after queen b6, it was also possible to go a3 to get in a very quick challenge of b4 as well. Just clarify the center in order to, again, reinforce d4. And one of the big ideas with this particular pawn structure in general is you want to be going bishop d3. So if we rewind to knight h6, this is the reason why people were going queen b6, so that you didn't get bishop d3, because that bishop shooting out at h7 is one of the most powerful pieces. So this is also a question. And as David, you mentioned, bishop takes knight is also a possibility. And I never knew whether this was a good or bad thing.
Yeah, I never knew either. And I think the last time I played the French in a classical game, if I'm not mistaken, was against Gawain Jones at the London Chess Classic. And there, he surprised me with the advanced variation. I was like, oh no, I'm scared of that one. So I was kind of freestyling a bit. I played Queen B6, Bishop E2, and just because of exactly what you said there, Jovanka, I played the move Knight to H6 in this position. Knight E7 does allow Knight A3 and coming back to defend the pawn, Knight H6. The idea was that I don't allow Knight to A3 because that knight can be taken and damage to White's pawn structure. Black gains a bit of time with development. Knight C3 is supposed to lead to some forcing lines where Black is totally fine. But now he played Bishop takes H6. I took on B2 thinking, okay, I'm going to either win the rook or take the bishop next and having won a pawn. And after the move Knight to D2 takes, he just castled, and I was left with an unpleasant choice whether to take a pawn, whether to run away and lose time with my queen. And actually, this pawn structure, which we might see, is really bad for Black. White just goes rook E1, Knight F1, Knight round to G3, Knight to H5, and it sounds simple, slow, but very effective. And yeah, I worry for Pragg if he's not well prepared here.
The fact that he's barely taken any time on the clock right now, a little over a minute, played a move like Knight H6, I think he knows what he's doing. He wants a fight, he needs it, and this kind of an imbalance, if you do take the knight, you open up the G file. You know, there are ideas that Black would have after bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop. You could plant that bishop on G7, open the diagonal with F6 at the right time as well, and then get your play. What Pragg wants, if Magnus wasn't to take on H6, is to plant a knight on F5. So it comes with its own sort of set of consequences in both these lines, giving that play you want. I think it's between bishop D3 to try to stop knight coming from F5, or taking the knight on H6 immediately. As you guys pointed out, Knight A3 would run into pawn takes pawn, bishop takes knight for Black in this position, and you're super happy as a French player in that. So if Knight A3 is not an option here, we're looking at either a bishop development by Magnus, which would then allow the knight to jump to the center of the board, or a position which is absolutely crazy, where Pragg has got the doubled H pawns, but an open G line for future ideas. And of course, the French F6 break as well. I like what Pragg has done here. He's sort of taking the fight to the world #1 with this move.
I love it as well. As a fan, as a commentator, I love it because we're going to get so much action in this game, pretty much guaranteed now. I can't see this ever fizzling out. This is going to be rich, full of ideas for both sides. But yeah, it is very risky, we should say. So yeah, he's trying to play against Magnus. He doesn't want to get ground down in some long game. So I love the fighting spirit from Pragg.
And we've spoken about this so many times, right? When you're playing against Magnus, where do you create your chances? How do you actually try to win? Is to get him into combative, dynamic positions as quickly as possible, as early as possible. The kinds where both players can go wrong. You're looking for those time scrambles at the end. You're looking for those mistakes to happen. You can't win a positional battle against Magnus Carlsen. You can't expect to actually get a result if you're going into a strategic maneuvering game against a player like Magnus.
No, you can't, definitely. And Pragg has learned that, as you mentioned. He needs to unsettle the position. So this one's shaping up nicely. Let's go back to our bird's eye view, because we got developments happening elsewhere. And I'm also got my eyes on top right between Wesley So, Vincent Keimer. Because there's a lot of tension in the center. And this one, it reads to me like it came from a Nimzo Indian.
It definitely came from a Nimzo Indian, and we'll break it down in a minute. But I will say that Wesley has used this plenty of times before to make quick draws, this exact variation. It's known to be pretty much a forced draw if both sides know all the theory. So the big question is, Wesley's been spending some time. Has he been surprised? He chose this line, so I would be surprised if he's surprised. But yeah, Vincent now thinking a little bit about whether to continue with queen to h4, which is maybe the main line. But quick action replay for everyone at home. The Nimzo Indian. This is with the bishop coming out to make a pin now on the c3 knight. White plays queen c2, and Black has a bunch of moves. d5 is the way to stop White building a center, if you're inclined. I've always been playing d5 just because I'm scared of what's happening in the game now. c5 is possible, b6 is possible, loads of moves, but Keimer castles. Wesley does take the center, and d5. This is all very forcing stuff. White steps forward. Black gets a beautiful knight in the center, challenges, and huge tension now between the pawns here in the middle of the board. But the tension is released. Vincent attacks the e5 pawn, which is now defended. And yeah, I mentioned that queen h4 was played in most high-level games in recent memory, but I do think that knight c5 was the old main line. And yeah, I wonder what Wesley's got in store. Is it a small surprise, or what do we think? Is he playing it safe in the classical?
My read on this is that Wesley knows that Vincent suffers in the Armageddon at Norway Chess, and he's happy with his lead to just take it into that if the opportunity presents itself. And throwing the ball to Vincent, do you have a way to make this into a game? And I think Wesley's happy if this goes down that path. You know, David, you mentioned Wesley has played this a number of times himself. There are a lot of forcing draw lines. He's had games with elite grandmasters, Wesley, in this position, which have ended in a draw. And I quickly want to show that path that leads there. As you said, the move that's most played here, queen h4. You bring the queen out, you hit the bishop, and white defends it by hitting the black queen. You fall back to h5, you keep it active, eyeing those light squares, shock castle. This is from the game Wesley versus Fabiano Caruana, and it's not the only game. There are a number of games that have been played like this, and this is how it ends. You go g5, you hit the bishop. Your piece is attacked. What do? Most natural choice, you obviously grab a pawn, you completely ignore that. But the knight on e4 hangs as well. The knight hangs, so you trade on c3. You pick up that knight, and after knight takes knight, you know, your knight falls. What do? Obviously grab another pawn, David Howell. You never recapture. Pawn takes pawn, hitting the knight. Pawn takes bishop. This is all standard theory in this setup. After pawn takes bishop, a series of trades. The entire sequence is just takes, takes all around. Pawn takes knight. Pawn takes pawn first, threatening checkmate right there, David. You can throw that in, be a little fancy. And after pawn takes pawn, only then you grab the d7 pawn. You'd get this position anyway. The knight on c3 would be picked up. The rook lines up against the queen. White goes bishop f5, wants more trades. Very Wesley-esque. Take the pawn on c3, take the bishop on d7, take the rook on a1, take the rook on c8, take the knight on d4. Opposite color bishops, handshakes, Armageddon, here we are.
That literally didn't feel like chess. It just kind of felt like got to take, right?
Watch it play out.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
I think there are other names for it, but when I was young, it used to be called like suicide chess, where you try and get rid of all your pieces as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is to force your opponent to take everything, and they try and force you to take all their pieces. And it feels like, yeah, just swap, and swap down to a dead draw. Yeah, this is one of many. I've seen very similar lines, and there are other branches to this variation, but everything leads to simplification. Everything leads to drawish territory. I think Vincent looks a bit upset, actually. He's like, oh, I want to play for a win. I might need to play for a win with black if I'm going to win the tournament against the leader now. But yeah, if queen h4 happens, forced draw at the very best, probably.
Yes, well, Vincent is definitely thinking of ways he can unsettle Wesley. We'll find out whether Wesley has got a planned draw in mind. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because whilst that one might fizzle out, I gotta say, Tanya, you mentioned the move g5, and it has made an appearance in Perugia against Gukesh. Take a look at that g5, h5 there on the top left. That bishop is getting chased down. I'm also got my eyes on the marquee matchup, I think, between Divya and Bibisara. Again, that looks very unconventional with a queen taking on d4. And I'm really excited to see how that one develops.
And before we deep dive into that one, let's just do a quick roundup of everything. I see a connect four on Magnus Carlsen's board, so David Howell is a happy man right now. That French is going to be an exciting one. Next to that, top right there, Wesley So versus Keimer, potentially going into a very vintage Wesley draw, some forcing lines there. We might see this go down to the Armageddon. Meanwhile, Ju Wenjun. There's pressure on that pinned knight on f6, and I think White's more active pieces give White something to play for, but these openings, Wenjun should be able to neutralize, take it to that Armageddon, would be my bet on that. And before we head into Divya and Bibisara, Jovanka, as you wanted it, Humpy and Anna Muzichuk. I think Anna Muzichuk definitely the more motivated out of the two. This is a slow Gaiko piano, but I think Muzichuk will look for her chances. For Humpy, the big question is how ambitious, how much of a fighting mood she's in. She's been having a disastrous tournament here as well.
It's not been working out for her, and she's currently in last place. So let's deep dive into Divya against Bibisara. And, well, that also answered a question of mine, you know, which way was the king going to be castling? Well, Divya says kingside, but let's break down exactly what went on before.
Yeah, White is so far ahead in development, just to mention here. White's got both knights out, a bishop out, a queen out, and castled. And Black looks like she's barely made any moves. But yeah, how did we get here? It was an unorthodox Sicilian. And that means after c5, White starting with knight c3, very flexible, Najdorf players, sorry, normally want a pawn on a6 and a pawn on d6, but if you start with a pawn on d6, we could see the Carlsen variation of the Sicilian with a quick d4, and this kind of cuts across black's plans somewhat. The queen goes back to d2, white fianchettos the bishop on b2. Modern kind of theory here, there's a lot of it, but it looks like Bibisara wanted to avoid that. If you play knight c6, you can't play a Najdorf. You have to go for the dragon or classical Sicilians if white plays knight f3, although white could have played f4, Grand Prix attack, g3, lots of options. Anyway, so flexible that I think Bibisara wanted to kind of force Divya down a narrower path, a6, and now if knight f3, we'll see maybe more mainline Sicilians, but Divya has been surprising opponents nearly every round here in Norway chess. So d4, getting her queen out early, very interesting stuff. I think if the black knight had hit the queen, which would have been the most natural move, the queen would probably step back to e3, and the whole idea is to jump in very quickly, potentially to the b6 square. And yeah, again, it's something that probably Divya had prepared, so Bibisara plays b5 instead. White develops, black's bishop gets out, but black forced to make some pawn moves, and yeah, just so far behind in development. She's trying to speed up now by playing e5. What do we make of this so far? It looks like a dream for Divya. I'm not sure where she's going with her queen, though.
It really does, right? With only a single bishop developed for Bibisara in her position, and you're still far away from castling, Divya can move back, line up the rook on d1. Anytime you commit to e5, trying to be energetic with black, it's going to be a fight about that d5 square at the center of the board. I mean, I cannot overstate the importance of this matchup between Divya and Bibisara, right? For Jovanka, I think for Norway chess women, the championship might just come down to this very game, to this classical game. Divya is currently 2.5 points behind Bibisara. She wins this, she gets those 3 points, she takes the lead with only 2 rounds remaining. Bibisara wins this, that's almost, you know, home for her. She's got it in her bag. It's very important for Divya, the position she's got and what ideas that she might have to try to get the initiative with the lead in development that you're pointing out, David. Can she actually make something real for it? Or will Bibisara have enough time to get the knight out to f6, to put the bishop on e7, to get her other knight via d7 or c6 into the game, get castle, give black 3 moves, and you're absolutely comfortable.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you, Tanya. This is such an important game for the standings, and we have seen actually Bibisara also come to the games flexing her opening knowledge. So this is excellent technique, excellent preparation from Divya to just unsettle her opponent. Queen has to move. Where are we expecting the queen to go?
Wow, Jovanka, just while you were saying that, I was expecting queen d3, I've got to say, or queen e3, one of these 2 retreats, but Divya's looking away, which is a bit of a telltale sign. And Tanya, you've just pointed out that she has another option. Maybe retreating isn't the name of the game right now. Maybe she doesn't have to go back.
And it's a banger of an option. David Howell, I was trying to look for some games in this position, see if this position has been played before. It has absolutely not. It's a fresh position on the board. One thing's clear, this is Divya's preparation. And going down that rabbit hole, seeing what the best move of the engine is, it's a shocker here, Jovanka. And if that's part of prep, this is where Norway chess women could completely have a turnaround. Knight takes pawn is the move for Divya to go for the initiative. You sacrifice your knight for 2 pawns, your queen will grab the pawn next, and you're basically making a case that you're completely not developed. The rook's coming to d1, the white knight's about to jump to d5, and you're just playing for long-term pressure and compensation. Does Divya have this in her prep? Will we see this happen?
I'm just completely flabbergasted by that move, because I think I would automatically, if I didn't know that this was a possibility, I would just dismiss it.
Never.
Because, yeah, I'm chicken, and also I think with the queen would block the check. And
I'm chicken club as well. I'm with you. The 2 members of the chicken club.
I think we also have a fellow chicken.
Yes, I would never play knight takes e5.
But if it works and it's preparation, we might see fire on the board occurring. Big moment here for Divya. Is this all part of her preparation? Will she slam that knight and take the pawn on e5? Well, we're going to leave you on a cliffhanger because we are going to go on a break, but don't go anywhere because we got more action coming up. And if you're subscribed on Twitch, you can catch the pre-game thoughts and mood of our players.
Wesley, what kind of result are you happy with today?
Kind of result? Well, win Armageddon. I noticed Vincent lost all his Armageddon games, so I mean, at the very least, or at the very least, or at the very most, or whatever, at least try to win something. I mean, yesterday I was very disappointed with the Armageddon game, but okay, what?
It's been interesting with Vincent this tournament because he's gotten so many positions, but he's been unable to capitalize. Do you think he can use that against him somehow today?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he's severely struggling with the time control. He's really a classical player. If you look at his ratings, his Blitz rating is his lowest, and his weakness, I think, is barely 2600 in Blitz. That's something he really could improve upon because he's trained by Peter Leko, who is a classical chess player, and so Vincent really is a classical. Yeah, but this year he's playing the Grand Chess Tour, which a lot of speed tournaments. So I have no doubt he'll improve. Online, he's already improved a lot on Blitz. His rating is very high on chess.com, but he's not able to show it in person. But yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but
you can use it against him if you try.
Yeah, that's the plan. If Vincent gets low on the clock, and he has to rely on increment, then he's very vulnerable for sure. But there's 2 hours.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Humpy, I mean, at least mathematically, there is still a chance, for you to win all the games going up to the leaderboard. What is your approach to that?
Yeah, nothing great. Like, I've been in terrible form. Like, yesterday I had a disastrous games as well. Like, even in classical, I started blundering. So, no, I'm really not thinking about the result. I just wanted to play the game, yeah.
But still, you survived yesterday the classical. Today you're facing Anna, who you faced so many times. What can you expect from this match?
Yeah, like, we played plenty of times. Like, so, yeah, it's going to be one more tough game here.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Vincent, Wesley has seemed really good in this tournament, but you have also looked really good until you've gotten in a bit of a time trouble at the end. Do you try to actively do something to not end up in shorter time?
Well, it's very tough to not end up there, but maybe delay that a little. Generally, you just have to see what's possible, and I guess using your time in a good way is one of the decisive factors in how you perform here.
We're looking forward to seeing the performance today. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Anna, it's a big game for the total standings. I know you keep saying it's only one game ahead, but now we're getting towards the end of the tournament. Does 3-pointers become more important?
It's still one game to go.
And do you feel good today before this game?
I am glad to play with white finally because I had many games with black pieces and they were not so easy. So I hope with white it will be easier.
Well, we're looking forward to it. And you're still right up there. You're only just, a short ways ahead to Bibisara and Divya ahead of you.
Yeah, and they are playing against each other, so it will be also an interesting clash.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bibisara, I'll allow myself to say that today you can almost decide the tournament with a win in classical time. Do you think about this at all?
No, not at all.
What's the focus before going into such an important game?
Just enjoy. We have 3 more rounds, so I just want to play every game as the best game I can, and that's all.
And are you enjoying your chess these days?
Yes.
See, that's a good answer. I like that. Confidence. Good luck today, Bibisara.
Thank you.
With such important games as today, do you plan anything? Do you save anything special for those kind of games in your preparations or so? Or is it just another day at the office?
No, I think it's just another day at the office because you never know if you're going to get into such situations. So that's why I think it's just one game.
How much are you looking forward to this day? Because right now it does feel like the entire tournament is on the line today almost.
I don't know. To me, it's just a regular game. I don't really care.
And you actually manage to think like that when you sit down and play as well, not feel the everything, all the surroundings or anything like that?
Yeah, okay. We've been playing for years, so we're kind of learning that.
Good luck to you. We're really hoping for a great game today, Divya. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Magnus, what strategy are you going to have today for the game against Pragg Tour event?
I don't know. I'll play and then we'll see what he does. He kind of plays everything, so yeah, we'll see.
Good luck.
We are back with the beginnings of day 8 of Norway chess. There are 3 rounds remaining, and we have a real mixed bag in front of us as the players are locked in thoughts. I love seeing these particular players in action. Let's check out the bird's eye view because, as I mentioned, a real mixed bag. We have some real cutthroat chess, but then we have some games that look like they could very well fizzle out to a draw.
I'm looking at the 4 boards that excite me the most, and right now that's the top row Norway chess and the center bottom row, the marquee matchup in Norway chess women, Divya versus Bebisara. Left to that bottom left, I think that's going to be our quickest to Armageddon. If that was a championship, that one would be won by Zhuzhina and Wenjun right now. Opposite color bishop, equal number of pawns. I think David most likely to go into an Armageddon. I would say over the next 5 moves, they'll find a way to make that happen. Our bottom right, Muzichuk versus Humpy, still a very slow strategic fight. Not much has happened. It's a classic, typical Italian so far.
Yeah, I agree. We have 4, maybe 4.5 exciting games. And then we have Wesley trying to make a draw. And then we have Zhuzhina trying to make a draw. Yeah, we won't go to that one yet, probably. But yeah, the others I'm super excited about right now.
Right. And one of those games that really excites me, also in particular reference to the time mods, is Magnus. Magnus against Pragg. We saw Magnus be surprised by this French choice and then knight to h6. And he spent a lot of time on the clock. We actually have a confessional from Magnus. Ooh. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah. And here we go again.
Ah, here we go again.
Get surprised, think for 20 minutes, try and make a move that's kind of dumb enough that he might not completely know it. Modern chess.
Modern chess indeed. Get surprised, think for ages, play something.
I can relate to this so much, what Magnus is going through right now. I had the same thing when I stopped kind of playing so actively and I stopped studying so many openings. Every time I sat at the board, I would get hit, move 5, move 6, rare idea, and then I just sit there being like, oh no, why am I not working harder? Why am I not studying more in the mornings? Why am I not turning on Stockfish more, to prepare? And then 20 minutes later, after hating myself, I suddenly start thinking, okay, what's going to be the weirdest move possible? What's the 4th, 5th best top engine move? What's something that my opponent hasn't studied that they might not remember? And yeah, after all the mind games, you end up playing something that might not be great after all. And knight a3, we did see a dubious mark appear. That was a question mark followed by an exclamation mark. So not the best move. Magnus, probably the best would have been to take that knight, but yeah, it shows the thought process, even of the world's best players, can be very human.
Very human. And I'm being told that I have to ask for our predictions. Now, I'm a bit reluctant to do so because I have a grand score. For those of you who've been just following, we do have a prediction game going on where we've been betting how many decisive games will be happening. And I'll have you know that so far of the trio, David, our grandmaster, is in the lead with 4 points. Tanya is second with 2 points. The chair is third with 1 point. And yours truly has 0 points, or as my dad used to say, cero pelo in Spanish. And that's exactly what I have. I have nothing. I've come so close.
Today's the day, Yovi. You got it. Today's the day.
Today's my lucky day.
Yes.
Okay.
You knew that Pragg would play a French. You had that spidey sense.
So we'll let you go first this time.
Trust your instincts.
No, I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I feel like the rules
But we can't help it.
We don't feel sorry for you. We just want you to.
It's just the way things have been at Norway chess.
But I feel like the players are conspiring against me. Yesterday, I should have got my 3. Okay. And anyway, I digress. So I've been asked. Okay, so I'll take the first decision.
Take the first pick.
3.
Oh, that was going to be my number, Yobi.
3 decisive games. I reckon Wesley will be successful. I reckon it's going to be a draw between Humpy and Anna, and also Zhu and Jun.
I will go with 2 decisive games and 4 Armageddons today, David Hull.
Oh no, that was going to be my answer. That brought me success yesterday. Oh, okay, so my choices, I have to decide between 1 decisive game, even though it feels like several of the players are quite bloodthirsty. Divya, still thinking about Peace Sacrifice. Magnus, Pragg, I think that might be decisive. Faruja Gukesh could be fun, decisive as well. I can't just say 1, so I'm going to say 4 decisive games in the classical. Let's go.
You know, the last time we cornered him, and he was forced to predict 4.
You did. You
He
loved
got
Yobi.
4 predictions.
It's not going to happen again. Don't worry. I think you've made a very good number
Okay,
today.
well, also chat, get involved. See if you can join the winning team or the losing team. You know, it takes some skill to get them all wrong.
So you're at 3?
I'm at 3. You're at 2.
4.
4.
4.
And
4 decisive games.
Exactly.
And 2 Armageddons.
And David has
Hull.
guaranteed himself like 2nd place at least.
Not necessarily 3 rounds to go, Yavanka. I mean, I could overtake him, get 3 out of 3 and be the winner. You, unfortunately.
No, exactly. I can't make it. Maybe the chair can do it.
The chair can catch me
Maybe you
up.
and Chad can also catch David up.
I would have said you and me together can take him down, but then I realized that's just me alone anyway.
I'm literally not pulling any weight when it comes to that. Okay, well, we'll see whether today is my lucky day. We will find out. But talking about luck, talking about fire, can I direct us to what is happening between Firouzja and Gukesh? Because when I see the pawns on G5 and H5, I'm thinking this is smoking. And oh, hang on a second. Queen takes pawn. Blue arrow.
Yeah, let's go. This is one of the 4 decisive games this round. I'm banking on it. It just looks so chaotic right now. Very quick recap of the last few moves, because before the break we left it here. Bishop f5, novelty, or near enough novelty from Gukesh, at least among games that we can see with master level players. Firouzja spent a bit of time, played the most natural move. This is where maybe Magnus would have smelled a rat, spent 30 minutes, and then played something subpar just to try and get Pragg out of Gukesh out of theory. But e3, most natural. Gukesh says, let's go, G5, love to see it. This is why I'm such a fan of Gukesh's chess in general. Just always entertainment, whether it goes right, whether it goes wrong, it's fun. And G5, he pushes the bishop back, he takes this white knight with a check, and now H5, all the pawns running forward, and there's no way to save this bishop without pushing the H pawn. H3, H4, probably playing H4 just to stop the pawns advancing, but this comes at the cost of white's pawn structure. Loads of weaknesses now. I'm not sure whether black pushes forward with G4 or plays Queen D6, but this type of thing could rebound on white. So Firouzja says, okay, it's too late. I have to fight fire with fire. And he goes on the counterattack, Queen B3. Normally you expect opponents to react to threats. Not Gukesh. He just castles, and this is the live position. Tanya, it's about to explode.
It's Ali, razor sharp position is what we have, and I absolutely love it. The first surprise of this game was bishop to f5 by Gukesh. And then the next one is what we're seeing right now. And it doesn't just stop there, right? Queen takes pawn is the bait right now. And David, it gets very tricky because there's actually no good way to defend that rook. I first thought that, you know, he's playing for compensation. Gukesh's knight comes out to d7, knight f6, you still have ideas of h4. But if you go for this idea, queen takes pawn, and white is close to winning in this position. If knight d7 is losing to queen takes pawn, Gukesh is planning a rook sacrifice right now on move number 11. When he's gone shot castle, queen takes pawn, and it's on the board. We're going to see this being played out. Gukesh will have to play fast to show confidence here. Knight d7 is lost. There's no good way to defend that rook. What does Gukesh have in mind here?
Okay, so can we just run through that knight d7 line one more time, just to kind of walk through it move by move. Knight d7.
Take
looks
that
very
pawn.
take the pawn.
Whoa!
Oh, instant. We don't even need to analyze. c6.
This is what I was talking about. This is some master preparation, world championship level preparation here. Gukesh is saying, I'm making a simple pawn move, take my rook, and this has to revolve around the idea of trapping the white queen at the corner of the board.
It has to be. I think the black queen is going to come out. I'm not sure whether you take this bishop first. That's the big question, but queen b6 I'm expecting. The rook defends the knight, the white queen totally trapped. Watch out, the black queen might dive in as well. White's king a bit shaky suddenly, and yeah, if white just tries to complete development, the black suddenly will likely be winning. Just move the knight out the way. Material balance is actually still fine for white, but the fact that the bishop is about to get trapped, the fact that queen is about to lunge forward, white's going to win material. Black's going to win material. And Firouzja in huge trouble. He sacrifices the rook indeed.
The rook!
As Krishna says, the rook. And I don't think the rook should be taken. Or is it too late? Alireza looks shell-shocked. And also, I love the fact that Gukesh, on the move castles just before c6, spent, 7 minutes. So he was lulling Firouzja into a false sense of security. In this position, he was like, queen b3. Oh, I don't know. Am I still in prep? Am I not still in prep? Castled. Queen takes b7. Instantly c6. That's the boss move.
Wow, boss move indeed. You can't take the rook because of the problems of development and also the bishop. But okay, what can white play? So white can just focus on, I want to say development, but I'm slightly worried. And I, again, think British, extremely concerned about this bishop on g3. Because if you were to make a move like bishop to e2, isn't h4 just coming? And I don't see how I'm going to save that bishop.
Yeah, I guess you could trade it off, but I'm not sure it's an exchange that white wants to make. Rook takes, and it's going to be hard for white to castle.
Oh, that's disaster. And Gukesh would be in his element there. So no, that's a big failure there in terms of moves. So let's rewind and try to work out what is Alireza's best chance here.
Big question here. For Gukesh, this is incredible to watch. I mean, to take him into this preparation, 10 minutes used, less than 10 minutes used on the clock, sacrificing a rook, going for a full blown pawn storm on the right flank right now. Massive fight this one is. For Alireza Firouzja, you know, you've got to be thinking right now, am I looking at a three-loss streak? Have I walked straight into Gukesh's preparation right now? Is there a way out with h4 coming in, knight d7 coming in, queen a5 coming in? Cannot be very pleasant.
Wow.
I love the play from the world champion today. As Abis Geza says so, I saw an earlier featured chat as well that Gukesh's opening looks like my coffee house chess today.
That's very appropriate, the username there, because Alireza is gazing into the abyss. I mean, where do you even start calculating? He's going to burn another half hour in the next 2-3 moves. I think he spends another chunk of his time. And yeah, by the time he gets to move 20, 25, he's probably going to be playing on increment. Or, well, no increment actually at that point. He's going to be playing on seconds.
And there really has to be something said about Gukesh's fighting spirit, right? At the bottom of the leaderboard, he's had a struggled tournament so far here at Norway Chess. He has been somewhere in the middle, or most of the time spending time at the pits of the standings. And yet he comes against a player who's been in hot form here. He smells blood, he smells target because Alireza's lost 2 games in a row and comes out with scathing preparation with the black pieces in a very dynamic line. He's not trying to play safe, he's not trying to shut down play, he's not trying to take Alireza into any positional battles. Gukesh is doing what he does best, get a fight on the board, and not thinking about the fact that, have I been in form? Are things going wrong? He's thinking, I just took down Wesley So yesterday. I just took down Wesley in an Armageddon with the black pieces.
Yeah, and we saw that he was embracing the complications there as white. So let's get to the heart of the position and actually try to break down what is Alireza's best move. Because we saw like a developing move, bishop e2 didn't really cut the mustard. So what else should white be doing?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, go for it, Tanya.
I've just grabbed a pawn. I can't grab the rook. We showed all those lines with the black queen coming out to b6. For those of you who are just joining us, that is Gukesh's idea. The white queen gets trapped there. The black queen is infiltrating. The rook's about to hit the queen. Once the knight gets out of the way, problems galore for Alireza Firouzja in this one. But I'm thinking if I'm white in this position, I'm up a pawn, I want to trade queens. Queen to c7. If you play h4, I'll get everything off the board. If you take my queen, pawn up, endgame, happy camper.
Yeah, there's an escape path now for the white bishop. Jumping in via c7, you see finally there's daylight at the end of the tunnel. Bishop a5, bishop e4, bishop a3, and yeah, something to cling on to at least. This would be, yeah, my move for sure. Now you've said it, Tanya. Chicken Chess Club, that's the membership that I've been paying for years. I'm a member of that club, and I would definitely play Queen c7. I think Firouzja, it might not be his style, but maybe that's the most necessary way. If he doesn't lose a piece immediately, queen's off is the dream.
And if you put that queen on f6, trying to hide away from any queen trades, then bishop e5 looks even more scary, right? So I'm not really seeing a way for Gukesh to keep the game, to keep the queens on the board in a healthy manner after queen to c7.
Yeah, and that's the kind of issue, right? But after the queen goes to c7, no, of course you don't want to take off queens. Instead, you kind of want to keep the queens on the board. So it's either queen e8, which kind of frankly looks passive, or it is. You have to grit your teeth, Tanya, and just go queen f6 and then queen g6 and fingers crossed.
And the thing is, right, when you're surprised, if you're Alireza Firouzja right now, you try to kind of put things back into control. You're thinking, how can I go back to safe territory? I'm up a pawn. I do feel it's a very human approach as well in this position to play queen c7.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to go through the motions. I think the principle is you should look at forcing moves first. So he'll spend 5 minutes on queen takes a8. He'll realize it's not right. Then he'll look for something safer.
About to make his decision, David.
Queen c7.
Ooh, it's on the board.
Great call, Tanya. And the eval bar doesn't drop. So it is the best move, or one of the best moves. Firouzja there finding it after a little bit of thought. Probably a bit of shock more than anything. And we'll find out how deep Gukesh's prep goes right now. We'll leave him to think a little bit. We're expecting a move quite quickly, though.
And I just had to check what is the best move in that position for Alireza Firouzja. David, it wasn't queen to c7.
Ooh.
It was the knight falling back to d2. The best move in the position, the best response that Alireza had to this insane opening prep that Gukesh has played, that's the top left board. Instead of the last move, to go knight d2. And h4, things get crazy. But this, a different approach by Alireza, but a more human one.
Yeah. And talking about human, we also see that Divya did not sacrifice on e5, which was an option for her. Instead, she retreats the queen all the way back. I'm talking about the bottom game in the middle. And also, I got my eyes on Wesley So against Vincent Keimer. That could be a half game because Wesley trying to steer it into a drawish variation. Or is he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we can check that one out as Wesley looks pretty chill. And then I'd also love to go to Magnus's game because he's 40 minutes down. Pragg's just delivered a nasty check. But a very quick update on Wesley So. We left it after the move bishop to f4, and we said queen h4. That is the most popular move nowadays. It's known to lead to various forced drawing sequences. Vincent, credit to him, playing on. He played knight c5, the older line, the old main line here, which is totally fine as well, but shows that he wants to keep more tension in the position. Wesley castles, we saw some exchanges of minor pieces. And at the very end, b6, an exchange on d5 and rook f to d1. And white does have some shattered pawns. e5 also a bit overextended, so any endgame, very good for black. But of course, God placed the middle game before the endgame. So yeah, the queen's on the board, who's comfortable there. I do remember a game with Peter Wells, an English Grandmaster, where white won very quickly. I think it was Daniel Fridman against Peter Wells from, oh God, probably from my teens. So it's a long, long time ago. And
the early 1900s.
Exactly. There were thanks, Tanya. There were some actually big attacks for white after the Black Knight retreated, I think, too early in that game. It would be a mistake, for example, to retreat the knight because the white queen will swing across and there might be attacks against the g7 pawn. So there are some pitfalls. Black doesn't have any defense on the king side, so he'll be hoping to find other ways. He's got to be careful of c4, the knight a bit loose, but he should still be fine, Vincent Keimer.
And I'm also really, to add to everything that you just said for white, going to add that d6 square that looks very juicy for the white knight to hop into, especially because you have a direct path with knight b5, knight d6 plans. I think for Vincent Keimer, it has to be around setting up the battery with the bishop and the queen, eyelining that g2 square. I'm looking at moves like bishop b7 with ideas of a knight jump. Then knight c5, knight takes pawn become some real big threats in the position. So for Vincent, bishop b7 feels like a natural response here.
Yeah, it is actually been played before as well. And I've got a game right in front of me between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Surya Ganguly. And I think it is Surya Ganguly, but okay, I'm not sure whether it was him. But anyway, that game continued with bishop to b7, as you suggested. And there, Shak, who is one of the world's best attackers, just simply went c4. And after queen a5, f3, knight c5, attacking the queen. And the queen just slid over to e3. And you can see what Shak is planning. You know, there's some pointing going on the dark squares towards the king. And then after queen a4, he didn't care about the pawn on c4. It was just like, let's go, all systems go. Bishop to g5, queen takes pawn, knight e2, and knight f4, knight h5, rook d4.
The Shak attack.
A Shak attack ensued, and life was good for white. So there is danger.
If black isn't able to successfully set up the bishop and the queen battery and create threats on g2 with the ideas that Yovi pointed out, long term I'm kind of liking Wesley's position here. Yes, you have this c3 soft spot, but you know, I'm eyeing the kingside attack now that you've put it on our radar, Yovi, just how dangerous it is. Almost feels like the e5 pawn divides the board into two halves, and you can start focusing on the right flank. Queen g3, push that queen out, knight b5, knight d6. Does Wesley have something to play for in the classical against Vincent here?
He might do, and that's what happens, Wesley. When he wins, it's normally because people have forced him to play. They've woken the bear, and yeah, I mean, against Magnus had a repetition, said no. Suddenly Wesley totally outplayed him. Early in the tournament as well, Wesley was trying to keep it solid. Suddenly people were overpressing, and he was able to create chances. This one, of course, Vincent's just gone into a theoretical position, so nothing too drastic yet, no harm done. But it might be the slightly worse side, or at least the slightly more unpleasant, unnatural side of the position for black. No easy moves.
I just want to make one point here, you know, for Keimer, he was obviously aware that queen h4 leads to all those forcing lines. And I think Keimer wants nothing in Oslo to do with another Armageddon currently. Queen h4 would have sort of led to all those ideas. Wesley's played them a number of times before against Fabiano Caruana, against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Would have been a quick draw Armageddon, and most likely Wesley giving Vincent his 7th loss in that format. Vincent has maybe had to go into an objectively worse option with black, trying to keep the game open, trying to keep that classical chance alive right now. And that's where Wesley will pounce with that opportunity, because this isn't the best response if you're playing black against this line.
Yeah, psychologically it's tough as well. When you know you could have pretty much had a draw painless with black, suddenly you feel a bit uncomfortable. You're like, wait, why did I do that? This is my own doing. Shot myself in the foot here. Why? So Vincent needs to overcome that. Just look at the position with fresh eyes and try to avoid any danger, but not easy.
Not easy at all. Okay, we're going to take a break from this game and move on to that game that you mentioned, Magnus against Pragg, because as you mentioned, bishop to b4 check was an unpleasant check there from Pragg, was blocked by the bishop, but then bishop takes knight.
And before we deep dive into this position, I'm just going to point out, Magnus Carlsen is down by about 40 minutes on the clock. And again, it's that same narrative we've been talking about, right? The clock deficit for Magnus. It's not something we're used to seeing by the world #1 in classical chess. He's, I think himself said that he's #1 when it comes to, well, everything in chess, but especially clock management. It's not been the storyline here.
No, and it wasn't the storyline at his most recent tournament in Sweden just a couple of weeks ago as well. A bit slower than normal. That's why he's still kind of in love with blitz and rapid chess, I guess, because you don't have the time to think. You just have to trust your instinct. You struggle in the opening, that's fine. Your opponent's in time trouble as well quite early on. But here in classical, it has cost him, including against Pragg in the first half. This week, Pragg against Magnus, it was seconds left on the clock for both. Magnus cracked. So he'll want to avoid the same again. But let's dive in maybe, as Magnus now has been thinking for 3 minutes, but it's been on the previous moves where the real damage has been done on the clock. Pragg only having a few minutes of thought so far. So we left it after knight to h6. We saw knight a3 from Magnus, an exchange in the center, and f6 from Pragg. We were speculating, probably still theory, or at least his preparation. He allowed the queen out now after a capture, bishop d3. For everyone at home, it's a well-known trap in the French. You never want to take this pawn, because after a capture, whoops, discovered attack, check, and the queen drops off. And the only reason I mention this is because actually in the game, something similar is happening. Pragg has flicked in a check. The blue arrow appeared. Magnus didn't want to move his king and lose castling right, so he blocked, and now Pragg takes on a3. And I think Magnus is considering bishop g5. That's the only other explanation. Oh, wait,
no,
but then there's a check.
Yes,
What's he
I was thinking
about?
bishop takes knight.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, he would take, and knight takes d4, and is there compensation?
Ooh. The bar seems to imply that there is. Can we just check this out a little bit, because it's quite forcing here. Knight takes pawn. You don't have time to take that knight on h6 because black just takes the knight on f3 with a check. And here, if you take on h6, setting up that idea, I think this is critical, right? Pawn takes bishop. Your point of either bishop b5, bishop g6, pick your path, win the queen. Which means that after bishop takes knight, there has to be an intermezzo, an in-between move. Now, at first I thought, David Howell, that's queen e5 check, but the bishop just slides back to e3.
Yeah. Bishop slides back, and d4 here.
Queen a4, queen a4, and thank you very much.
Yep, wins for white, so can't be queen e5, so it has to be queen c3. Check.
And now you have to be careful with where to run with the king, because if you go king e2, you're in the way of any queen h5 checks. So I wanted to go king f1.
Makes a lot of sense.
And the evaluation bar doesn't move. You always feel the slight judgmental value, and you get it, the approval.
It's really something as a commentator to get validation from that.
Exactly.
You know, David, every time you put a move on the board, we're like holding our breaths. Please do not move. Please do not move. And when that happens, feels good.
Yeah.
It's like a chess coach or a parent or something. We're just desperately seeking approval. We always like, oh, wait, you're not just frowning at me. You're not shaking your head. You're not mad. But yeah, I mean, this is crazy. White can give checks. White can just, I don't know, h4, bring the rook up via h3. Wild position.
Wild position. And I got wild news for everyone. We have a newcomer in the confessional. Pragg has visited the confessional. Let's roll.
Yeah, okay. I decided to come to confession for the first time in this event. I remember in 24 I was coming every game, but yeah, somehow this time it's already round 8 and this is my first time. Coming to the game, this is like one of the lines which my second wrote me to check, but as always I forgot to check. But still I could remember some details from like looking at it few months back. So I remember this bishop d3, bishop b4 check was important. If I'm not misremembering, because if this is not the position, then it looks really dangerous, but I think somehow it works for black, and I remember black is supposed to be fine, but it's just a complicated position, and it seems that we'll get a fight today.
Oh, Pragg being very relatable, that his coach tells him, check these lines before you play it. And you're like, yes, I will. And then you just never get around to doing it. And sure enough, it appears on the board, and you have to work out the complications, and you're like, why did I just not check? It would have been so much easier with the assistance of a stockfish.
But still gotta love the speed with which he's been responding, right? He hasn't really burnt that much clock, so playing confidently. And I think, David, that's a key part of when you want to surprise your opponent. You don't want to go into it, think every move yourself. You don't want to show that hesitancy that you have, that you're not as well prepared as you'd like to be. So showing that confidence is as important as being confident.
Exactly. And we'll learn a lot now, Pragg, how confident he is feeling or wants to look by the speed of his next move. If he wants to duck the challenge and just castle, then game goes on, but he does take the pawn. So whether he does remember or not, that's the biggest question. But Magnus now will believe, due to the speed of that move, that Pragg is still in theory. And psychologically, that is huge. That is tough for the world number one. Magnus, I mean, he wanted to play knight a3 earlier to try and dodge theory, to dodge lines. He said, okay, I'm trying to find something so stupid that Pragg would never have looked at it. But Pragg has barely blinked. And here we are, Magnus a pawn down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great, the mind games as well, because it's the most unnerving thing when you get surprised in the opening, your opponent just keeps on bashing out those moves, and you're thinking, yeah, you know, at some point, you got to stop playing quickly. I have to surprise you. And Magnus just thinking so many options. Knight takes knight is what we are expecting. But what is Magnus going to be playing?
That's the big question. Is it going to be knight takes knight? I also want to point out that you can't win that knight at the center of the board. If you give a check on a4, it feels and looks like a double attack, but the black knight can just fall back where it came from, and the white rook is hit as well. So queen a4 does not work. Knight takes knight feels like the most forcing move, and I think what's going on in Magnus's head right now is that after knight takes knight, it's recaptured. Now you've still got options, right? You've got two checks. It's checks, captures, threats. So if you go according to that order, bishop b5, you're looking at queen h5, and you're looking at bishop takes knight. These are the three moves that you have to go down the rabbit hole with if you're Magnus Carlsen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I guess we follow the rules of calculation, right? We choose a check, and then the capture.
Okay, which one can we rule out then? We're trying to rule out variations so we can focus a bit more our calculation on specific lines. So
My vibe is queen h5 is one that we can rule out because it can get blocked with a g... No, hang on.
g6?
I was thinking g6, yes.
Works. The rook on a1 is hanging, so you don't have time to pick up the knight on h6. And bishop takes pawn, it just feels like you don't have enough ammunition to make that sacrifice work. It's a lone queen.
Yeah, it's a lone queen. The black knight is a good defender. So ordinarily that would be very tempting for white, but probably not this one. g6. I'm always curious about like queen takes and like king e2 and hoping to deflect the black queen away, but this isn't the 19th century anymore. Players do not play like this. The age of romantic chess is harder to recapture.
Yeah, shout out to Mikhail Tal.
Can we
just sacrifice first, think later, Morphe.
Just indulge me. Because we had a double rook sacrifice, and I think that you should not take the second rook that's on offer.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, black's done enough material up. We can bring the queen back with the check, for example. But queen takes rook. This was what I was hoping for. And,
yes.
Well, I didn't see the mate yet, but I mean, I'm looking at queen into g7, for example.
I was looking that direction as well.
Bishop b5.
Exactly. So always take care of your king, folks.
Yeah. And check, and I found a mate. I found a mate. I don't know what it's called. Almost a Boden's mate. But
No, it has a name.
Oh, Ivanka.
It's almost a Boden's, but I thought it was double bishop mate.
That's the one I was going for.
Yeah, I would have.
The two bishop mate.
We're very literal chess players. Double bishop mate.
It's quite funny because a load of them are just named after players, and then suddenly it just gets really literal, like double bishop mate, double knight mate, the triangle mate.
The pawn mate.
Yeah, but I quite like the kill box.
Ooh, nice.
And that's just like a queen on f6 and a rook on h8, and the king is there on g8. It's in the box.
Nice.
There you go.
I like the epaulette, just like more poetic.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're named after the shoulder pads that soldiers wear.
What's the epaulette mate? Which one's that?
If white had a queen on e6, black has a king on e8 and rooks.
On
f8 and
useless,
d8.
Useless shoulder pads.
Oh, you boxed yourself up.
Yeah.
You've gotten yourself into a kill zone.
Okay, and this position is wild. Magnus is going to be thinking for a while. I'm loving some of those romantic variations we're putting on the board. We're unsure exactly what's going to work. Okay, he does take the knight. Pragg's going to recapture. Maybe we can come back to this one in a moment, because zooming out just for a sec, the bird's eye view, we do see that the eval bars in general are roughly around the center. A couple of players with an advantage. Firouzja has got Gukesh thinking. That's the top left green board. So Gukesh's prep clearly finally has run out. Pragg recapturing the piece in the meantime. But maybe the highest bar, surprisingly of all, is bottom left. Zhu Jiner against Zhu Wenjun, and this is going to be one of 4 decisive games this round, as I knew from the start, of course, because white suddenly with a big advantage. Better pawn structure. It really reminds me of the game Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann from Title Tuesday a few months ago, where white gets the rook active, white has a beautiful bishop, and black, just the double pawns alone causing her some grief.
And it's fascinating because we had written this one off as the fastest to the Armageddon, and now here we are. We speak about the opposite color complex of the bishop and the drawing tendencies, but it's so much about the bishops and the targets that they have. Look at Wenjun's bishop on a5. It's going to do nothing at all. We talk about the importance of attack on the black king as well. Once that bishop lands on c4, the checks that you're pointing out, the other rook eventually coming into play, and you can play this super slowly. I think what's important is that if you're Zhu Jiner, you want to avoid every single piece trade in this endgame. You want to keep maximum pieces on the board and just keep putting pressure, improve the position of that, and usually in these endgames you have all the time in the world to do that. No targets for Wenjun so far with the bishop on a5.
Yeah, with the bishop out there on a5, yeah, I can definitely see that bishop is misplaced. But why is the white advantage so high? Because after all, material is level. If the rooks all get traded off, then that is a draw. But is it really just because black has those double pawns?
Yeah, it must be a forcing line or forcing type of moves if the eval bar's this high. Like, I think it's clear that white is the one having a bit more fun. White's risking precisely 0, but it must be something forcing. And again, just drawing on that game I mentioned where Magnus outplayed Hans Niemann in this exact opening, actually, this exact pawn structure. It was to do with one rook getting active. There was a trade of one set of rooks, but then later the white king was actually able to get into the action and was able to kind of step forward and then later make its way on over to the queen side and start winning some pawns. So, okay, that's a long way down the line. Let's start with the forcing moves. She starts with a forcing move. Rook f3 hits a pawn. I was actually going to suggest a check. And, okay, I just realized the black rook can block, but if the king had moved, I was going to say maybe something about f4 and bring this other rook in. I see the eval bar drop. Or maybe, okay, slightly fine-tuning it. Let's say this line and maybe f4.
And then the other rook comes up.
But then can't you go rook e3 or rook e1, trying to trade off a pair of rooks, I was thinking, and that would just force the matters if the rook slid all the way to the first rank if you're black.
Okay, now I'm going to try and show my plan.
It's crazy how much of an advantage the computer is giving this position for black. For white even.
Wow. And here, probably rook e7 is necessary because if the black bishop just moves, then the white king can start running. And, okay, maybe there's better ways to do it. But the eval bar is going a bit up and down, and I could definitely see this fizzling towards a draw if Zhu Jiner doesn't find anything immediate in the next few moves.
So Wenjun decides to put her king on f8, and if Zhu Jiner wants to get into your line, she could still line up the rook against that h-pawn on our live board right now, and then push the f-pawn. But the thing is, you can also go f4 here directly. If you believe that trading one pair of rooks, you still keep maximum advantage here. As a player, are you really feeling on the board that this is something real for you to fight for with the white pieces?
I would play on just because there's no risk, and I love that. But
also, there's no 30 move draw off or rule here, so you got to play on.
But, I started thinking ahead about your plans of attacking the weak h-pawn, and I started understanding that actually the white king is perfectly safe because, like, using your idea of going rook h3, f4, then the other rook can lift, and the white king is perfectly happy on f2. Bishop is fantastic anchored there on this d3 square.
Oh, beautiful bishop.
Can we agree that this one goes on way longer than we were anticipating at first, and maybe another 50-move grind by Zhu Jiner? Is it going to be enough or not? I'm still not sure. I see the bar, I see the big advantage, I see the argument, but the opposite color bishop, level material, rook pawn endgames, it's going to be quite something to watch her win this one.
Yeah, I also should mention, I remember a game from 2005, I think it was, where I lost from the black side in this exact material balance, this exact pawn structure. So I was a bit younger. I didn't really like endgames back then, but I can totally kind of picture how uncomfortable Zhu Wenjun is feeling right now. And yeah, also the game definitely going on. Otherwise, Zhu Jiner could have played rook h3, king g7, rook g3 check, repeated right there, right then. But she plays on.
Yes. Well, definitely the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun, feeling uncomfortable. She's normally used to playing this type of position on the white side, but here she's facing an unpleasant choice and she has to defend. We are going to go on a mid-break, but I have a mid-break trivia quiz for you all. Now, this is the question. Who's the only player to reach 2800 in live rating, but not published rating? Is it Jan Nepomniachtchi? Is it Anish Giri, Gukesh, Timur Rajabov? And you can send the answer in Twitch or YouTube using the hashtag Norway to win chess.com diamond memberships. Use !trivia in chat to know more. And all will be revealed after the short break.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
are back with day 8 of Norway Chess. And if you're just joining us, well, you timed it to perfection because we have a trivia quiz for you where the answer will be revealed. There we go. Who's the only player to reach 2800 in live rating but not published rating? Well, I'm going to throw over to David and Tanya because they were very confident about their answer. So together...
What do I win if I get this right, Yovi?
If you get it right...
You win the respect of this person we're about to announce.
Exactly. He might tweet about you.
That's what I need. I think it's David's new best friend. Anish Giri would be my answer in that one. And I'm very confident about my pick in this one, David Howell.
I think it's the king of social media, father of three-time candidate, Anish Giri. There we go. Ghosty 1211. Congrats on getting the answer right.
Congratulations, you win diamond memberships. Yeah, I didn't actually know that it was niche.
It was, and there have been 16 players in the history of chess who've crossed 2800 officially in the rating list, starting from Garry Kasparov in 1990. And Anish Giri is the one player who did cross 2800, but in the live rating and not in the published list.
Okay.
The 17th one.
Well, if you're ever at a chess trivia quiz, you now know the answer. And talking about answers, well, we have some answers on our boards because Magnus Carlsen, I'm looking in the top middle. Well, he did go for a move that I was thinking about, which is to allow this check on c3 and then play rook c1 and then come out with a queen to h5 check. So it's looking really exciting there because Pragg playing very quickly, very confidently. And also we have some answers in the game between Divya and Bibisara because although is in the bottom middle, I'm seeing that knight takes e5 was not played, but Divya is going for a positional approach, trying to make use of the magnificent d5 square. Maybe we do a quick roundup of what's happening on the other boards and then dive in.
Let's do it. Top left, Firouzja against Gukesh, the green board. Biggest surprise for me is that Gukesh unleashed a novelty, offered a rook sacrifice, blitzed out everything, but then suddenly has started thinking for the last almost 40 minutes now. Gukesh hasn't moved, frozen. We see everything. Picture paints 1,000 words. Gukesh deep in thought. Alireza chilling as he was doing earlier in the tournament. And yeah, we'll come to the Carlsen Pragg game that Jovanka mentioned there. Wesley So against Vincent Keimer has ended in terms of theory, but doesn't look like the equality has ended yet. Keimer doing everything right so far. Zhu Jin increasing her advantage on the bottom left against Zhu Wenjun, getting a rook nice and active, entering the black camp now. Divya with a positional advantage, and Muzichuk against Humpy is almost totally symmetrical, literally symmetrical apart from the placement of a queen. So I'm going to guess that not too much action is happening there yet. The eval bar staunchly in the center as well. Let's jump into maybe the Magnus board.
Let's go there because decisions have been taken and let's assess the consequence of this particular one. And first up, can we do an action replay of the last few moves?
Let's do it. We left it after, okay, in this position, Pragg started jumping. He grabbed a pawn, knight takes d4, recapture, queen takes, bishop takes h6. We pointed out earlier, for those of you just joining us at home, that queen c3 is strictly the only move not to lose on the spot for Pragg. If he had taken this bishop, whoops, the loose queen drops off due to this check. And likewise, queen into e5 check would have been the wrong square, the wrong direction, because after d4 here, trying to pin and regain the piece, queen a4 check wins the pawn. And white here would just be a clear bishop up. So queen c3 check, making sure that if the bishop retreats to d2, then this bishop on d3 falls. So white has to part with one of the bishops. Magnus said, okay, take my dark square bishop, please. And he gets a tempo-gaining hit on the black queen here. Maybe the rook is going to dive into the 7th rank. This does look a bit scary for Pragg. But finally, at least he's thinking. That's good news for Magnus that Pragg is finally out of prep.
Yeah, Magnus under an hour on the clock, and this is the first moment in the game when Pragg has slowed down right now, and understandably so, because you're up a pawn, but you're not thinking about the pawn right now, right? You've got your 2 rooks and a bishop if you're Praggnanandhaa, which haven't made a single move. The king's still in the center, and white having enough pieces. You always say, David, 3 is the magic number. The queen, bishop, and the rook ready to jump into an attack. First attack on the board on the queen, and it's really not an easy decision to decide where you want to retreat to. Do you want to go defending that 8-6 pawn, which is being threatened with queen h5, queen takes pawn coming in next? A square like queen f6 looks very natural to me. Or do you want to fight against the threat of bishop to b5 coming in with a check on the other flank of the board with queen to a5, just making sure that that bishop doesn't jump to the square that you're highlighting right now? And it just doesn't feel like an easy choice for Praggnanandhaa. Are you defending the left side or the right side of infiltration?
Exactly, and you actually have to be prepared to defend both sides if necessary, right? Because I'm thinking if you put your queen on g7, I think that would be probably a very bad retreat, because suddenly the bishop will come to b5, deliver a check, and you can't block that with your bishop because the rook will come in to c7, and the evaluation...
Ooh, check, check, check.
Oh, for goodness sake. I thought the white king was castled. It was like hallucination central. I don't know why I assumed it just in my mind had done some funny things where it was...
I would fall for this 10 out of 10 times in a blitz or a bullet.
Like
because you just think you're winning this with rook c7.
Exactly.
And your king is supposed to be on e1. It's not supposed
it's meant to be on g1 and f1.
Or there.
And then I forgot that. Yes, okay. Okay, so actually this is a trap. Okay, so rook c7, not possible.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot as well it was castled there. Actually, if white were castled, this is huge. If white were castled in any of these positions, I think white is simply winning.
Game
because
over.
It's not 3 anymore, it's 4, and the white rook would be joining the attack, maybe on the e-file or elsewhere. White's rook on h1, at some point I'm expecting h4 just to get it out, but we'll take Magnus some tempi. Tanya, it's 6 safe squares for the queen, a3, a5, b2, e5, f6, g7. There's 6 faces on a dice. So,
roll the dice.
Roll it. Where are you going?
So when do you say die and when do you say dice? I've
Yeah,
never
I
understood
keep using
that.
both of them. I alternate because I can't pick one.
When you're about to die on the chessboard and resign, then I say die. I normally say dice. I actually got told off at school years ago when I was studying English literature for saying dice.
Yeah.
But I still...
What is plural and which one is sing? Is it die?
I think a die is singular.
Singular.
But
It sounds
dice
weird,
a
right?
lot
You don't
more
go
often.
roll the die, do you? So you roll the dice.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm with dice. I'm team dice right now. But for Praggnanandhaa, that king in the center, is that about to die is the question that we need to answer right now. David, you said you highlighted all the moves with the queens. I wanted to put it on f6. That was my initial thought right now. Just fighting against queen h5 and queen takes pawn. Because if you're suffering as black here, you want to suffer for something and at least say I'm holding on to my pawns. But the problem that I'm not able to answer here is bishop b5. You definitely want to develop your piece here. You don't want to continue staying undeveloped. Take that bishop. King takes bishop. Queen a4 check. And I'm just not... I can't understand why the bar doesn't move, but I'm just not loving this position as black. And because of this, and the fact that Yovi just pointed out that queen g7 is possible, I'm changing my mind and going with queen g7 now, so that I can recapture with my queen at some point.
just to show that, bishop takes d7, black can take with the queen, and I guess you can continue blocking here. Queen to f7, and you still have castling rights. Not sure which way you're going, probably never to the queen side, as long as the white rook's on c1, but at least any endgame, black's king nice and centralized.
So my die/dice roll is for queen g7. What about the two of you? What square are you guys picking?
I saw a pawn. You shouldn't have asked me. I saw a pawn.
You know something? Magnus is in the confessional.
Ooh.
Wow.
But this confessional is only going to be for Twitch subscribers. So if you want to be curious as to what Magnus is thinking, now is the time to subscribe because we will be playing it. I'm kind of curious as to what Magnus is thinking. Is he worried about queen takes pawn? Is he worried about queen to g7, queen f6? Is he stressing that he might not have the compensation? Or is he like, I'm confident? I don't know.
I've got to say, we've been breaking down some moves, but in general, I just love the fact that both players, we said before the round, we want them to go at each other. What's happened? Pragg played the French. He said, come at me. Magnus says, okay, I'll sack a pawn. Now actually 2 pawns if a3 drops. And he's saying, I will go for you if you really insist. And neither player's backing down from this fight. You love to see it. This is what we want from this format and in general classical chess. Sometimes it's slow and stodgy. Petrovs, Berlins. Not this time. This is fun.
And I also want to give everyone a heads up that Magnus's confessional is a long one.
Ooh.
What can we read into that?
I'm just going to go and subscribe on Twitch right now. I mean, that's what you have to do because this position's so hard to break down, and imagine getting insights and a peek into what Magnus is thinking, Yovi.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're enjoying the stream, then please subscribe. Your subscription, of course, helps support this event. And I did not know this, but it's actually free with Amazon Prime. And I have been a member of Amazon Prime now for like 4 years.
Can we talk about the exclusive event emotes as well as the awesome Amazon Prime membership? I mean, what are we picking in the amazing emotes? What's our favorite there?
Magnus Carlsen.
I was trying to figure out who that was. I did quite like the absolute cinema.
And why is Gukesh face palming himself? Why is he hiding his face? What's going on there?
Someone's just smashed a table in front of him. That's why.
But talking about Magnus Carlsen, let's hear from Magnus right now.
So, all the thoughts I had in here about an hour ago have failed pretty spectacularly. I briefly thought about the idea that he could win a pawn after bishop d3, but then I was like, no, surely that's too dangerous. And then when he gave a check, I realized that was his plan. And like, to be fair, everything else looked like a little bit better for white. So I can understand that that's what he was aiming for. And now we're at a situation where, like, my intuition tells me that white cannot be worse. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna die on that hill, because obviously what the engines say are gospel. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But at least he's thinking now. Maybe that indicates that I made a bad move, but I cannot really understand why rook c1 is bad. My guess would be that this is the kind of prep where it holds for black, but there are like several decent moves for white that kind of that kind of are all equal. So maybe he's trying to recall stuff. Who knows? But yeah, obviously time situation not fantastic. Knowledge gap not great either. But the position itself, I think, must be fine for me.
Magnus saying that the position must be fine for him. I would say that he's pretty confident, but I love the kind of like walk back. Like, yeah, but if the engine says otherwise, then obviously I stand corrected. But his vibe is everything's okay.
Yeah, very on point with his final evaluation. Though a slight shake of his head after going through the labyrinth of variations that are possible in this position. I think for Pragg, the problem is that every queen move looks either equally good or equally bad, however you see it, you know. You still have to answer a lot of threats if you're Praggnanandhaa, wherever you decide to move that queen. I think for Magnus, addressing that, yes, clock situation, not that great. Knowledge gap, referring to the fact that he's been surprised. Pragg, the better prepared here, not that great. But completely correct that the evaluation is indeed absolutely fine for him, regardless of where Pragg moves the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did check while Magnus was in the confessional. Pretty much all of the queen moves are 0.0, which doesn't help us, doesn't help Pragg, doesn't help anyone, but does show that Magnus, having burned all that time, has come to the right conclusion. E equals MC squared, E equals Magnus Carlsen squared.
Ooh.
He's seen it all. And scientifically trying to work out all of the variations.
I always thought E was equal to endgame, and that was equal to MC square. I thought that's how we made sense of it in the chess world.
Exactly.
Magnus Carlsen is endgame.
But I love it that meme was clearly E equals MC squared. We made it into Magnus.
I don't know what you're talking about, Yogi. It was always about chess.
Magbert Carlsen. Okay, you don't have to be Einstein. You don't have to be Einstein to know that that position is complicated.
What I want to see is on chat the Magnestein emotes all over. What do you say, Magnus Carlsen?
Something
get
like
that
that.
going.
No, I think we have to get it going. I mean, it was so good. I think it is worth repeating. And okay, well, it's very, very complicated up there in the middle. Where else should we head to?
Well, let's go around the horn. Let's complete that trick. We've got some moves coming in from Firouzja and Gukesh as well. We see a queen trade there. You know, the Magnus Pragg board, very exciting, but I'm expecting Pragg to spend some time here. It's just not an easy decision where you go back with your queen. Right to that, that's our top right board. Wesley So against Vincent Keimer. The bar suggests that it's in the balance, but it is quite asymmetrical right now. Look at that pawn on e5 that Wesley has. And usually when you get that, you can long-term think about a kingside attack. Also, opposite color bishop means that any power play on the dark squares and Vincent will not be able to handle it. I would say that's slightly better for Wesley in that one. Bottom row, it's been a day of turnarounds in Norway chess women, David.
Exactly, and I'll start from the bottom right, actually. Humpy against Anna Muzychuk. Humpy defending the black pieces. I think she's totally fine. I do feel a little bit guilty for not going to that board yet, but it is literally totally symmetrical. Came from an Italian, and I think Humpy Canaro will be able to fight out another Armageddon, even if her luck hasn't been great in those fast turn controls. Anna Muzychuk not really able to achieve any advantage. Divya in the center, I think we'll go there shortly, but I would love to start with Zhu Juner against Zhu Wenjun, because that's the highest eval bar. It's also the most mysterious, I think, for the average viewer. Actually, I say average, for myself as well. This is mysterious that white can be totally winning, +2, but it's opposite color bishops. Black's rooks control the only real open file. Black's got everything defended. How is this totally winning for white? I think I can see a plan, but it's just mind-boggling to me that modern engines see so deeply that they understand that this is a decisive advantage, let's face it.
Yeah, and also just want to say that the material is level. And all of those factors kind of really indicate to me that, okay, everything should be fine for black. And I just also want to point out that the bishop on b4, nicely anchored, holds down the queen side, but the bishop on d3, also anchored and controls the really important e2 square.
That's the MVP, that bishop, Tanya. The light square bishop with eyes on both sides of the board, whereas the black bishop is just a purely passive piece right now.
Yes, I hear everything, I feel everything, but I still don't understand the eval bar. The amount of advantage is actually ridiculous what we're seeing, suggested by Mr. Fish, first name stock, in this position. I think it has to be around just the free hand that Zhu Juner has to activate and maximize her piece potential here, while black struggles, right? No entry points to the second rank. Look at the anchor the bishop on d3 is, just like you were talking about the bishop on b4, allowing no counterplay to the black rooks, which look, well, emptily active on the e file. You can't go rook to e8, no targets on the third rank. The bishop on d3 cutting off the diagonal, but also playing a great defensive role. White basically has innumerable moves here in this position, and you can start with your king to g3, king h3, start with the king march, maximize your king in the potential all the way to the 5th rank. Push the g pawn, push the h pawn, break with g5, lining up the rook on g1. And the thing is, I say all these moves, I'm not able to find a way that black can actually pretend to protect any of these ideas or fight against it, or create any counterplay here. How are you stopping the simple king advance, the pawn advance, rook g1, g5 if you're black in this position?
Well, you're not.
The bishop on b4 is actually trapped, Yovi.
Yes it is. Yes it is. I agree with that. But okay, maybe, and also the bishop on d3 keeps everything cemento. Like nothing is breaking through. So, okay, could you do something like this? Could you go, don't laugh, rook e2. Rook e2 at the right time, but not necessarily now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to show, it would be good if black could get this pawn.
Yes.
I think this would be a great source of counterplay, but unfortunately the white rook has
right.
the
In
ability
this particular
to block.
situation, but I'm thinking if the king starts sniffing around on the king side. But even then, what I wanted to kind of point out that you could play rook e2 with a big flourish, but you don't need to take it. There's also that point.
Also, if black has to take such drastic measures to find a counteractive idea, it means that the position is filled with poison for black. If you're forced to give up an exchange in a position that looks completely harmless for you. And David, as you were mentioning, I saw you go up with the king. And again, Black's response, you just shuffle around. You're just waiting. So for Zhu Jin, she can play slowly, she can play fast. The plans are all there. Line up the rook, h4, g4, g5, strike open. I'm really not sure if Black has much to do but wait.
Yeah. And this turns out to be a big attack on the Black King. White's king, it's got an outpost. I mean, normally knights, we talk about knights on f5 as an outpost. Nothing can challenge that square when the White king gets there, and she's created the path. I love what she's done. Pawn structure. I think Zhu Jin actually has been studying this opening, and she didn't play it just as a drawing weapon, which I feel guilty now. I kind of did imply, but yeah, Zhu and Jun hasn't defended well, but this pawn structure with the bishop on d3, control the light squares with the pawns, the dark squares with the pawns, light squares with the bishop, just creates an easy plan. And also, just to mention, swapping rooks doesn't help. Like one pair of rooks leaving the board, if anything, this reduces Black's defensive potential, because eventually the king gets to f5 and something is going to collapse. Either White just goes up, maybe a bishop on c4 first, and just takes this pawn, or if Black ever vacates, then the rook on the 7th rank, bishop coming, and just easy targets all over the place. Black playing down a piece, essentially, with this bishop.
Yeah. And it just goes to show your eyes can deceive you. It looks like Black has complete control, but is White the one who has all the play? And I'm just going to put the blame firmly on the weak pawn structure there on the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, as a player, it's so demotivating to have this position. We see Wenjun on camera. She's sort of just sinking further and further into her chair because you're just looking for ideas. You know, where do you make your play? How do you stop White's free hand in this position to continue improving? And you're kind of struggling to find it. And for Wenjun, it must have at some point felt like, all right, confident hold, draw, we go to Armageddon, but not so quick.
Yeah, I think she played a bit too quick in the kind of just after the opening, those middle stages. She thought draw guaranteed. Even now, I think going into her head, she feels she's slightly worse, but she probably doesn't realize she's dead lost, which is the hardest thing. She probably realizes now, oh wait, I'm worse and I've got no moves, I've got no plan. But the fact that White has almost a winning plan, that just compounds the misery. So yeah, Zhu and Jun, something's been off this tournament. No energy really in her play. But yeah, something went wrong in the early stages here.
Looks like Zhu Wenjun might suffer her first defeat in Classical. Let's go to the game between Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh, and then I'd like to go to Divya and Bibisara, because Gukesh really went into the tank after Alireza's Queen C7, and we left it there. And we came to the conclusion that you needed to preserve the queens on the board. Gukesh says, no, I'm fine in an endgame.
And yeah, we were saying that Black had options. You can push forward with h4, but everything allows the queens off other than maybe queen to f6. I think in practical terms, firstly burning, 45 minutes on the clock pretty much. Probably not a great practical decision, but I think keeping the queens on had to be the way forward. Knight to d7 was played. Queen takes rook, and he's... Queen takes d8, and he's recaptured... I think the live board might be slightly wrong. He's recaptured with one of the rooks. Is it this rook, the A rook? I'm trying to zoom in on the camera there. But he's captured some way. And what do we think? What's the compensation? There we go.
The rook.
The rook's on d8. Okay, I mean, the bishop can run now. Bishop c7, I would just flee. I would just run as fast as I can out of the cage that's closing with the pawns. But maybe he has other options. Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, especially because that square can be taken away with the black rook sidestepping the next move, and then you wouldn't have solved your problem of the bishop. And let's point out, there's actually no way to solve that with the h-pawn moving forward, because that would allow Gukesh to snap up that bishop on g3 with his knight if you're forced to play a move like h3, h4. So David, if you're not going in with bishop to c7, Gukesh might be ready to play rook c8, and then never allowed next. h4 coming in as well. But this moment, it's Alireza to play. He is still thinking, considering his options right now. And while he's doing that, I've got a little trivia for both of you, a trivia question. Are you ready for this one?
I love trivia.
Yeah. So here's one. You know, we had that for our audience, for our chat earlier, the number of who's the player who did not make it to the published 2800. rating, and we spoke about how there have been 16 in the history of chess. My question to both of you and to chat is, and let's see if they get this one as well. How many of those 2,800 players who made it to the published rating list of FIDE to cross 2,800 are here at Norway Chess in Oslo?
Ooh,
Well,
good
okay.
question.
I need my pen and paper. We got Magnus.
I think I know the answer. Is this
we
the
got
answer?
Ali Reza. Well
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
No.
Sorry.
We don't work it out properly.
Go on, Yovi.
Yes, come on, Yovi.
Thought
take it
process. Break it down.
No, we work together. Okay, so we got Magnus, we got Ali Reza.
One more.
Alireza when he was 18. Impressive.
Who's the other person?
One more. I really hope I'm right about this one.
Gukesh went over 20. No, he didn't. No, Gukesh didn't go over 20. He came
There's only
close. He
two
came very
Indians
close.
who've made it over 2,800. Vishy and Arjun.
Yeah. Okay, so then it has to be Wesley.
Well done,
Whoa.
Yovi.
But Gukesh came super close, right?
Yes.
He was 27.90 something.
95, I want to say.
94, 95.
Yeah.
I think Wesley was 28.16, if I'm not mistaken, which is quite decent.
Yeah, but quite decent,
I mean,
David Allen.
I mean, yeah, it's quite a lot higher than me, but that's not the point. It's very decent.
It's pretty strong. So 3 of the 2,800 plus club players are playing right now in Oslo.
And in the women's, how many have crossed 2,600 who are playing?
Ooh, good question. I think it's
Let-
also...
Let me also double
Okay.
check that, because I also have a thought, but not necessarily.
I think it's also
Yeah, I
3.
agree
Three.
with you. Yes.
Yes. So it's June for
For sure.
Yes.
For sure.
And I'd say Anna Muzichuk.
Anna Muzichuk for
and
sure.
Humpy.
And Humpy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Are these the 3 names you had in mind as well?
Yes.
Yes.
The experienced ones. And some would argue that it's rating deflation. They're still super strong, but ratings are generally trending down since there are so many strong, lower-rated players now underrated who are taking the rating off the top players. Nobody's weak anymore. But also, yeah, just showing how classy some of those experienced players are and their fantastic track records. I mean, Wesley, I think he got to world number 2 briefly when everyone was suddenly kind of changing places around the number 2 spot behind Magnus. But yeah, I remember the days of I think I played Humpy and Anna when they were both 2,600 actually. And yeah, had some real fights with them. They were, I mean, still are super strong. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the younger ones like Bibisara and Divya make it to 2,600 someday.
And Bibisara had a career best of 25-27, currently leading the tournament. Okay, let's take a pause from this game. We see that Ali Reza is very comfortable with his dark square bishop. Let's head in and see whether Divya Deshmukh can chase down Bibisara.
Okay. Does look like good chances. Just a superficial glance at that bottom central board. Here we go, jumping in. White is so close to establishing complete domination. White can also potentially grab a pawn. Maybe we can just recap what we've missed in the last few moves, because we left it after e5 and that was the last break. And we were saying knight takes e5, top computer move. This would have been a totally different kettle of fish. This would have been a totally different game. Knight takes e5, the computer says, isn't winning. It's still a small advantage for white, but this would have put black under some heavy pressure. I don't blame her at all for dodging this after queen to e7. I guess she has to go back with her queen, and white's attack is actually a slow burn one, like bishop f4, a4, knight d5. Even the computer, not 100% sure what's happening. So Divya choosing a very sensible retreat with her queen, knight f6, hitting the central pawn. Bishop comes out to pin that knight via g5, knight d7. And now after a4, big question, I guess after b4, she must have been worried about something here, because normally you don't want to shatter your own queenside. I guess knight to d5, and after an exchange, just otherwise this pawn might drop, bishop takes d5, e takes d5. Maybe she was worried that this is a weakness, that white will clamp down with a5, fix the target on a6, but I think this was the lesser evil from Bibisara, because after taking on a4, her own pawn structure becomes ruined, and knight d2, nice controlling move, defending the center. h6 a bit surprising to me, because white wanted to take that knight anyway. White's trying to remove any defender of the d5 square, and to catch up with the live board, here we go. What do we think? Does white take this pawn, or does white just try to control in the middle of the board?
I don't see an immediate refutation to actually just grabbing the pawn. That has to be on your mind, right? The most direct approach. Again, you spoke about this earlier, that blacks lack in development. And for Bibisara, still a move away from getting that castle in. Bishop takes pawn, the most attractive option. You take that bishop, rook takes bishop. I'm super happy. Knight's coming to c4, rook's coming to d1. I'm going to triple down on that d6 pawn. If you don't take that bishop, and let's say you were to move your bishop to c6, which feels like the other attractive option for black to keep pieces on the board, because what you're fighting is with the bishop pair if you're black in this position, and hoping that someday you get the d5 break in and get an open position to make a case for that pawn deficit. But you could also just go rook a5 here, David. I'm controlling that d5 break as well. I'm getting my bishop back on c4 as soon as you go castle, not allowing that. It looks like a healthy pawn to my eyes.
Looks like a healthy pawn to me as well. I would see no reason why not to grab it.
And she does it.
And she does it.
Ooh, bishop c6 played as well.
Only move according to the blue arrow here. Stockfish saying that, okay, bishop pair is the only real compensation right now, especially if d5 can't be pushed through yet. You need the bishops on the board. If black darts the bishop were anywhere else, if it were more active on a better diagonal, then we would say real compensation. So for now, Divya a pawn up, and I've got to say, looking good. I'm surprised the eval bar is so low here compared to that Zhu Jin game where the eval bar sky high level material. Here she's up a pawn, but it's lower.
Yeah, that's fascinating to watch. But I think from a human perspective, this definitely feels like a bigger advantage for white than that other game that you're referencing to. And for those of you just joining us, this is a marquee matchup in Norway chess women. So much of the title race weight is on this board.
Totally, because it Bibisara, just to remind everyone at home, if she wins in classical, this will take her to 15.5 points, and she's more or less running away with the competition. But if Divya wins, then Divya will overtake Bibisara, and then there will be a half point in it between the leaders. And there is, of course, Anna Muzichuk in the air. She's got 9.5 points. If she wins in classical, here we go. Here we have a clearer breakdown of what is going to go down. Absolutely anyone, well, not anyone, but I would say the top 4 players, if they win in classical, they all have a shot. Well, Bibisara, let's say if Bibisara doesn't win.
No, absolutely. I mean, that will blow open the women standings leaderboard going into the final 2 rounds. I mean, this leaderboard, the standings that we have in front of us speaks to the format of Norway chess, right? That we're talking that Zhu Wenjun, who's winless in this tournament, still has a shot simply because of the scoring system. Every classical win gets you 3 points, but I don't think Zhu Wenjun's getting those 3 points today.
Almost certain that she's not getting 3 points. It's whether she gets 1 point. Zhu Wenjun, that's the big question. But we are back to the bird's eye view. Still no moves since the queens came off between Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh. The top left green board. Magnus still putting Pragg in that long meditative state. A long think from Pragg. And Wesley Sokaima not progressing too far either. So it looks like the main action has been on the women's boards in the last few moves.
Maybe let's go to Anna Muzichuk and Humpy, because, you know, we've been saying that position is very symmetrical, not much in it. But how symmetrical is this? Yeah. It is very symmetrical.
It is. And we won't go the whole way back. They've played a whole bunch of moves. But I just want to bring us to here, because if Black had played the move, she actually traded rooks here, breaking the symmetry. But if Black had played bishop d7, it would have been 100% symmetrical on move 18. So, yeah, it's hard to pinpoint a weakness. Neither side wants to give up the bishop pair, even though it doubles the opponent's pawn structure. I think this would actually be a big mistake, because Black's king is going to be super safe for eternity now, hiding behind its pawns. And the only way to blink, therefore, is to trade rooks. And it was Humpy, rather than, again, continue the symmetry. This would have been move 20, and she could have played queen f8. She decides to jump in, so maybe she's getting a bit more ambitious with her knights, which are getting closer to Anna's king right now.
Yeah, fascinating, right? Knight jumping onto h4, coming with a big threat, and that might force white to put the bishop onto the defense via that e4 square, trying to guard that g2 point. But if you're playing for... Ooh, wow, that's a big blunder. Is it bishop takes knight, and the bishop on d7 is pinned to the queen on d8 suddenly?
Must be this, right? Or maybe it's queen d3? Threatening a mate, and if it's blocked, how about this? Knight e2.
Love it.
Double attack.
You lose one of the two?
Can't save the bishop either, because then the knight would fall. Apparently, I guess you could have taken with the knight as well. The black bishop's pinned, but yeah, this is hidden venom.
So actually, rook d1 comes in with a trap. You know, Humpy was setting up the knight jump, but Anna going one step ahead and countering it with a subtle move. I think very natural for black would be to sidestep with the queen, and if you're looking at pure symmetry, you could still achieve it. Put that queen next to the king, jump with the knight to f5, say, I have my own threats, and then line up the rook on d8. And there we have it. Take a photo.
I was going to say, this is actually a really natural continuation. Like, don't laugh, but I feel like the queen is better on f8 than it is on e8.
Where it can be hit by the rook sliding over.
Yeah, and it's better on f8 than, I mean, e7 is going to get hit by a knight in f5, f6 is going to get hit by a knight in e4. Like, you don't really have too many safe squares along this diagonal, so it's kind of, it's a mirage here. It's an illusion that the black queen is actually able to get active. Yeah, queen f8 looks like maybe the safest square. So tricky, these symmetrical positions, right? Because you feel like you're fine as black, but you're always one move down. You're half a tempo down. So often white is the first one to jump in with some tactics.
And Anna's been that one player throughout Norway chess women who's happy to take it into Armageddon. She's always ready for those bloodied fight when it goes down to the tiebreaker, but usually quite cautious in the classical. I think she's playing against a struggling Humpy today, a player who hasn't had a single win in this tournament. Anna will try to look for small chances in the classical game. I think she won't rush this to the Armageddon, but with the symmetry that we have, I'm not sure if she's going to be successful or not.
It's interesting because Anna is also hunting her first win in classical.
Yeah, she is. But she's in the mix, right?
Yes.
She's in the middle, and depending on how Divya and Bibisara go, Anna's fate could take a big jump on the result of that game.
Absolutely. And for Anna, you know, she just wants to move away from those Armageddon wins and get something concrete.
Yeah, she does play those two in the final 2 rounds, though. She does play Bibisara and then Divya.
Wow.
So even if she draws this, Anna will have some say in how this tournament goes. It's funny the patterns, though, right? Like, Anna's drawn all of her classical games. She's had chances, she's been on the back foot, but it always seems to kind of converge towards a draw. But then other patterns like Zhu Wenjun losing all her Armageddons. Zhu Wenjun and Vincent Keimer have had the exact same result in every single round. They both won in classical in the same round. They both lost in Armageddon in the same round. So it's funny, these patterns you see in these kind of closed all-play-all tournaments.
Yeah, we'll see whether Anna will be able to do something with this really level position. But let's go to the bird's eye view because 2 games really catch my eye, and they're at the top. We have a decision from Pragg. He went into a really long think, and he centralized the queen. So he was like, okay, let's cover the check on h5. And also Wesley So against Vincent Keimer, we have a pin on the edge of the board. So we've got to understand the consequences of that. Which one to go to?
Ooh, great call. Great question. I think maybe Wesley first. But then I think we will spend most of our time on Magnus anyway. He's going to be in the tank thinking. Magnus is going to be burning a bit of time. So let's start with Wesley and then we'll move on to Magnus against Pragg. Just some updates here. We did say that it looked like quite a dangerous position just a few moves ago. If the black knight ever moves, then the white pieces will start to switch their attention towards the king side. The black knight didn't move yet. Bishop to d7. We were saying b7 maybe a more natural diagonal, but perhaps he wants to use his queen on that square, as we do see. c4, the queen has to stay protecting her knight. So queen b7, knight b3, taking away outposts. It's funny because we were talking about going kingside, queen e3, trying to switch things across, maybe h4, h5. The knight can gravitate that direction, but Wesley's such a positional player. He sees he's got an isolated pawn. He wants to control the square in front of his isolated pawn. Knight to b3. Bishop a4, the pin that Jovanka mentioned, and after queen e3, knight c5. It feels like Wesley, at will, can force a draw just by taking this knight off. There's no time to win the pawn on c5 because the rook is hit, but yeah, opposite color bishops here. Without the knights, probably hard to win any type of position there. So f3, keeping some tension. He says, take my knight, please, because you'll heal the white pawn structure. Who would we pick here? Who's on the better side of this roughly level position?
I'm kind of inclined to say Vincent. I'm liking black's position much more than I did a few moves ago. The c4 pawn stands out to me as a long-term weakness. I'm also thinking about, the concept of visualizing the trades that you want in this position. Imagine the rooks are off the board. Imagine the queens are off the board. And I also take bishop takes knight at some point. I do think that would be a good knight versus a bad bishop endgame. In many of those scenarios, the knight on c5 versus the bishop on f4, I'm picking that knight as a star piece right now. The bishop on a4, you can always trade it for that knight on b3. Also in some positions, creating a passer or trying to create a passer on the left side of the board if the trades work out to your favor. Rook d8 always on hand to get those majors off the board. All the kingside attacks and the ideas that we were earlier referring to. Points of Wesley getting and planting a knight on d6. None of that has happened. It almost feels like Wesley hasn't really made progress over the last couple of moves, while Black has managed to get a very healthy position. So I think Vincent's on the right side of that equality right now.
And I agree with you, Tanya. I do think that Vincent has very nice long-term chances. But what? Big news.
Ooh.
We have a new visitor to the confessional booth. And I have no idea who it is. But I'm going to ask the question to you, Tanya, to David. Who do you think is in the booth? Who never been before, is now appearing?
Wow, I feel like a Pokemon trainer. I'm just trying to catch them all. Like, we've had Magnus, we've had, I think we had Divya on day one, we've had...
We had Pragg today, a new visitor already.
Pragg, we even had Gukesh the day after his birthday.
Anna's been in.
Oh, that leaves only a few. Could it be Biris?
I reckon. I'm going to say Vincent.
Ooh, I'm with you.
I'm with, because we kind of grew...
We've pressured both Vincent and Wesley when they were sat here with us.
Exactly, so I think it's one of those two.
We were very shameless with that. We also told them to go to the confession booth and say that we are their favorite commentators. And if Vincent's there and he doesn't say it, I'm going to be sad about it.
Yeah, I'll be very sad about it too. We will see whether our guess is correct. Is it Vincent? Is it Wesley? Let's see.
So, all right, everyone, I'm back. I was told that apparently the confessional booth has been a very lonely place, which I assume means that with me not being here, perhaps Magnus being not being here as much. I mean, I'm actually not sure how much he's been here. It would seem that perhaps there hasn't been a lot of visits, which is a little bit disappointing from the standpoint, I think, of the fans wanting to hear from the players and how they feel, but alas, it is what it is. There's nothing you can really do about that. But because of that, I felt like dropping in. I don't really have much else to say. I was trying to think if there's anything else, but at any rate, it's looking like a pretty boring day for me, and that's it for now. So maybe I'll be back, but we'll see.
Well, we'll be back. Yeah, good one.
Hey, Hikaru. What's up?
Jovanka, you can't get any predictions right. Like, even the producers are not letting you get predictions right.
I know. They're determined that the chair is going to win. Yeah, well, that wasn't what I expected.
That was a shocker.
I wonder if anyone in chat guessed that, because that would be like a genius moment by a lottery ticket.
Yeah, chat's very smart. I'm sure they were like, we know Bick, we know the guys. They're going to so troll this panel.
But it's good to have our fourth commentator back with us.
It felt nice to hear his words again.
Not in the building.
He's not even in the building, but he's still with us.
We have missed him. And I don't think that was even AI. For anyone at home wondering, that was just previous years where he was keeping us entertained, doing our job for us.
He'd come at least a minimum of 3 times a day to share his thoughts. He was definitely the king of the confessionals. Wish he was here this year.
Miss you, Hikaru.
We definitely miss Hikaru and his confessionals. But okay, I'm really disappointed actually. I really thought it might be Wesley and Vincent and Tanya. You set it up. I was like, oh my god, they might come in. They might give us a shout out and say.
I was hoping that would happen. Yeah.
Maybe next year.
I think we need to put it in that contract. But Wesley, I'm not sure, because this one right now, he lost his game yesterday. He's trying to make a turnaround. He lost to Gukesh in that Armageddon. Some questionable decisions right there in the classical as well. And now on the lead, there's pressure on Wesley, right? He wants to extend or at least keep a controlled situation going into the last 2 rounds. For Vincent Keimer, one thing's clear. This goes into an Armageddon. It's maximum advantage Wesley. Is this position what we have? The safe approach that Wesley has had. He hasn't gone for any crazy kingside attacks. He hasn't taken too many chances. He's got this opposite color bishop going. Do you think Wesley's really navigating this towards the Armageddon?
Well, it's not going to be that easy for him to get to a comfortable equality, but I also wonder the fact that Wesley is pausing and having a think. I wouldn't be giving up on the hope of attacking on the king side.
Make it happen your way.
Okay, rook d4, rover in the air. Rook and over. So, big idea.
Love that.
Bishop h6. Bishop f6 is something that David, I know, it didn't even lead to anything.
What?
Well,
I thought this was winning.
This looked like there was going to be a win. Where is it?
The f-pawn moves somewhere.
Ah, okay.
Fortunately,
Ooh, just take on e5.
Yeah, because I just saw this mate and I was so happy. This is over, but unfortunately the black queen can defend, taking a pawn. But I like the idea, and maybe fine-tuning it like rook d4 if black does nothing, with bishop g5 first.
Yes.
Black does nothing, bishop into f6.
Yes.
Better square.
No, that is very scary, but I don't think black will be so compliant in the whole plan and keep doing nothing and get checkmated. The other idea that we were looking at for Vincent Keimer was to neutralize everything on the only open line on the board, right? Rook d4, Yovi. I challenge you with rook d8. I know what you want.
Well, we can go there, right? Rook to d1.
I take it.
Yes, and I take it again.
With
rook. Rook and over.
You know
Mark
what?
2.
A rower, but I keep going. Unless I'm walking into something, because David Howell just paused. Rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah. I'm trying to work out if white can be greedy and grab a pawn.
This was also what I was going for. Like,
don't care about the checks?
We have the power of take back.
I do care. I also think the checks will not dry up anytime soon.
G6.
G6. Queen
Check.
to G6.
You brave enough? You brave enough?
Let's go. King h4.
Otherwise it's perpetual check, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
exactly.
no escape.
No, we don't want that. King
I've got
h4.
like back rank problems to solve as well.
Yeah. Who's getting mated? Probably not black. Yeah, this is playing with
G2
fire.
hanging, king in the open.
Well, it still kind of continues because there's another A pawn up for grabs. But okay, I concede it is gutsy, let's say, to put the king out there on h4.
The things we do for pawns, just to be a pawn up.
Wesley is a pawn grabber.
He is. That's true. He makes us look like we're the least materialistic players in the world.
But he's also a player who cares a lot about king safety. I don't know how safe he'd be feeling in those opposite color bishop going pawn grabbing with the king on h4. And with everything on the line and the high stakes match that this is for Wesley, I genuinely believe he wants to keep it a controlled fight in the classical and not do anything crazy.
Yeah. I think the other candidate moves might be rook to d6 just because it's a nice square, although that might get evicted by a black knight going back to b7. Other moves, when in doubt, play h4. Like Alpha Zero would probably play h4. Just try and nudge the pawn forward to h6. If black ever blocks it, then there might be sacrificial ideas. And yeah, the other one I really wanted to make work was bishop to g5, just immediately to come in, mainly to take away the d8 square from black's rooks. But I don't currently see a good response to knight to d7. Maybe black has something better, but just hitting this pawn on e5, hitting the c4 pawn as well, it's kind of a double attack. And maybe white just doesn't have time to build up, generate that initiative against the black king.
Feels like the storyline in this position. So far in the balance, should we zoom out? Because a lot of imbalances on our other boards at Norway chess, and we've got moves. Pragg did take a decision that top center board to drop his queen at the center, and we see Magnus trying to create a lift for his king to get his rook into the game, as we just see that last move made. And David, you can take a pick if that's the one that we go to, because I do think that's where you want to go to, actually. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I said it was a fun game. I'm not feeling let down at all. These two players really throwing everything at each other. Magnus with some big decisions as well as Pragg. Magnus also 23 minutes down right now. But yeah, we were last here, rook c1. Pragg thought one of the longer thinks, I think, this whole tournament so far. 41 minutes almost he spent on queen to e5. It was a 1 in 6 chance that he'd play that one. Only 6 safe squares, as we were talking about earlier. Magnus now deciding, okay, there's no point giving a check with a bishop. I guess the black king is pretty safe for now on a square like e7. Although, I mean, king d8, bishop d7, still a lot of choice.
And that would explain Pragg's move to e5, right? Because it controls the c7 square, so your rook isn't infiltrating on the 7th rank anymore. So this is perhaps what he had in mind, and Magnus keeps all the threats on the board, instead decides he wants to get his final toy into the nursery, g3, king g2 idea, and Pragg continues with development as well. No more checks for you, Magnus Carlsen, on b5.
No more checks, but Magnus is one move away now from completing development. I don't really like where the white king is because it's on a diagonal. The black bishop can start attacking soon, but I don't know if Pragg has time to go for that. Pragg does need to at some point connect his rooks and decide, is it kingside? I don't see any immediate refutation to putting the king on this flank. I think that's where he has to castle, and there we go, just as I say it. Pretty much had to do it. And the king's going to hide in the corner, protected by maybe its queen as well. Pragg is a pawn up, and stakes are very high for Magnus Carlsen right now.
The stakes are high, and especially because Magnus has got one thing on his mind. Earlier on, he lost against Pragg, so what does he want? Revenge. He's also a good salesman because he wants to sell his revenge merch. Because take a look at this, guys. The Magnus exclusive merch is live. It's get the new premium tee and matching hat bundle to automatically unlock a special discount at checkout. So go to go.chess.com/Magnus_collection or type !Magnus in chat to upgrade your look. And on that note, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, it's going to be more of the action. It's going to be insane. It's that Avengers Assemble time where, of course, our players are locked in thoughts, getting ready, wrestling to find out who is going to get the advantage. Look at our heroes there, all locked in, all fighting desperately for the point, because we've reached the stage in the tournament where every point counts. And for Magnus, it's not just about the points. It's not just about trying to make that last attempt to get an 8th title here at Norway Chess. It's also about revenge. And this position is super complicated as we see castles from Pragg. Pragg being a pawn up, but the position, wild.
Yeah, the position is wild, but give Pragg 2 or 3 more moves. Just no tactics needed. He just needs to consolidate. Maybe a rook on f6, double up those rooks, put the bishop on the long diagonal, stare down at the white king. The black pawn's sooner or later likely to advance, and Pragg is enjoying this. Happy days. So Magnus has this small window of opportunity. He's also down to 34 minutes, so he does need to speed up both on board and clock. It's got to be threats. It's got to be forcing moves.
The last 2 moves by Magnus, g3, king g2, do allude to the idea that you're mentioning, right? Get that rook in. You're not only hitting the queen, but you're asking some questions. If the queen moves towards the left side of the board, white's queen gets into h5, hitting some points there. If you go towards the right side of the board, you go to g7. There's the rook c7 idea infiltrating from the other flank. So to me, rook e1 again asks an unpleasant question, and Magnus about to make his move. And now on Pragg again, the choices with the queen moves. Where are you placing it? Queen to f6 feels like a very natural response here, because you're lining up with your rook. You're hitting the pawn on f2 as well. And at least for now, Magnus can't get his rook to the 7th rank.
Yeah, I also agree that is the most natural move, because if you give Pragg another move, it's going to be bishop c6,
Whoa.
just lock up. Oh.
Sorry, I just saw Erling Haaland's dad, the father of and the agent of one of the best football players in the world, and I got super excited. Sorry, I just distracted everyone. I might have to run off in a second and ask for a selfie, but let's get back into the game. Sorry, everyone.
I'm coming with you for that selfie.
I'm so unprofessional.
Well, I think we'd all have that reaction. Oh gosh, they're still here.
Okay. Well. Drama both on and off the board, as we're a little bit starstruck here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Magnus in front of us. You've got Erling Haaland's dad right here, by the way. I think he can hear us.
Yeah, and Erling did invest. He was one of the big investors into the total Chess World Championship. So
coming up soon.
Big connection with Norway, with the Norwegian scene, with sport, chess, all coming together. So really nice to see. And as a bit of a sports fan myself, I'm very happy.
We're all getting that selfie very soon. But rook e1, right now let's get back to the chess in front of us for Pragg. Some big decisions. All right, guys, queen f6 is the move that we've been talking about, right? Oh, wait, David's got more. What happened now?
I'm assuming this is permission from our producer for me to just... Okay, I'm coming back, everyone. Jovanka, take it away.
Oh, I'm coming with you. David, we're going in for that selfie. Wait, from there, that's the camera.
Bye, guys. And now we have the Yovi show. Now, I don't have access to David's computer, so I can't go maneuvering around or making arrows, but we can have a lot of fun here because big news here for Pragg. Tanya, did you come back?
I want my phone.
There you go, Tanya. And as I wave goodbye to my fellow 2 commentators, it's okay. We're here. Big threat on the board from Magnus. Rook to e1, attacking the queen. Queen has to go backwards. And my initial vibe was move the queen to f6, get it to hit that pawn on f2. And I can tell you, just to give you a running update on David and Tanya, they got the selfie. Oh, they're blushing like crazy. But who is blushing like crazy? It's not going to be Pragg as he's locked in thought. Queen f6 is something that's very natural, targeting f2. But the big question is, does this allow the queen to jump into g4 with check? That was quick. Like, how long did that take you? Like 30 seconds?
I'm the selfie king. Ivanka.
Did we get a good one?
Can you Photoshop me in to your pictures, please?
It's your turn if you want. It's your turn
Yeah,
if you want.
we'll help you. We'll fill in for you.
It's okay. I don't. I'm not that kind of person. I don't ever
Look
get
at this.
stuff. Oh, very okay. Wait, hang on a second. You need to show it to the camera.
Oh, okay. Should I?
Send it to the producer. He'll just
I'll
put
do
it on
Okay.
full
Oh my
screen.
gosh, I can't believe I just got this.
Vic. And yeah, I remember growing up actually watching Man United against Manchester City derbies, and Alfie Haaland, Erling's dad, was a very good footballer in his own right. So yeah, that's wow, hero moment for me. But now I got to get back into the chess to get the heroes on the board. Playing. I'm so sorry, everyone. That's probably the
It's okay. It's
craziest
okay.
thing I've ever done.
Well, that's why we're a team. But I was just kind of saying to the whole crowd that, guys,
Oh my
Pragg
gosh.
has to
Fully
move his
starstruck
queen.
currently. We did invite him on the stream, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah, we
And
said whenever you have a moment.
He said maybe
Just join
later.
us.
Yes.
Maybe
Can he
means
play
no.
chess?
He must play chess. I've actually almost met him once at a Real Madrid game, but no, I know his son is into chess. But
Wow.
yeah, I'm sorry, producer. I'm sorry, Vic, and everyone at home. Back in the game. Ricky won.
Ricky.
Ivanka, you were saying I could actually hear as we were hunting that selfie.
But I
you were
didn't
breaking
really.
down
You
some-
were so quick that I was like Queen F6. The Queen was going to come out to G4, give a check, and that I was thinking tempo, timing is absolutely everything here. And here I was thinking, well, it has to have one more move in order just to keep the initiative going, because Bishop C6 is coming. But Bishop C6 is not coming just yet because there is attack on E6, which gives White a free move. You want to be holding things together. What is the move? F4, Rook E2. I like Rook E2. Let's go, David.
Rook E2, trying to channel
maybe
your
not.
inner cowardly David.
And I'm just wondering if you can try and set up some tactics here. You know, I'm looking at the queen being overloaded after rook e2, David, in that position to defend that f3 square as well. So I'm wondering if I can throw in an e5 at an opportune moment. I don't know if that's just yet, but trying to make that idea work.
Soon. The idea, just for everyone at home, would be queen takes bishop, check, queen takes pawn, but I think at the very end, maybe black gets some trouble on the 7th rank. Talking of the 7th rank, though, Pragg didn't go for these tactics yet. He covers that 7th rank with queen to g7.
And that's fascinating because the problem with this move initially felt like the rook lines up on that 7th rank, pinning the bishop, not allowing the bishop to slide over to the c6 diagonal. Rook c7, Pragg's got to have his response ready for that move. Is he... What's he thinking about here? Because this has to be the move that you're calculating before you go queen to g7.
Knowing Pragg, it's something really concrete. I don't know. I wonder. E5 is either very good or very bad.
It could be e5, and I see why you're hesitant towards it because d5 just feels so incredibly loose in this position and could come with a check. But David, I have a feeling that Pragg, knowing his style of play, I think he's setting up the idea of doubling up his rooks on the f line. He's looking at just unpinning himself, and that would mean another pawn sacrifice, which means more fun for us. But let's say you take rook takes pawn, and I go rook to f8. I hit that pawn on f2. And I'm hoping that I'm able to get the e-pawn rolling, bishop to c6 eventually, and create some play. But maybe it's not enough for 2 pawns.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, he was a pawn up to start with, so now it's just back to level material, and suddenly black is really well coordinated. Yeah, I quite like this for black.
But this kind of feels like the Zhu Wenjun Zhu game, where White is going to be untouchable on the light square. So I was thinking rook e2 is a possibility. Also, I was also considering going f4, but f4 does allow rook takes f4. And now here,
rook takes bishop, rook f2.
Trying to deflect the queen from the pin, but yeah, rook f2 saves the rook.
No, yeah.
And then
I hadn't seen that one. I was just thinking rook takes e6. That was going to be my pièce de résistance, but I don't...
Ooh, nice.
Wow, I wasn't sure. I was thinking king, rook f2 check. Gee, yeah, I was kind of taking inspiration from Zhu and going king to g1 and oops, no.
The thing is, right, these kind of positions, we're looking concretely, we're trying to calculate, but on the board, you look at your two rooks doubling up on the f file. You see the rook infiltrating by capturing a pawn with the check on that f2 square. You kind of stop your calculation at that point. You say, yes, I feel I have enough in this position to try for more, and if you're Pragg, you go for it. I actually really like queen g7. Get your rooks ahead of your queen, and then decide which square you want to place your queen on. Is it going to be on b2, targeting the second rank and the a3 pawn later, rather than any other square? I think rook f7, rook f8 is on Pragg's radar next if rook c7 was to happen, and maybe that's why Magnus isn't rushing away with it.
Yeah, and just to point out the difference, we were speculating on the squares, and I love Pragg's choice. I think it was time well invested, because queen f6 was my first instinct as well. Like, we were talking about this for quite a while, like maybe white can flick in a check with the queen, but let's say Magnus just plays for control. A move like f4, white now can put a rook on e5, lock up half the board. Yes, white's a pawn down, like it's the d pawn, which is quite a big one, but a rook on e5, then the white pieces can start flooding towards the king side, the other rook comes to the e file. This pawn chain is very hard to erode, but it's now impossible. f4 after queen g7. Magnus can't stop e5 forever now, because after f4 the pawn just drops off the board. So yeah, I think the tiny difference there positionally, it's not even a big tactic, the point here, but the positional point behind queen g7, trying to force it through e5, and later the doubling of the rooks on the f-file. That is the plan behind Pragg's idea.
It's also a simple plan to follow up, right? Regardless of what white is doing, whether you go for rook to e2 to keep your second rank under control, rook to c7, or a queen move right now if you're Magnus Carlsen. For Pragg, the path is clear. The next two moves, rook f7, rook f8, keep passing the ball to Magnus, force him to burn the clock.
Yeah, hard for Magnus to control the dark squares now. Like, if he can get f4 and blunt the rooks on the f-file, Magnus is doing fine, but if not, it's going to be difficult. e5 actually is a bit of a threat right now as well.
And can we just dive into that rook c7 idea?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. And then we're looking at rook f7, but you also mentioned e5.
I really like e5. I still haven't found a solution, because bishop h3 check is the threat.
And can you just step back with your king? Just say, well, I'm dodging that one. Thank you very much.
Well, it feels like black's gained something, but yeah, maybe black is a bit loose. Rook f7.
Yeah, combining both ideas.
Let's take it all, because we can.
Yeah.
I like it.
I love black's position, I've got to say. White, I think Magnus needs something very concrete. I don't see it yet. Maybe
and can we just follow on just for one more second? Queen b3. Okay, no, that's already going wrong. I guess queen f6 is going to line everything up.
That's not so bad. Queen b3. We're too affected by the bar. It's only a tiny advantage for black that's meaningless here in such a wild position. Bishop c6 is one idea, bishop e6, queen f6 is, you say there, Jovanka.
It just looks like a really nice position for black. You know, we've got a double-double here. You've got doubled A pawns, doubled H pawn, with those central pawns marching up the board, unstoppable right now. The light squared weaknesses around the white king. All of black's pieces around the black king, and also really lined up against the white king. Actually, I have a feeling that Pragg can start getting ambitious here. And in his mind, this is the best case scenario, the best outcome of the opening surprise that he had, right? Starts with the French, plays this crazy knight 8-6 idea. It's been a dream outcome of that. I think he's got reasons to be very pleased with his opening preparation here, the way it's turned out.
Yeah.
He's got what he wanted. He wanted an unbalanced position where he has initiative. He's also forced Magnus to burn a lot of time on the clock. And there's a whole lot of play left in the position. Let's move away from this game, because I want to cast our eyes on Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh, because Gukesh, you know, handled the opening like a boss, you know, played super quickly. And then we look at this, the queens have been traded off.
I was just going to say, before we deep dive into that one, how are we all feeling about our predictions, given where the bars are, given where the positions are? Because I have a feeling that somebody is very unhappy.
I'm still confident. Yes, most of the bars say completely equal. Yes, I predicted 4 decisive classical games.
Not happening.
There's going to be blunders. There's going to be time scrambles. 4 for the score.
Yobi, you had your 3, right? You said we'll have 3 Armageddons and 3 decisive results. How do you feel about your chances right now?
Wow. Normally I'm a positive person, right? So I'm always optimistic, but I haven't won a single one. I'm expecting the worst. I think that's basically my approach now. It's never going to happen. Maybe in 2027 I'll get lucky.
We expect the worst, but hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm kind of 1.5 out of 10. That's my...
I feel like I've heard that number before here. But I actually am very happy with my prediction of 4 Armageddon, 2 decisive results. And I do think that the Carlsen Pragg game, even though it's in the balance, very likely that this one is decisive. It's a game for all 3 results, and I say we get one of those, and Zhu, Jena, Zhu, Wenjun. I mean, this has been the surprise. By the way, bottom left, the plans that we were talking about and the problems in Black's position played out right now, right? White all the time in the world, simply improving the position of the king. Notice how every piece on the bottom left board for Zhu Jena is on a light square. That's what you want to do when you've got this opposite color complex going. Meanwhile, Divya Asubayeva, a clear extra pawn for Divya. I think she's trying to get that win in the classical to take the lead. That's our marquee match up there. Bottom right board, Anna Musachuk, Koneru Humpy, very symmetrical. We've been talking about it. The knights at the center, the bishops now being traded off. I think this remains in the balance, very likely to go into an Armageddon there. Lot of fire on the top row.
Yeah, but there, Tanya, you were saying you're quite happy with your prediction of only 2 decisive games, but you predicted 3, maybe more?
I will say that as I was talking through it, I was questioning what I just said. But David, I believe. I'm a woman of my word. I will stand by it, and I believe in it.
Okay, and...
I will close the gap, just as Divya is trying to close the gap
Okay,
today.
just to remind everyone, David predicted 4 decisive results. Tanya said 2, and yours truly said 3. And of course, the chair is good saying 1. What is what number is the chair?
Chair said 1. Chair is saying 1 today.
The chair's got every other result that we haven't covered. I think that's how it works.
Yes.
But in the meantime, talking of decisive results, I don't think we'll see one in the game between Wesley So and Vincent Keimer. We will go to the Firouzja Gukash board after this. But, I mean, Vincent's reacting, probably because he's not going to win this game, but I don't think he should be losing either. Queens off the board, knights off the board. It's pure opposite color bishops, just with 1 set of rooks, and those rooks could disappear. Vincent trying to work out whether he can get away with a rook trade. Would that force it?
The thing is, Vincent's been trying to avoid going into the Armageddon from the start of this game. From that moment that he took the decision to not put his queen on h4 early on, it's the nightmare scenario here. He also has to calculate what happens at the end when the pawns get swapped off. c4 will be weak as well. But I do think with the rooks off the board, that should be a holdable endgame for Black, even down a pawn with opposite color bishops.
Well, is it so
Let's
holdable?
check it out.
Let's check it out, because rook to d1 looks like it's going to clinch the draw, right? Rook takes rook forced. Bishop, of course, takes. And now we have a little sequence where the a-pawn is also falling.
Mm-hmm. And for example, we could see an endgame such as this one where white does retain an extra pawn. Ultimately, it probably is a draw because black's king will come out to block any advances the white king can ever make. But then the white pawns will start pushing forward on the king side, and you can never fully 100% guarantee. He actually plays it far safer, Vincent Keimer. He doesn't want to risk being down a pawn at all, rook c8.
It's also such a sad way to try to get a draw, to give up a pawn in that position and just say that I'm going to suffer forever and hope for a draw there. So Vincent wants to keep the material balance right now. Notice how the bishop from a4 stops white from grabbing the open d line right now, which means rook b1 is the kind of move that you're looking at. And what Vincent wants is to eventually try to set up target against that c4 pawn, bishop c2, bishop d3 ideas.
Yeah, just to show that. The bishop could come in, white can jump, but black is going to munch on this pawn, and this should fizzle out now. Much safer draw here than the rookless endgame that we just showed. And yeah, I don't think Wesley's going to press too hard. It has felt like his strategy to take absolutely zero risk this game.
Get Vincent into the Armageddon feels like the winning plan for anyone playing at Norway chess this year. 6 losses for Keimer in the Armageddon. Wesley trying to get that 7th one in.
Well, can Wesley coast it through to first place? Because, okay, let's just assume he draws, wins Armageddon, he's going to move to 14 points. Mm-hmm. The person closest to him is Ali Reza. If Ali Reza wins, we have 13 points.
1 point gap.
Yeah.
with 2 rounds remaining. It's at least something that makes you feel safe, right? And then you're also saying that Alireza has to win his game against Gukesh.
Yes.
I think that Wesley's strategy for this round before the rest stay, I mean, if I had to bet on, it is take Vincent to Armageddon. Don't do anything crazy in classical, not needed right now. Which is the reason he didn't push in that crazy time scramble against Gukesh yesterday as well.
Exactly. I think if you offered Wesley before the tournament, the score he's on now, and kind of drawing the rest of his games in the classical, here we see the breakdown of all of his results. He's only lost 2 Armageddons against Pragg and Gukesh. He's won the others and 2 classical wins. If you gave him this, he would have said yes, definitely. And Wesley's the kind of guy who sets a target. If he meets it, if he surpasses it, great. Doesn't really care about the maximum. Doesn't want to get 100% in a tournament. Doesn't really believe he can get 100% in a tournament. He'd mentioned before that he gave himself, what was it, a 12, 13 point target. If he wins today, draws the classical, he's already there. So he's going to see anything else as a bonus. But yeah, I mean, if Magnus wins the classical today up to 12 points, only 2 points behind Wesley, they play each other after the rest day, anything's still possible.
In fact, I'll also point out that if Wesley just takes it to the Armageddon, going into the final 2 rounds, he will be in sole lead, regardless of what even happens during the Armageddon. He gets a point in. He moves on to 13.5. Closest rival at 10.
Yeah. And tomorrow?
Just to point out, they're racing towards a draw. This is move 28. No draw offers allowed before move 30. We'll see a draw offer any second. Wesley is not hanging around. He wants to sprint into the Armageddon game. And one more move. H4. Vincent will play H5. We'll see a handshake. Surely any second now. The most dead drawn position. Opposite color bishops. Wesley doesn't even want to let go of his king there. And handshake. Armageddon time incoming.
And that's going to be a fun battle. Wesley Soyovi has to be a big favorite in that Armageddon. We've been talking about the takedowns that he's shown in Oslo until yesterday, until his game against Gukesh. He's been raking up the points in the Armageddon format for Vincent Keimer. The relief isn't there.
Well, Vincent did want more from that classical game, considering his track record in Armageddon. But maybe today, he's going to finally break the Armageddon curse that he has been under. But we're going to be seeing a whole lot of action as someone will walk away with 1.5 points and be a winner.
And as Magnus Carlsen walks back to his chair, Yovi, there was a decision on that top center board as well, the lines that we were looking at. Magnus has swooped all the way inside on that 7th rank right now. It's Pragg on the tank. We were looking at ideas of doubling up on the F line as a potential plan. And I think if we just move away from that board for just a moment, looking at that top row, top left, Alireza Firouzja, Gukesh, a big matchup. Alireza, the player who's chasing the leader right now at 10 points against Wesley's 12.5 currently. This game has been one of surprises. And I'm not just talking about the opening surprise by Gukesh, because once that whole dust has settled, and David, you'll do a full action replay from where we left it last. But I just want to make a point. Now what we have in front of us, it looks like Wesley's navigated his way out of the opening surprise and has ended up with an extra pawn, and I'm not really seeing Gukesh's compensation yet.
Yeah, Alireza up by a clear pawn. And I mean, he's got easy moves as well. F3 will cover all the squares. The king will sit nice and pretty. His last move, he might want to trade off more pieces. Bishop coming to C2. You asked for the action replay, Tanya. And we'll just show that. We left it after a queen exchange. In this position, the queen's left the board. Gukesh, very surprising. Something went wrong with his opening prep. Maybe it was just pure bluff, but he raced into it, sacked a pawn, suddenly stopped for 40-something minutes, and realized he's a pawn down for minimal compensation. So maybe Gukesh a bit superficial, his prep, or maybe trying to hide his best prep ahead of a World Championship match later this year. But here, just knight to D2 from Alireza. The knight traded off for a bishop, at least getting rid of the bishop pair. Just to mention that the bishop could now escape, so no issues with that piece being trapped. And yeah, if we follow down the variation, just looks like a clear pawn. Can't take this one, or shouldn't take this one, for anyone wondering. Bishop takes h5. There would be a nasty pin on the h-file. Actually, at the very least, black could always block it in with g4 and go win that piece later. So greed no longer necessary. Not good. Bishop to d1. And yeah, 28 minutes should be enough for Alireza, even though they're just at move 19. No increment for ages. What do we think? His chances of conversion here?
Well, we don't need to think anything because before you make up your minds, let's hear from Gukesh himself as he enters the confessional.
Interesting game so far, and in the opening, I came up with this new bishop f5, but he reacted. I think he reacted in the best way possible, and I just forgot my prep, and I'm pretty sure I mixed up something, but I feel like his knight d2 kind of let me off the hook. I was really worried about bishop c7, but now after I got my rook to b8 and after king g7, I'm threatening a5, and I don't see a clear way for white to consolidate. So, also, good thing is I'm up on the clock, so feeling pretty optimistic.
Pretty optimistic there from Gukesh, the world champion. Now, later on in the year, of course, Gukesh will be playing a match against Javokir Sindarov, and we have a very long interview with Sindarov during the break. That's for subscribers on Twitch. So if you want to hear that, make sure you get subscribing right now.
I think for Sindarov, the two most interesting players currently in Oslo, Bibisara and Gukesh. You know, he's of course come here to support Bibisara, and we've seen some incredible prep by her being lashed out in every single round, and she's at the top of the leaderboard there. But I'm going to say I think Sindarov has one eye on Gukesh and his performance and what he's bringing on the board. And that makes me wonder about something that you touched upon earlier, right? Saving prep for the big one coming up. And I wonder how much at play that is for both Gukesh and Wenjun with World Championship matches, you know, being the biggest part on their calendar right now, being what they've been thinking about since the candidates got done. Do you think that's something that's the reason why we've been seeing the performance and the narrative for these two players at Norway Chess?
It's possible, that's for sure. I mean, I can't wait to see that interview, first of all, with Sindarov. I saw a post on social media that he was playing Counter-Strike and he needed to get his account fixed. He's got his priorities right, that's for sure. But, I mean, definitely for Gukesh, the fact that he's seeing Sindarov on the rest day on a boat, in the hotel, it's got to be at the back of his mind, eating away. He's like, I can't reveal too much. I need to look good. I need to impress him, scare him. But that just maybe puts more pressure on his shoulders. For Bibisara, definitely inspiring her. And probably not hurting, at least with the openings. I do think Gukesh and his team should check out Bibisara's games in a lot of detail before that World Championship match, just in case some ideas of Sindarov's are used.
Very interesting. Also could be a false avenue, so who knows. But what I found really interesting was when we had Vincent in the hot seats and Tanya, you put him on the spot, you say, hey, are you going to second Gukesh again? There was an awkward chuckle.
He said he can't comment. I mean, I wasn't really expecting him to give us a clear answer on that. You just cannot...
No, of course not.
...reveal that at this point.
Right, but I just got the vibe. I don't know about you guys.
It
was just
more
a
of a yes?
feeling. It was like kind of, no, don't push me too much on that.
You know what? Of course, I could be completely wrong, but I mean, Vincent was a very key part of Gukesh's team. Let me just say that for Ding's match, and there were a lot of lines and openings that were played. I remember that rook e1 idea in one of the games with the white pieces that he attributed to Vincent, and it was a very successful opening that he had a3 in some of these queen spawn opening as well. So, yeah, I felt like that chuckle and no comment to me felt like a bit of a comment.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard so many stories about teams recently. I heard that Sindarov's team was discovered by, I'm not going to say who, but another candidate. Everyone who was part of that team was discovered because they accidentally ended up at the same location for a training camp, two teams at the same time. So these things, they happen. They happen. You just got to get on with it in the end. And I mean, it's all noise. It will come down to kind of form at the time. Openings will be a big thing, but it comes down to who's in best form, and I think Gukesh working on the form is the main thing, regardless of what Sindarov thinks of him, regardless of who's on each team. You can have Kaimo, you can have all the openings in the world, but you need to be in good form.
Right, and talking about good form, we heard in the confessional that Gukesh pretty confident about his position. We were not sharing his confidence. We thought, well, just a pawn down.
every time we've had Gukesh in the confessional, the one word that he uses a lot, which I think also gives away of his mindset and the way he approaches chess, is that it's an interesting position, and you always see him very happy with that evaluation. And we use the word interesting a lot in chess, and what it really just means is that it's a position that you can fight in. It's not dead equal. There's no clear path to taking this to an Armageddon. I've got a game, and sure, I'm down a pawn, but I believe in my chances, and I think the chances that he was referring to, and David, maybe we just show that one more time, because he highlighted the move knight d2 as the one where he felt that Alireza could have gone in with something stronger. He was talking about the idea of bishop c7, that Gukesh here was fearing the bishop gets out of the way, and then white not only has an extra, well, pawn, but also a bishop pair in this position. But instead, knight d2, and Gukesh was relieved to see that on the board. He immediately snaps up the bishop, as we saw happen, moves his king, lines up the rook on b8, and now he said what he's really looking forward to is getting that a5 move in, trying to open up the A line. And David, bishop d1, it still looks like a pawn sacrifice to me. I do see that there are ideas of rook coming onto the second rank, maybe rook to a8, but there's a c6 weakness on the board as well that's being hit currently. So what exactly did Gukesh mean, and how does he plan to execute a5?
Great question. I've been wondering as well. I think whichever way the black rook goes, a8, b2, we probably end up at the same thing, rook to b2. This gives white an extra option, however, of bishop to b3, shutting the door. I think the intention would be bishop to d3, and that's why we see the eval bar drop, the rook coming into e2. So most likely it kind of goes in the same direction. Knight takes c6, rook takes pawn. We could have got this via the rook a8 move order. And the question is, like, what is black really threatening? White could, at the very least, castle. Maybe there are other ways, but even if white just castles, it's still a pawn. Actually, it's 2 pawns now, and that's quite a big investment. He doesn't go for a5 because he didn't see the compensation here. Rook to c8 instead played. I guess it's just to defend c6, so that a5 more attractive, more appealing. But this is where Gukesh is, in my eyes, unique. Most of us would be more general terms. We like, oh wait, we're a pawn down, can't play this. Like, we're only playing for survival, only playing for a draw. But he, as you said, Tanya, he doesn't look at general terms. He thinks hardcore specifics, so concrete. I have this line, bang, 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 bang. At the end, I'm fine. This line, I'm fine. This line, I'm fine. Who cares if he's a pawn down? He's not materialistic like that.
No, and I think those specifics are still around the move a5. I think this completely hints at it, right? You put your rook on c8, you defend that c6 pawn, and you're going there next. The big question for me, Jovanka, is does Alireza have time to strike to get to the party first with a c4 break of his own?
That indeed looks very, very tempting as well, just to strike while the iron's hot, because otherwise, as you guys mentioned, a5 incoming, get active. I think if it's now or never, if he wants to do it.
Should we put it to test by fire?
Let's quickly put it to to test.
And then put it to death, probably, because it's okay.
It's okay.
No, yeah, the reason I want to be quick with this one, because there's a lot of stuff happening in the other games.
This is going to go on for a while.
But we can quickly analyze this one. What is wrong with c4? Because the evaluation bar kind of said no.
Yeah, I think it's either c4 or it's bishop c2. Alireza's last move was bishop d1. I think his intention is to challenge the black bishop, but c4, yeah, I mean, the big question is what happens if black just continues, I guess, with his plan that he's dictated. I'm not 100% keen on taking on d5, partly because the black knight could jump, although I suddenly realized there's a pawn hanging on the edge of the board, but mainly because black can continue, and apparently this is a mistake. And yeah, maybe just too slow. Maybe white just takes the pawn, gets castled. Yeah, maybe this is the way forward. I would have actually played bishop c2 just because I suddenly see, okay, very least after a5, I can probably do anything here, castle, f3, but the white knight's going to leap forward, and I'm just shocked that the eval bar says it's only a small edge for white. Clear pawn.
Is it a3 in this position here, just hoping to get that rook double up first or go directly on b2? I was thinking maybe double up first. But then it gives you a really nice strong hold on b2 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, the eval bar changing every move. Like, whatever I play, it's changing. But it does look like white is the one having the fun.
Yes, exactly. And, okay, so really interesting position, but it's getting critical for both sides. I want to direct us first to Zhuzhina against Zhu Wenjun, because Tanya, your move was put into operation with getting a king to f5. And Zhu Wenjun You can see the evaluation bar saying she's managed to find a resource because she sacrificed her rook, sacrificed the exchange, in order to get rid of that really powerful bishop.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna go, Yavanka, that was an idea mentioned by you, man. Well done on that. That's the resource that was found by Zhu Wenjun. And look at that, the bar says that Black has play right now. And David, you're going to show us how she exactly did it. But it just showed how desperate it was for Wenjun to go for this. And it was the best way to get counterplay in this position. Under 10 minutes though now.
Exactly, under 10 minutes. And Yavanka, I have a feeling it's your day with the prediction game in general, because you called it that Pragg would play a French. You called it that Rook E2 would happen. Zhu Jiner really took her eye off the ball here. I'm frankly shocked by her decision. Like, White's plan is to put the king on f5. White's plan is to, at some point, push the h-pawn, g-pawn. Why not start with a move like rook g1 or h4? She plays bishop c4, inviting Black's only source of counterplay. This is literally the only thing Black can do, and she's allowed rook to e2. Yes, it's a sacrifice. Maybe she just totally missed it, but now c2, impossible to hold. h2 also hanging, and that's how we got to the live position. And rook c3, a difficult move. But just for everyone at home, she should be playing this here and now before White gets time to consolidate, because taking the rook would actually lose the game for White, and you can't stop the pawn now advancing and coming forward. So Zhu Wenjun back in the game if she finds rook c3.
Back in the game if she finds rook c3, but it is a big if. She has to offer up a trade of rooks. Things are also looking incredibly sharp in the game between Divya Deshmukh and Bibisara. Oh, she doesn't find... We just caught a glimpse there. The rook to e2 was the move played, and Zhu Jiner back in the driving seat. But it seems really wild between Divya and Bibisara.
Yeah, let's jump over to that. We left it last with Divya having that extra pawn and felt like she's going to push this for the win in this one. I do see that last move by Bibisara has been king sidestepping a check. And look at that, Divya is giving back her pawn for piece activity, jumps forward with her knight to d5, gets awarded an exclam on the board, but queen takes pawn. Get that pawn back, material balance restored. What is Divya's follow-up?
Wow, that is a big pawn to give back. She could have defended it with her rook, with her queen maybe, but knight d5. Okay, it must be something forcing some concrete lines. I mean, Bibisara has to take the pawn. Otherwise, it steps to c7. She can resign. She's never getting rid of that pawn in conjunction with the white knight. Beautiful outpost. Okay, queen takes pawn. Maybe we'll break it down. Bibisara has a lot of time, so she might think, but she will play this move eventually.
She does it instantly. Like you said, just can't allow c7 on the board. And now the big question, has Divya calculated this through? And the blue arrow to the rescue, b4, hitting the bishop, getting it out of there, and then stepping up with the... Look at that, Divya does it. She finds the best move in the position. And I was going to say, do you follow this up with a move like rook a6, targeting the d6 pawn next?
And Black has to choose where to go first. Bishop to d4 might just get hit by a move like c3. And if the bishop takes the pawn, whoops, you get pinned. And White here wins the bishop next move. So after b4, more likely the bishop drops back. And Tanya, you're wanting to put the rook on this square, pinning.
It's more attractive after the bishop falls back to b6, although I'm still surprised with the pawn, giving up of the pawn. I'm trying to think, what's our follow-up here as White? You're not going to win that bishop instantly anyway.
That's true, but you've got a lovely little bind, right? You've got c4, c5 coming.
Queen b5, c4, if you try to unpin yourself.
Exactly. Not getting away there. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking, well, Black is in a huge tangle.
Right. You can't actually ever break the pin.
That's true.
That's weird. Like, you can't get out of this. You can't move your queen to b7. You drop the bishop. Queen b5, c4. Like, this is the perfect construction. Let's say Black makes a random move. You can still play c4. Since the Black queen cannot take the pawn, the bishop will hang at the end.
That's a beautiful idea by Divya, to give up the pawn for this play against the Black bishop.
Wow. Incredible. She's so good in these kind of unorthodox, imbalanced positions.
And the thing is, right, you're going to be forced back to go to b6. You can start with d4, but the bishop's getting hit there anyway. So the pin is inevitable on the board right now.
It is inevitable. Yes, I mean, how to get out of that one? I don't see it.
Thanos also said he was inevitable, but we all knew how that turned out. In the meantime, people getting very excited here in the library. We're hearing some players cheering, or some fans cheering for the players.
That can only mean one thing, David Howell.
There's action on some of the boards, but we will jump to the other action in a second. There we go, bird's eye view. Just to mention, Divya against Bibisara, that was the final game, final round of the candidates. Bibisara needed to beat Divya with black to qualify for a playoff for the World Championship match. She wasn't able to do so. So Bibisara, maybe some revenge on her mind as well. But right now, I think it should be survival she's focused on.
She needs to survive a very difficult position as she plays an inspired Divya. And we can see on the top right, there is an Armageddon coming just around the corner. In just a few minutes, we will have a kickoff between Wesley So and Vincent Keimer. Wesley So with the white pieces against a luckless Vincent, I would say, in Armageddon.
And how long will you be unlucky for? 7 is the lucky number for some people. This is his 7th Armageddon, so maybe those fortunes will reverse, with colors reversed as well. But meanwhile, a lot of moves on the board next to that, right? We see our evaluation across on the bottom row there. Advantage Divya, advantage Yujin, Muzichuk, Humpy in the balance. Top row, I think we have to head back to Magnus versus Pragnananda. A lot of moves have happened. A pair of rooks are off the board. Pragnananda still up a pawn, and some light square weaknesses as well for Magnus Carlsen.
That's right. Just a very quick action replay. We left it after queen to g7. The rook did slide up to the 7th rank, and Pragg had a couple of choices here. He could have pushed forward the e5. He chose to play a bit more refrained. Rook f7, but now the chance does disappear because Magnus found a better twist on something we were looking at earlier. f4 first, here and now, without getting greedy, without grabbing a pawn, before the black rooks are able to double up, because now black cannot take this pawn despite the g-file pin because of a deflection. Rook takes d7, the black queen goes away, and white is able to take the rook up a piece. So after rook to f8, we see Magnus drop back with his king. No more pin on the g-file, the pawn's untouchable. There's a bind in the center. Pragg does defend everything. He doesn't go to e6 because this pawn may be vulnerable after some exchanges. Instead, after rook takes f7, he does take with the bishop, and now Magnus sliding across, taking the open file. Pragg chooses to create some threats. Bishop f3, a bit of a scary one.
And you know which other threat is super scary here? Rook takes pawn. David immediately combining the idea of bishop f3. And I was just wondering, has Pragg blundered that pawn on e6 because it's hanging? I'm glad you have the checkmate on the board. But now if Magnus was to grab the pawn on e6, I think Pragg does the same. Maybe you start with the check, but just to be a little bit more flashy, I would go rook takes pawn here, setting up a checkmate.
Wow.
Nice shot there. Can't take the rook because of bishop f3 checkmate. The queen can block, but the inevitable is there.
But the bar says white's fine, so there's something else here.
Oof. What could it be? I mean, rook e5 doesn't work because of a check first, and then I guess rook takes f4, although there's some calculation to be done. Rook takes e6, very natural. If white wants to play it safe, maybe the queen can come and, I don't know, defend some squares, but that looks very passive.
Can I suggest a move? Rook takes pawn, if you're Magnus. Rook takes pawn, if you don't give the check first.
Sure.
Bishop takes pawn. I want to trade the queens and win your rook.
Exactly, all the deflections. Queen takes now would be a huge blunder because the rook falls at the end. This is Tanya's point, but after bishop takes h7, I guess the king hides in the corner.
Yep.
I hate the bar. I hate it. I thought bishop takes pawn, it's going to go all the way up.
Yeah, well, rook e8 is impossible because of the bishop standing there on h5. Everything is covered, and you can't, of course, give a check with the queen because now king takes bishop, or even rook.
Yep, king takes bishop, even better. Piece up for black. So this could easily spiral out of control, and I mean, I hate talking about it so much, but the clock, Magnus burning so much time in the opening. He's down to 11 minutes. This is just moved 23. And I know some of our viewers aren't keen on us talking about the increment, but I mean, it's purely 11 minutes now for the next 17 moves. Beyond that, Magnus will get 10 seconds per move, but does he get that far? That's the big question. Let's go check out the Armageddon in the meantime.
Yeah, no extra time on this one until move 40. The Armageddon started. Vincent Keimer with the black pieces. A draw means he wins the match for Wesley, so he's going to be looking for that must-win, for that 1.5 pointer here, Jovanka, and we start with a Queen's Indian defense, a Nimzo Indian that's sort of converted into Queen's Indian setup with black getting ready to fianchetto his bishop on b7.
Yep. And bishop to d2, played by Wesley, designed just to fight against the bishop takes knight, just crippling the white queenside pawn structure. So usually black is playing d5 at some point, but in comes a knight, knight e2, keeping the structure flexible. Knight can jump to f4 to g3.
What do you guys think? Is 7 the lucky number for Kaima?
Oh, like you said, Tanya, 7, it's a magical number, right? Like, I mean, Harry Potter, it was all about 7 books, 7 Horcruxes. My lucky number is 14, double 7. And yeah, there's something magical about it. Like, it feels like Vincent's run has to end at some point. Also, Wesley has to switch gears. Wesley has to win. Earlier, he was playing all out for a draw in the classical. Now he's playing all out for a win. That change could unbalance him. I think the fact that Vincent doesn't need to win this game might help him a little bit. He's been closer in the Armageddons with black than he has been with white.
007 for a reason.
007, exactly.
The name is Vincent Kaima.
Okay, and in the meantime, Jovanka was right. D5 did come. Pieces now coming forward. Black's getting ready to play the move C5, breakout maybe in the near future. This is a very tense position, but Wesley at least showing that, there we go, bishop dropping back. Wesley showing that he does want a longer battle. He will be trying to play against the clock later.
And it's very interesting, this type of maneuver that Wesley's done with the knight, because usually a knight comes to f3 and then jumps onto e5, Wesley clearing his throat. It's just quite nice, actually, that we're really getting that feeling of being live in the tournament hall.
And there's not going to be clarification in the position. I think this is the sort of a long game opening approach that you have, where there's no clear path to trading off too many pieces, not too many open lines. If you give up the bishop for the knight, which already Vincent does, it's the first imbalance created already. The queen moves over. Wesley can also think about, if he's super ambitious, David, to go alongside castle, start pushing h4, g4, g5, and go for the attack on the right side.
Vincent gave up the bishop pair, trading off a bishop for knight, so he's trying to get rid of Wesley's better bishop, the light squared bishop. White's dark squared bishop right now a bit stuck, so a very logical move. And this is decision time. Either Wesley allows that exchange and plays very positionally, or he drops that bishop back, accepts that he will not castle through the black bishop's gaze here on the diagonal, and he's going long.
He's going to do that. He's going to do that. Bishop c2, and Tanya, you called it g4, h4. Have all the fun in the world.
G4, H4, G5, H5, everything 5, and go long castle, and you're very set for it, especially in an Armageddon. It's on the board. This is going to be a fun battle for Vincent Kaima. He already strikes at the center. The knight will come out next. Looking for the rooks to line up against the white king if you're Kaima. Wow, Wesley gives a clear target. A hook on the position. The a3 pawn, b5, b4 in the agenda, but he had to stop the knight from getting to that square.
Yeah, this is going to be such a fascinating middle game ahead. I would say the stakes are higher for Kaima just because now he's got pretty much only half of Wesley's time on the clock, but also he needs to attack before it's too late. Wesley's got so many easy improving moves. He's going to slide his king across to b1, maybe f3, g4, all the pawns flying forward. Vincent is less clear, less straightforward, therefore more difficult. Number 7, the Armageddon hell that he's been in, the limbo. Can he turn it around? He moves his rook.
He lines it up against the white king, take a pause, sidestep, puts the king on the safe square, and setting up g4, g5 next is Wesley. So, do you trade on d4? Do you keep the tension if you're Vincent Kaima?
Yeah, do you also attack the queen and, you know, try to force the queen on f4 to a more inconvenient square?
Knight h5?
Knight h5 is a move to consider, but it's risky. Rook e8. G4 now.
G4 possible. Wesley type of move might be f3 just to cover the light squares, stop any black knights appearing in the center. Although G4 is so tempting. There we go.
G4 if you're Wesley, so it's on the board. G5 coming in next.
Suddenly it's looking very difficult for Vincent. He gives white an isolated pawn, but there we go. And the consequence of not controlling that square means Vincent has some activity. If we see a bunch of exchanges in the center, maybe the white d-pawn will also drop.
And I'm also looking for ideas for Wesley here. You know, you've got the bishop pair. You want to try to open the position, David. We might see a trade on the board. The d-pawn moving forward. The bishop lined up on c3, eyeing the king side. As Vincent looks up. Just under 4 minutes for Kaima. And a rich tactical position.
Wesley, I don't think he should have allowed this, at least in practical terms. Eval Bar says he's still better, but suddenly Vincent has light at the end of the tunnel. He could exchange off a bunch of pieces. At least the clarity that he gets with this last night jump will help him to make moves quickly.
And Wesley's analyzing, Ivanka, what happens after grabbing everything on e4? d4 is hanging, those complications, who does it benefit at the end?
I think Wesley is absolutely forced to take that knight on e4. I don't think he can just dilly-dally and allow black to capture the bishop on d2. So what I'm expecting after all of the trades, in answer to your question, Tanya, I'm expecting some kind of consolidating move. Either the bishop steps to e3 or maybe to c3 in order to bulldoze the center with a d5.
Yeah, but Wesley's slowed down because it's no longer one-sided traffic, and calculation is necessary. What to do? I agree that he should be taking this knight, but the follow-up, there's a lot of choice there. And okay, we'll find out. Wesley with a think now speeds up, brings his rook to e1.
And you don't want to capture that pawn at the center of the board with your knight walking into pins on the d line, then the bishop and the rook combining to hit that. And the best move on the board, knight to e5. That is a stunner, but also probably the most non-human move in this position. It's nowhere in your radar.
Never, ever.
What kind of move is that? Absolutely.
It's a crazy sacrifice. For anyone wondering at home, it's because the black rook would then, if the knight is captured, take the bishop on c2, trying to draw out the white king, where it would get checked by the black bishop and other pieces. Knight to e5. If Vincent finds that, he deserves this Armageddon win. And I don't think it's possible, though. Especially not in a situation where you only have 3 minutes on the clock.
The thing is, unless this is a practice exercise and someone says black to play, you're not even considering that move right now. No one's tapping you on your shoulder saying there's something special. It's not in your candidate move list currently if you're Kayma. Also, with under 3 minutes on the clock, never, ever. Knight e5, not happening. Knight takes pawn, not possible with bishop c3, bishop e3 ready to go on that. But look at that, Vincent getting a bit nervous. He's trying to will himself to make a move right now.
The move he wants to play is bishop to d3. There we go. He will trade off bishops at least, clarifying things further. But the problem is at the very end, Wesley gets this move. Without this move, black could have maybe set up a light squared blockade, but now the white bishop's going to be a glorious piece on the c3 square, and g7 is the target.
And unchallenged for the rest of the game, right? With d3, not an asset but a liability right now for Kayma. That pawn's about to fall. d5 meanwhile stepping up. Kingside attack as well. Wesley's still making this look pretty smooth so far.
Yeah, and there's no counter-attacking possibilities for Vincent. If he swoops in with the queen to e2, that's simply going to be met with rook to e1.
And you can see the tension on Wesley. He doesn't know what piece to pick, what piece to put on the side. Hand shaking there.
He's always been a very fidgety opponent, Wesley. I've played him many times myself. He's always clearing his throat when he gets nervous. He's always playing with pieces. But ultimately, that isn't something that Vincent Kayma can worry about. Vincent needs to think about the clock. He's just too slow. He's only got 1.5 minutes left. He's 5 minutes behind Wesley in an Armageddon. This is verging on hopeless. He needs to make quick moves in a difficult position. He needs to survive somehow.
A position that's only about to get more and more difficult for the black pieces. Right now for Wesley, the moves come easy and quick. Bishop lining up next, the d3 pawn about to fall. Threats against the g7 pawn. Vincent, make a move. You're falling under a minute right now.
And they're only on move 22, so plenty more moves until that 40 move.
And that's not a move you want to make after that long think. Retreating with the knight, allowing the d pawn to move further with momentum. d6, but instead Wesley lines up, gets ready for bishop c3. Attacking this d3 pawn as well.
Cementing, yeah, I was going to say. Bishop on c3, and there would be a battery against g7. The d3 pawn, that is so vulnerable. And Vincent desperately trying hard, but you can just begin with bishop to c3. Set up that checkmating idea.
Vincent will spot that one. He blocks with his pawn. But advantage gone for Wesley, so. Apparently a mistake. He might have needed to push forward with d6 first. There were some small, subtle differences. Maybe the white bishop actually had to go the other way to f4 to defend its pawn. Suddenly after d6, the black knight goes to c8 to hit that pawn, win that pawn, and he might be escaping Vincent Kayma, at least on the board.
And there's no time to get g5 in, trying to break on f6 as d5 is under pressure currently. And for Wesley, so win is the only outcome that works. A draw means Vincent Keimer takes the match. If both the d-pawns disappear, Vincent gets closer to that draw.
So Wesley, bearing in mind Vincent's clock time, is thinking how to be tricky. Should he advance the pawn to d6, attack the knight? Should he be setting up rook to e1? He goes for d6, knight c8. And your idea, Tanya, just open up the diagonal.
Keimer's ready with his response. He better be. He's around the 30-second mark right now, attacking the queen. You can give a check, but Vincent can block it with his own queen, offering a queen trade. Up a pawn right now is Keimer.
Vincent's almost out of danger now on the board. He's getting closer to a drawn endgame. He looked up at the screen to check the move count. But yeah, Wesley, guilty of exactly what he was doing yesterday. Wesley, as soon as the opponent's in time trouble, begins to rush. Bishop c3 was a rush decision when he had over 6 minutes on the clock. He might be starting to regret it now. He has to win it all over again. The hard work only begins now for Wesley. But he can't let Vincent simplify further. He can't let him off the hook. He needs to keep some tension, give Vincent some difficult moves. He gives a check first. Queen's off the board.
Oh my goodness. This is an endgame. Vincent Keimer now trying to get the rooks off the board, but that comes at the cost of a pawn on f6. Did he miss this?
I think he missed it. It was just instinct.
Did you see him? He touched his rook and then he hesitated. He was like, wait, I've just blundered a pawn.
Because he's got no time on the clock. He's trying to save his clock. And look at that, Wesley. He's about to go up a pawn right now. A gift by Keimer, who seems unsure on every single move. He pauses, puts the pawn on g5.
He's not out of it. His king is coming. The knight is coming. He's going to regain the pawn most likely. But it's just a matter of where the white king ends up. If by the time Vincent recaptures the pawn, the white king is already marauding up the center, maybe going left towards those black pawns. If the white king is active enough, Wesley, with a bishop in an open position, will have the advantage.
And the clock. It's all about the clock for Keimer right now. He can't go for any king-pawn endgames. The white king getting super active. He's trying to hold on with his knight and king at the center of the board, making sure the white king doesn't get too far out. 25 seconds.
This is move 35 incoming now. So 5 more moves to make before he gets that small consolation of the 1 second increment. But knight e8 given a question mark, because maybe the white king can start running now.
White king can certainly make its inroads towards the queen side via c4, b5 and a6. So I'm expecting Vincent to hold firm as soon as the king stands up. Knight c7, try to block those squares.
And if Wesley is able to get this Armageddon game a win in, and we've got a result.
We do have a result, a win for Jujiner against Ju Wen Jun. What a game there. 3 points for Jujiner.
And about to deliver checkmate on that board, as well as black resigned defenseless against the idea of the rook stepping in, but it's back. It's all eyes on tournament leader Wesley So, trying to squeeze this one out, but makes a mistake, David.
He makes a mistake, and this king and pawn endgame is not winning for Wesley So. I think he's miscalculated. Again, he rushed. He had over 3 minutes. He didn't stop. He hasn't paused at all. Wesley's got into a dead drawn king and pawn endgame. It's a race, but Vincent's moves are easy now. Vincent's just got to run. He's just going to push his pawns. We're going to see a drawn queen endgame, and Wesley stopping too late. This is so unprofessional from Wesley. He didn't pause.
And what's the point of having 2.5 extra minutes on the clock? This is the line that he had to calculate. He's slowed down now, but it's too little, too late.
Well, we see king takes pawn, and now it becomes a question. Can Vincent play the moves fast enough? Because let's not forget that Vincent is only getting a 1 second increment per move.
And both are going to queen at the exact same time. Wesley So will have an extra pawn on the board, but it is Vincent to move. Look at the speed with which he's playing. Vincent Keimer trying to get some extra seconds, build up on that extra second post move 40 right now. A tough save still, I'd say, for an Armageddon.
Still tough. Vincent actually did go slightly wrong. He could have got to a dead drawn position. Here, it should be a draw, but he's suffering. The trick for black is to actually try and get the king into the corner. The queen centralized first. Vincent, mere seconds left. Wesley, odds are he still wins this. Although Vincent has memories now of a queen and pawn endgame against Gukesh all the way back at the beginning of the tournament, where he was on the winning side and couldn't win.
And Wesley, you could see it, his hands trembling before he came back with the queen, giving that check to the black king. Just the tension and the nerves and the stakes of this match incredibly high for the tournament leader right now. The king getting closer to that white lone pawn. For Kaima, he's about to double down. He gets the king forward.
And now Wesley is just looking for the most surprising moves to make in order to make Vincent burn that time on the clock. There you go, no more checks, just offer trader queens, make Vincent think, and here we go, mistake.
Oh, it's a mistake because white can now get the queens off the board. He can give a check in the center with his queen, the only winning move. And
he misses it!
He misses it. Oh, the bar's still high, but that was a knockout on the spot. Queen to d5, and the queens would have come off.
That was game over. The next move would have forced a queen trade. Vincent gets another life. Can't take it. He comes back.
And the clock. Vincent loses on time. Tough defense ahead, but Wesley gets the job done. That was such a nervy encounter from both sides.
Nervy encounter in. Let's listen in to the players.
The arbiter there stepping in, telling the players not to talk. Vincent just focusing in on one moment where he touched the rook. He said he touched it and only realized too late that he lost a pawn. And even though he got close to a draw there, close to a defense, it was Wesley always a bit on top. And the clock then did play the decisive role. Vincent, 7 games, 7 Armageddon, no luck yet.
No luck in the Armageddon for Vincent. Wesley walks away with 1.5 points, moves to 14 points. We did see a game finish between Zhu Jiner and Zhu Wenjun. Can we just see how that game actually ended?
And meanwhile, another result coming in, another Armageddon coming in as Anna Muzichuk Humpy ends in a draw as well. Anna Muzichuk, the Armageddon queen, can she once again work her magic?
Yeah, that game was not the most thrilling, very symmetrical for most of it. I think a very fair result that it was a draw. Just before we jump into Magnus against Pragg, as Jovanka requested, a very quick show of the final few stages between these two chairs. It was the white chair that won, Zhu Jiner, and she delivered what was about to be a checkmate against the Black King. It all came down to, I think, this moment where she'd sacrificed. She got back in Zhu Wenjun, but she needed to find this move to paralyze white. Rook back to c3, and it's very hard for white to break through. But she started kind of drifting here. Didn't find a plan for black, just started moving around with her bishop. The white king now able to improve, the white pawn stepping forward, and there was nothing to do against this big attack. The Black King left all on its lonesome, and here we saw a file open up. Rook to g3, a beautiful killer. The Black King is simply trapped, and the final blow was here. The king sidestepping, check. And the other rook coming across, inevitable, almost a pre-move. Rook to h7, checkmate. That's a mating net. The only way to prolong it would be to give up Black's rook, but forced mate next.
Beautifully done there by Zhu Jiner in this one, but we have to rush over to Magnus's board. He's down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. 14 moves remain to be made in that game right now. It's maximum pressure on Magnus. Although on the camera, he looks incredibly chilled after giving a check.
He gives a check, and big decision for Pragg. Does he block, or does he just hide in the corner at the, I was going to say at the cost of a pawn, but that would allow bishop check, a double attack. Can Magnus hold this?
I'm going to predict that Pragg hides in the corner, simply playing on Magnus's clock right now. Any other move, you go queen f7, you get into an endgame. You go rook f7, there's even a check on e8, or rook f1, more pieces coming off the board. Bishop f7 just doesn't feel tempting enough, coming in the way of your own pieces. You want that f3 check in the air. I say Pragg goes king h8 and plays for more here.
King h8, I love that move, tucking the king into the corner. If he wants to avoid the queen trade, I mean, is bishop f7 something as well to consider? Although it kind of feels a bit weird stepping away.
I think Magnus's intention against nearly everything is to play queen e5, although here may be the least tempting because actually there are rook e8 ideas to trade off rooks, and black is still a pawn up in the endgame. So actually, yeah, bishop f7 might set that trap. If we show king h8, maybe now Magnus can play queen to e5 and bail out into an endgame where he's very active. Black's h-pawns don't make a great impression. Maybe it's just that difference that in this position, after the queens come off, the black d-pawn is protected, so rook e8 possible.
And the black bishop on h5 isn't hanging as well in these positions. So, Jovanka, I'm with you. I wanted to go king h8 to keep the game going, to keep the queens on the board. But if bishop f7, no matter how weird it looks as a retreating move, stopping, blocking your own f line, you know, no more bishop f3 checks, if that's the way to keep the queens on the board, I'd say Pragg finds it and he plays it.
It's that kind of move, right, that the Indian school of chess is so good at finding. It just breaks all the rules. And yeah, somehow it's based on calculation and it works. But bishop f7, king h8, Pragg thinking what to do. He can take his while, though.
Also, can I make an argument that the move queen to f7, you know, if you trade, I'm saying that I have an extra pawn in that endgame. I still have something to play for, and I don't believe you can go for the pawn on h6 with the queen set up to give a big check on f3, hitting the king, hitting the bishop, queen f2, hitting the rook on e1.
Queen f3, probably the more accurate of the two, as you point out there, Tanya. So queen f7, definitely possible. Pragg, I think it is a choice between queen f7, maybe and bishop f7. What do we say, though? Is this a two-result game? Because I can't see Magnus winning this ever, really. So is it just Magnus fighting for a draw, but Pragg playing for a win, very least a draw?
You know, I think I'm going to say it's going to be a draw.
Another Armageddon? Mm-hmm. Very likely this one goes down to the wire. And let's remind everyone that Praggnanandhaa did take down Magnus in their earlier encounter in the Classical at Norway Chess.
It's definitely decisive, because there've already been 2 Classical draws, and I need this one. I need it. Come on, Pragg.
Yeah, I'm also looking at it and I'm thinking that there's not going to be any more decisive games apart from Divya Dishmukh, Bibisara Saubeva, which if we look in the bird's eye view, that's gone on the same way that we were predicting, with White setting up this pin against the bishop on b6.
That's the bottom center board. Divya with a big advantage. We'll just, yeah, but in the meantime, Firouzja losing his advantage despite still being a pawn up against Gukesh on the top left. And yeah, Armageddon imminent on the bottom right there between Muzichuk and Humpikinaru.
That's coming up, and it's a big one, especially for Anna Muzichuk, who's really in the mix of things right now, chasing the leader. That's Bibisara Asubaeva, currently in a worse position against Divya, bottom row there. But it's all eyes on Magnus Carlsen, Pragg, and also Firouzja with a big turnaround there. Should we quickly jump onto Divya and Bibisara before we head back to Magnus's game?
Let's go there, because it's a marquee matchup. If Bibisara wins this one in Classical, it feels like she's running away with the tournament. If Divya wins, she will overtake. And, well, we are in for a wild ride.
Yeah, Divya's done everything right so far, everything perfect. Giving back that extra pawn earlier that she had, just to create this beautiful bind. It's so instructive, so classy what she's done. And, yeah, this pin, we said it was eternal. Here, Bibisara has found a way to defend her bishop. So maybe trying to get the queen out the way eventually, but that might come at the cost of some material. I don't see immediately how Divya improves the position. That is the big question. I was wondering whether she can play moves like queen a5, some funky stuff to try and double down, triple down on this pin to try and get a favorable endgame. If the queens come off, White probably in the driver's seat winning. But yeah, there are lots of twists and turns ahead, it feels, with the clocks ticking down.
And the more you look at queen a5, or at least the more I like it right now, you take that queen, you pick up the queen, the d6 pawn is hanging, the bishop on a5 hangs, and it's definitely got to be a move that has to be on Divya's radar, because Bibisara has set up the untangling of her own pieces, if allowed. Give black one move, queen falls back to e8 or d7, and you're quite happy. You're starting to advance on the right flank as well. You know, f4 coming in, f4, f3, queen h5, queen h3.
Yeah, can you not also... Yeah, I realized now you were talking for black. I was like, you can go knight takes bishop and then rook takes d6. Also, there's like an idea that White has in the back of their pocket, but definitely black is getting active.
Yeah, maybe black has to go via d7 and the long way round. So maybe White should just be taking some time. I think tactically she should at some point give her king some breathing space. I'm not sure, h3, g3, h4, you name it. But yeah, Divya burning some time that she doesn't really have right now, 11 minutes on the clock.
And Divya is a player who doesn't enjoy time pressure. She's rarely the one who's chasing on the clock. She usually is the one putting pressure on the clock, and right now coming down to about the 11-minute mark. She moves her queen to the other side of the board, trying to get it to h5. She's identified that all of black's forces are on the left flank with the king left open there. Queen h5, queen f3 ideas. And queen f3 will not only hit the pawn on f5, but also threaten a deadly knight f6 check.
Ooh, sneaky tactics in the air. Bibisara under severe pressure on the board. She's a very resourceful player, so what can she come up with next?
You really want to move your queen away, don't you, if you're black right now? This is the opportunity to finally free up your pieces so that they can move around. The question, where do you go? D7, also supporting the F5 pawn.
Yep, maybe D7, then the bishop has to retreat to D8. Full retreat mode just to get out of these pins, but yeah, very difficult to call here, Bibisara.
Big update, Pragg did take a decision on his board, and we'll just jump straight into that after the check. As we mentioned, no queen trades. He slides to the right side, king h8 on the board. Or not yet.
Not yet. Still
not
thinking.
yet.
Still thinking, it looks like, from Pragg. We see on the camera there, the king's still on g8, still check. It looked like he was about to move, though. So we will be seeing that move soon. But he's trying to spend time to look ahead into the future. He's not getting impatient here to make moves and pressure Magnus on the clock. That will come later.
No decision yet on this one. Ooh, and we're getting a confirmation here. Indeed, no moves by Pragg. The king still on the check, Yovi.
The king is still on the... Well, okay, suddenly we've arrived
predicted the future.
King to h8. Yes, you called it, Tanya. The most natural move. Yes, of course, it is being played. And here we were considering Magnus's plan. Just drop the queen back one square, offer up a trade. And Magnus doesn't have too much time.
I'm just assuming that move because it is the endgame great that is Magnus Carlsen, the endgame GOAT. I just assume he's going to try and get the queens off because it is a bit scary for the white king to be facing this check, the black queen coming in with some checks as well. You don't want to risk too much, but okay, we were half right there. He swaps off something, but it isn't the queens, it's the rooks that he wants to get off the board. And that does make sense too. The white queen is very active, black queen not yet so. So he wants to get the rooks off, and I think he's still angling for some kind of repetition, if possible.
Yeah.
Pragg has to decide, rooks off or not.
Magnus definitely wants to take this into the endgame if he can. He wants to take it to the Armageddon if he can. First the rooks, no more bishop f3 check. The d5 pawn under fire right now for Pragnananda. How does he keep the game going, putting pressure on Magnus's clock? I do spot a check. There is the queen getting into the second rank. I'm also hitting a bunch of pawns on the left side. Is that worth considering right now? Although it's a bit terrifying leaving my king side completely free with checkmating ideas around the 8-7 square.
Definitely possible to consider that. Magnus, I guess, will hide out on h3. Something he should have done against Wesley in the game he lost. Something he did do against Firouzja in the game he won. The king for Magnus. He takes so many risks with this king. So many liberties. He prioritizes other stuff and just hopes to survive and the king active in the endgame. But yeah, it does look like it will survive there for at least the short term.
Yeah, well, very interesting decision there from Magnus to offer up a trade. Idea is just to simply swap rooks, and then the pawn on d5 is the ultimate target. So it also begs the question, like, will Pragg accept that trade, or will he simply go rook to d8 or something to try to keep everything tightly under control? Just while Pragg is thinking about this decision, let's take a peek in Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh. Because Alireza still a pawn up, but the evaluation bar telling us it's completely level. What's happening here?
You know, there's a check on the board, so Gukesh will move the king away. I think the problem for Alireza is that his rook is kind of stuck where it is, right? With the black knight threatening to come into c3 to win that a2 pawn. You need to make sure that threat isn't possible. The big question, after Gukesh does sidestep with the king, can Alireza have enough time to go rook a6 and pick up that pawn in the position that's the a3 pawn here?
Yeah, he would love to. If he removes that pawn and re-centralizes his rook, reactivates it, he's just winning. But there will be counterplay based on this very strong knight on e4, and the fact that the white pawns can't really kick it away. Like, this construction of f2, g3 is normally very nice defensively, apart from against the knight. Like, I've had this myself many times, and if you touch the f pawn, the g3 pawn falls. If you don't touch anything, the f2 pawn, the base, is hit, and the black rook is coming into c2. So rook takes pawn, for example, rook and c2, impossible to defend both of these two little foot soldiers here, but knight c5 is another option, and I think the theoretical view is that these types of positions very drawish, especially because the white king is so passive. The black rook can sit behind, it can even just sit already behind the white pawn, and white's never really going to win this. He goes the other way, in the live board. Gukesh with his king probably doesn't change too much. And yeah, he's open to more checks, but he's happy with that. This feels like it should be a draw. I think Alireza, at some point, the only winning attempt might be to bring his own king.
Your knight is paralyzed. Your rook can't move because of the lines that you're suggesting. Rook a6 feels tempting, but it allows counterplay on the c file. The knight can't move because the black rook comes in on b1 and on b2, which means it leaves you with the d pawn moving forward or king to f1. These are the two options going through Alireza's mind right now. How committal does he want to get? d5, you're kind of putting it under fire. Rook d8, rook b5, lining up against that pawn. Feels like it would be defenseless there and a bit too rash.
Yeah. The white pawn is defended. I think leave it there for now. It's never bypassing the d6 square anyway. So I think he has to play king f1 unless there are any tactics. I don't really see how the black rook gets active yet. Maybe it is that one of those ideas you mentioned, Tanya. The rook coming up via b5, f5.
So how easy is this position for Gukesh as we see king f1 make an appearance?
Not easy, I would say. Like, I see the eval bar says 0.1, but that means it's very best. A little bit of pressure for Firouzja. Gukesh should be able to draw, but I don't see any direct path. If there's no direct path, that's the type of player he is. He needs something concrete here to force it. Other paths might be to try and bring the knight round to b4. It takes a long time, though, that journey. Don't know if he gets that luxury.
And Gukesh has always got these decisions, right? When, if and when, and how does he push those pawns on the king side? Do you want to go h4, trying to create a weakness on g2 once the trades happen, but that means that Alireza solves the problem of his own double pawns? Do you want to play f5 and then push those pawns as well? That's another question you want to answer. I think it's definitely easier to be Alireza right now, even with less time on the clock. Easy improving moves in the position. For Gukesh, that's always a challenge. You have to watch out for that rook on the 6th rank, either falling onto a6 or to h6, winning one of those two pawns.
Right. Definitely a game of two results. Alireza will either win this or be a draw. But we have a decision from Pragg against Magnus. You know, I asked the question, will he trade off rooks? And the answer was yes, he did. It's there on the right. You can see we're in exclusive queen and bishop endgame. What do we make about this one? Because Magnus's queen is so active there on e6.
12 moves, 4.5 minutes for Magnus Carlsen right now. I think that's the biggest talking point right now. Magnus has enough counterplay for that pawn deficit right now, currently. Bishop takes rook on the board, but as long as queens are there, you know, your king not feeling safe, and you have 4.5 minutes on the clock, the world number one needs to be extremely careful.
Yeah, still care needed, but it does depend on Pragg being able to find some way to apply the pressure now. How to save the d-pawn, how to stop some checks on the back rank. He needs a very clever move, it feels like. Otherwise, Magnus might be clinching the draw in the next few minutes. I actually think it's easier for Magnus to draw this than it is for Gukesh to draw his game elsewhere, also a pawn down.
Agreed, but I want to talk about the mindset, right? Because for Magnus and Pragg, a draw just doesn't make the cut. And somewhere in your mind, you're thinking, how can I just keep the game going, hoping for my chance, hoping for my miracle, even if you're Magnus Carlsen. So making peace with the fact that the position doesn't have enough juice, I need to take this towards that Armageddon, might be a tougher battle for Magnus here. Hits the queen. And I think the idea is to fall back with your bishop, just making sure that no queen trades. Pragg wants the game.
He definitely wants the game. He is, after all, a pawn up. And it is a beautiful pawn sitting there on d5.
Beautiful pawn, and I just want to highlight how happy that black king is right now. It's saying thank you to its bishop, thank you to the queen just for keeping it so safe and cozy in the corner.
I was going to say, do not move that queen away from the diagonal. If you take that queen away, for instance, if you were to make queen to...
I'll make it happen somehow.
Yeah.
Queen takes, and then, I don't know.
Yeah, like this. Move it far away, and you can see, oh dear, the king's stuck in the corner. So there always has to be some care.
Wow. And our chat there equating this to the legendary battle between Muhammad Ali and Joe Fraser. It does feel like a boxing match currently between these two players. So much history at Norway chess. Pragg also getting his first classical win against the world number one at this tournament, which made all the headlines in India. Wins the first of their encounters here this year at Norway chess. Magnus looking for that revenge, but more importantly, looking to climb up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, looking to climb up. What is Magnus going to do in the meantime? Does he have any good waiting moves? Can the white bishop be improved somehow? Does he have to watch out for the black queen check? So many questions, so little time. 3 minutes, tick-tock goes that clock. We've been here before, we've seen this storyline. Pragg knows as well that Magnus's Achilles heel this last week or so has been the clock. Can he use it? Magnus reaching for that queen. He might bring it the whole way back. C5 is another square. He goes behind, probing at the pawns. Actually, this was the move I wanted to show in that variation where Jovanka delivered a checkmate. So understandable to want to go to the dark squares, but Pragg can defend by pushing a pawn.
And the one thing you don't want to do if you're Pragg is go queen b2 check and then pick up either of the 2 pawns. Another way to show Jovanka's idea of the beautiful checkmate with the king suddenly trapped because of its own pieces.
The danger's always present, and even more so when the clock is ticking down and you're not quite thinking straight. But I don't think that will happen at all because both players will understand the danger, but it's always there, and it's something that Magnus can use to slow Pragg down. And we have a 2-board view as we see Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh, and Alireza. He's made big improvements, right? The rook is on a6, targeting a3. And suddenly, on the right side, we see king h3, a misstep there from Magnus.
Big mistake from Magnus Carlsen, in big trouble, and the blue arrow appears. Now black's king needs to get out of that corner. We were joking about the king getting mated in the corner. Nobody wants to see a king like that, but that frees up the black bishop to do some nasty work, checking, and he finds it, Pragg. Magnus suddenly in big trouble.
This is such a Pragg move to play, just free up. And look at that, he leans back right after that. Magnus Carlsen has to solve all these problems with 2.5 minutes. Bishop e6, a big threat. Yes, you can give a check on c7. Pragg will simply block it with his bishop and keep marching up the board with the king till he assists that bishop check on e6. Magnus uses his favorite square for the king, the one on h3. But this looks like it's going to come back to bite him.
The white king in huge trouble. Bishop f7, and the king will also start to work its way up the board, getting out of potential pins. And let's not also forget that it's not just about king safety, it's also the d pawn can start running at the right time.
It's coming. Magnus improves his own bishop right now, eyeing that h7 spot. Still very tricky, David.
Yeah, very, very tricky. Bishop takes pawn on h7 in some positions is a threat, but the white king is just in a box. The white king is stuck, can't escape, can never really move off h3. You don't really want to push g4 ever because you only open it up further. He is human, as Walter White was saying there. Abyss Gazer is back as Magnus is staring down that abyss, and the goat going to lose to Pragg twice. This tournament, it's very possible. The key here is to be really patient for Pragg, to not move the black queen, which is perfect, to keep it eyeing the second rank, to keep it defending along the b-file, to keep the diagonal covered as well, the most beautiful multi-purpose queen ever, and just slowly instead close the door on Magnus's king, push the h-pawn forward. Maybe at some point the black king will be able to run away, hide, and if the bishop is ever freed, the white queen is stuck in the meantime, pinning it because the bishop would deliver the killer blow.
And Pragg was all of 18 years old in Stavanger at Norway Chess, where he took down Magnus Carlsen in his first ever classical win against the world #1. He's looking for his second in one tournament here. It feels like Norway is the country where Pragg seems to be the biggest challenge for Magnus Carlsen. A big advantage. Can he put the finishing touches to this one?
Can he put the finishing touches? It requires a lot of patience and calmness as well, just to understand that white is in a bind. But Pragg, he's a positional player at heart. He can find this concept.
Pragg, he should just move to Norway. Beautiful country. Always seems to beat Magnus
We're not
here.
letting him do that, David Howell. We're keeping him in India. Thank you very much.
It might help him level up, make that next step, become world champion, who knows. But okay, one for the future. If Pragg wins this game, I might pose him that question. But in the meantime, it's just about improvement. I think the biggest ghost here that he might see is that bishop takes pawn is in the air. And it is indeed an option. But actually that pawn, pretty irrelevant right now. Black would only gain a few tempi. Black will not get deflected with his king. Doesn't have to take that bishop, of course. The black queen can swoop back to some squares. It's all about the white king. Magnus takes huge chances with this king, and this is the time to punish him.
This is the time to punish him. Let's bring up the bird's eye view because I just want an overview on what is happening in the other two games. As we see that Ali Reza Firouzja against Gukesh, there's been a trade of knights. The evaluation bar now firmly in the middle. Whereas Divya, look at the clock times, 2 minutes against 14 minutes against Bibisara. Can she keep control?
And that's an absolutely wild position. Divya with some light maneuvers coming in there. Maybe we get our two-board view at some point. It is the marquee matchup of our Norway chess women and Magnus Carlsen as well in that 2-minute 14-second mark right now. David, Divya's game, I love her advantage. She's setting up h5, knight g6 check ideas. Huge pressure on Bibisara.
Huge pressure. Divya has apparently gone slightly wrong, but still big advantage for her. It's just about whether she can handle the clock, and Bibisara there allowing the bar to go higher. There we see on the bottom purple board, because the white knight is about to close a mating net around the black king, and it might not come into effect now on the next 15-20 moves, but long-term big issues for Bibisara. Let's dive back into the Magnus board though, because Pragg, the clock is ticking, and this is a key moment.
It really is. You can feel it, right? Under 14 minutes now for Pragg. The good news is he's got those extra minutes to work it out. So very wisely using the time right now and not just focusing on Magnus's clock to get those moves in rash and quick and lose out on his advantage. Something that we've seen the players do when you start playing only the clock and not the player, not the board. Bishop d3 by Magnus. Pragg cannot afford to pick up either of the two pawns on the left side. The white queen will jump in with some checks on the middle of the board. The black king will be under fire. But what will be Pragnananda's decision here? All he wants is to give a check with his own bishop on e6. How can he make that happen?
Yeah. Well, he has many moves. You know, he doesn't just have to go h5. Another idea that Pragg could do is just slowly improve the placing of his queen, get it to the center. But I hesitate because I suddenly realize, is Magnus planning bishop takes h7 as an idea to neutralize?
Yeah, I think he wants to play that move, but there might be some tactical reasons that he cannot. We'll come to that in a moment and break it down. But on the other board, Divya brings her rook up to the center. We'll see inaccuracies there because Divya is in huge time trouble, the most severe of all, under 1 minute, and yet to get that increment, I believe. And she is really in a race against herself, against the clock, race before Bibisara is able to activate her pieces. Which game to jump into?
And most importantly, she's in the race against Bibisara herself. A win would propel Divya as the leader with only 2 rounds remaining. It is advantage to Divya, but there's still 2 more moves remaining to be made if you're white right now with 49 seconds on the clock.
Stay on this 2-board view because both games are so incredibly exciting. Bibisara has to find a way to just defend the pawn on f5 that's under attack. Whereas for Pragg, he has to find a nice way to slowly improve his position. They can do that by h5, you can do that by queen to d4. You can also make other small incremental improvements.
And if you're Bibisara right now, to defend that pawn on f5, she's trying to make a decision. Does she do it with her queen? Does she do it with her rook? d6 under attack as well. I'm going to say one thing. Our right side of the screen, Pragg, he's taken a lot of time in this moment. I think he has to make his decision in the next 1 minute. It just feels like you can't give Magnus this much time to be thinking about his response.
Yeah, and I do believe if Pragg plays the move h5, he wins. I think bishop takes h7 is actually a huge trap there, and it would backfire immediately on Magnus Carlsen. I do believe Magnus wants to play that move because what else? He's otherwise stuck. So h5 would be a devilish trick, a trap.
Should we show it?
Maybe we show it. Because if Pragg plays this move, and it is the best according to the computer, this is so sneaky. Let's jump into that Pragg board just for a second. We'll come back out to check in on Divya in a second. But h5, if we see this from Pragg, Magnus, with his last move, creating the threat of bishop takes h7, would actually not be able to play this any longer. If he takes this pawn, bishop takes h7, the black queen slides into e2, and I just want to show, the white bishop is trapped. It's pretty much trapped. There's only one safe square to escape to now. Black is threatening to give a check via f1, defend the black bishop, and just pick up white's piece. And the bishop has to come back to c2, for example, if it wants to save itself. Suddenly, Black pushes d4, and Magnus is frozen. He can't stop the advance of the d-pawn. He can't stop his own king getting caught in a mating net. Queen f1 in the air, queen e6 in the air. Magnus would just be able to resign here. So at h5, closing the net, and actually putting the other pawn on h6 soon to cover the dark squares is the winning plan.
You know, once you put it on the board, it feels and looks incredibly strong. You can't unsee it, but it's not an easy spot.
Yeah,
to figure this geometry out, to understand that the bishop gets trapped there. And look at that, Pragg, he's willing himself to make a move right now. He realizes he's taking too much time. He needs to put pressure on the board and on the clock. You need to combine every single advantage that you have when you're playing against world number 1 to take him down. h5, David, I'm with you. If Pragg spots this, he takes the win. But the problem is there are so many other attractive options as well. You've got these queen moves that you can line up. Put that queen on d4, as Ivanka earlier highlighted. Maybe make a waiting move with one of your pawns on the left side. But h5, super strong here by Pragg.
And it's a beautiful geometry as well to understand that the bishop on d3 is needed to stop a queen arriving on e2. And everything just works because of timing. And meanwhile, Divya, look at the clock time.
22 seconds, one move to go.
And this position actually is not that easy, as you feel like Black is on the verge of actually, with a retreat move. Oh, what's he played? He hasn't played h5, queen b6 on the right from Pragg.
Pragg missing an opportunity. It's not a bad move. He still has the advantage. It's definitely not a mistake, a blunder, or anything like that. Magnus cannot trade queens. Black's king is nearer the center. So Magnus, the endgame genius that he is, might be tempted to go into a pure bishop ending, but he should resist that temptation. The black king, so fast to run. And we see Magnus centralize instead. Giving a check, Pragg is going to block that with his queen. Again, the same dilemma. Magnus cannot trade, so the pressure continues.
Magnus understands that all bishop pawn endgames here would be lost for him. And I think if he wants a bailout right now, he needs to keep that bishop pinned. Magnus can't trade. He goes back, not allowing the bishop e6 check ideas that we were earlier looking at. And again, Pragg, where is his progress? Does he feel that now he's got all his pieces connected, time to start pushing that d pawn up the board?
Yeah, maybe. And does he have half an eye on the b7 pawn? Maybe that pawn's just not relevant. White is miles away from creating a pass pawn after all. I would love to see the move queen to b2 from Pragg, because we've actually had that position, but with black to play, he's done a bit of triangulation, literally in a triangle. b6, b2, f6, maybe back to b2. He passes the move to Magnus. In time trouble, that is really uncomfortable. Magnus doesn't have any obvious moves there and might fall into the trap of moves like bishop takes h7, as we saw, but difficult.
But all of that only depends if Pragg realizes that bishop takes pawn is not exactly a threat, that he's got this idea of queen e2 taking away all the squares from the light squared bishop that Magnus has. And I don't think Pragg has spotted it yet. I don't think he has figured it out that he can make Magnus fall into the trap of bishop takes pawn in this position.
Yeah.
He would have played h5 otherwise.
Yes, somehow you have to switch from this whole mentality of defending pawns and making that gradual improvement to understanding that White's king not very safe there on h3. And also big news, it looks like Ali Reza is turning things around. He is slowly working his magic, and it is looking like everything is going to go towards Ali Reza winning this. Have a look at the evaluation bar as it goes up and up.
And the big difference is that Alireza Firouzja has managed to reroute his rook behind his passer, which will then start moving up the board. Rook a3 ideas in the air as well to make sure that your king goes towards the center and you can deflect Black's army, David.
Yeah, Black is going to be totally stuck. That's the board on the left right now. Gukesh does move his rook across to target White's extra pawn. Firouzja, that White A pawn, all the way on the left there will be defended. He's going to put his rook on a3. It's going to be an active rook versus a passive rook. Still not easy. I think there might be some turns ahead. It's going to be difficult for White's king to activate past the barrier of the 5th rank. But yeah, it's definitely Gukesh all-out defense now.
Question, 5 minutes for Magnus. 5 moves to be made by Magnus in just about a minute and a half. And look at that, a slow move by Praggnanandhaa. He simply defends that b pawn. He moves it up the board to b6. He's inviting Magnus to distract himself with the queen taking the pawn on a7, but that would put the queen really offside. I don't think that queen will be fast enough to defend the white king.
Oh, you never want to separate your queen from her king. especially so drastically like that. We joked about it the other day, a queen and king, the divorce between them, when one is on the H file, one is on the A file, never ends amicably there, and it would surely end in checkmate. Magnus has fallen for that type of thing before, though. I have seen him lose positions where he gets his queen a bit sidetracked. He decides not to this time. I think his spidey senses would have told him it was just impossible, and therefore he waits. But a pawn on a light square, that could become a target if the queens come off the board.
Long term, that could be a move that comes to haunt you right now if you're Magnus Carlsen, but he has to keep one eye on the clock, get those moves fast and in quickly right now. For Pragg again, H5, he's done it. It's on the board.
Well, now the white king is going to start to feel uncomfortable, as maybe it can take a step back to G2. Just be in a safer square.
And you know what Pragg does then? He goes H4. He goes all in. He's going to try to blow open the kingside armor that Magnus has around his king. Magnus, make a move. 40 seconds. No king G2. He goes on the other side.
And now, well, big decision for Pragg. How is he going to resolve the tension there on the left side? Does he take? And this might allow Magnus to capture on A7. So many possibilities, but not easy. Not easy at all for Magnus to hold this one with 41 seconds on the clock. Yes, he has a 10-second increment, but he's literally living on his instinct.
He's living on instinct. So far, so good, though. Defending very well, Magnus Carlsen. One player not defending well is Gukesh, who has much more time than Alireza, but has just made a terminal blunder and is now dead lost in that rook endgame. Gukesh walking his king across. He wants to blockade that pawn with his king now, but unfortunately that's just going to leave the other side of the board all open. White's king is stepping forward. Also, White can switch focus at the right moment and go with his rook to start winning some pawns. Gukesh, yeah, some elementary mistakes, I would say, to even allow the white rook behind the pawn earlier. He should have kept the white rook on the other side. And now, no matter what, the white pawn is running through, unless black makes a piece passive.
This is the deflection strategy here in the rook pawn endgame with that a pawn. Everything under control by the world champion, and then somewhere choking to get into this mess that he has. For Gukesh, this has got to hurt right now. And for Alireza Firouzja, he knows that Wesley So has failed to win his classical. He can really narrow the gap with this win.
Definitely, he can narrow the gap with a win in classical with 3 points in his pocket. Also, just to update you on the results, it was a draw in the Armageddon game between Anna Muzichuk and Humpy Canary. Humpy was playing black. She walks away with 1.5 points.
Okay, big for the standings. Anna Muzichuk will feel that she left some points on the board there. Humpy, she hasn't been so successful in the Armageddon, so a big win for her.
Yeah, that's a win after a long gap for her. But the big question, can Pragg do something about the little advantage now that he has in his position? We see another trade, more pawns coming off the board. Magnus getting closer towards that draw.
Ooh, but piece sacrifice. Magnus is saying, please take my bishop. The white pawn would then run through, and probably black would be forced to give a perpetual check. That would be a draw offer now, essentially, if Pragg takes this white bishop. That's all the risk, no reward. Don't get tempted. He should be taking back the b6 pawn instead, either with his queen or with the pawn. There we go.
Big blunder in the game between Divya and Bibisara. If we can quickly go and check in on Bibisara, could extend her lead as we see the evaluation bar go down. Bishop takes pawn, and Bibisara will be turning it around.
Wow, that is a full rook sacrifice. She needs to sacrifice the rook on b8, and that would give her a winning attack. I think she finds this. I think it's very kind of straightforward in terms of all focus on the white king. Bishop takes on e3. The white knight would then drop. The white king is all on its own in the corner.
And it won't be the first time Bibisara sacrificed that rook, and it's on the board. She does it. She's about to take the 3-pointer win.
And look at Divya's clock, 10 seconds.
She gets that extra time on the clock, but completely lost. Checkmate in one coming up. Rook e1.
Divya, no defense. Her rook's so sidelined. And the queen steps across. Now the black queen is going to swoop in so many different ways into the attack here.
Divya completely underestimating the power of that dark squared bishop, killing all escape routes for that white king. Take that pawn on c4, bring the queen in. If you're Bibisara,
she can take her time as well. She can line up the queen and rook on the e line, threaten a deadly checkmate on e1. That's good enough. Basically, this is domination, and the White King has no cover whatsoever.
Divya was completely winning this game.
Oh, but this is a pattern. I've seen it in so many of her games. As soon as she loses control a little bit, it spirals quite quickly. Bibisara did so well at staying patient. She finally got a chance to strike, and she took it instantly. And she just needs to deliver that killer blow now. The White King so open. You can't push H-pawns forward if you know your enemy pieces are coming. She just took her eye off the ball, got too deflected with her rooks. You need to keep nearby defensive pieces intact.
And very impressive by Bibisara. One opportunity and she's all on it. She's such an attacking, aggressive player. Doesn't care about material. It's all about going for her opponent's king. I do love the idea of lining up the queen and the rook on the e-file, forcing Divya's rook to retreat. You could also place it on e7. I'm eyeballing the h4 pawn as well in so many of those tactical lines. But the problem of plenty for Bibisara. She needs to make a decision.
She's just taking her time, perhaps calming her nerves, because this is an important point. She takes the pawn, and now, Tanya, your threat is on the board. Queen c1 is going to be deadly.
Which will be spotted and stopped by the rook moving back. And I think what Bibisara is also hinting at is the rook stepping into the second rank on e2. Next, lining up against the white queen. Threats on the g2 pawn. Meanwhile, lots of moves on the Magnus board as well.
Well, Magnus has been consolidating, though. The White King suddenly so much safer. Now it's off the edge of the board. Also, the white pawns on dark squares control the advance of black's pawns. Now, Pragg is playing only with his queen. His bishop can't move. His king is stuck. He's pinned in the center, Pragg. I think Magnus is closer to the draw than ever before.
It's an extra pawn, but it's a paralyzed pawn. How far are you going to get? How will you get that d pawn up the board? And Magnus slowly but surely making sure that even if the pieces get off the board, the white king close enough to the d passer.
And the black king is something that Pragg will have to worry about on all occasions. He will have to make sure that his queen protects her king, makes it invulnerable. And what is happening in the Divya Bibisara game? Rook to e2. Not the most accurate, but still winning for Bibisara.
Maybe not the most accurate, but the most human move, kicking that queen out. And now the black queen will try to find an inroad to that h4 pawn, get the bishop out of the way, but you've got to watch out for that f5 check as well. She keeps chasing the queen. I think she wants to line up with her own queen to e4 if given an opportunity, if you're Bibisara right now. Queen e4 if allowed. Magnus, meanwhile, keeping everything under control on the right side of our screens.
Watch the clock for Divya.
Oh, she just made a move with 4 seconds left, Divya, and suddenly the bar drops. It turns all black. It's checkmate forced within a few moves. She finds the key, Bibisara. Checkmate threatened now in just, a couple of ways. Rook e1, back rank mate, rook h3, a pin on the g-pawn. No way for white to save this suddenly. And, she's walked into a different type of checkmate. Rook h3 now is the killer. And handshake, Bibisara turns it around. Divya heartbroken.
And for Bibisara, this is a huge three-pointer, 1 foot towards that trophy of Norway chess. A huge win, extending her lead, and Magnus surviving the game so far, and I think feeling very confident about his chances. He loves to play with the king, and that's an active piece right now.
Walking forward bravely into the center, allowing a check from the bishop as well. But Magnus, the fact that he relinquished the pin on the 7th rank, surprising, but he has realized that he's stepping to safe squares for now. But can he continue? It's like a minefield. If you step on one mine, you get mated.
This is playing with fire if you're Magnus Carlsen right now, and it's a dangerous game to play. The queen and the bishop, you can give some checks with your own queen. Magnus has got to be careful. Only one move, king to e2. Everything else, it's checkmate.
Only one move now for Magnus Carlsen. It has to be king e2, and he goes forward.
Checkmate in 7. It's a mate in 7 if you go queen d4 check.
That's the most natural move on the board. It stops the white king going forward. It controls the dark squares. Pragg closing in for the kill here. Magnus, blunder, only 20 seconds left, and you saw it. He made the move and kind of hesitated.
But Pragg's got 25 seconds to figure this out. Can he find his way? Can he calculate? We talk about the Indian school of chess. Calculation over everything. Does Pragg find queen d4 check and checkmate?
He's
the
number 1. He finds it.
Surely now.
Mate in 6.
The bishop is coming first. It's a queen check. Also the most accurate. Mate in 5 now.
Oh my goodness. And you've got to give another check from d2. Mate in 4 now.
And Magnus is done. It's checkmate. There's no way forward. Handshake. World number one crashes to defeat. Pragg takes him down.
And Magnus Carlsen cannot believe it. For Pragg, it's his second win in a row here at Norway Chess, taking down the world number one.
Wow, what a comeback there from Pragg to defeat Magnus not once but twice in a tournament. And at the end, the way he held his nerve and just kept on playing, piling the pressure on the world number one. Magnus can't quite believe it, how it quickly collapsed like that.
Magnus is furious with himself right now. And David, you will show us why Magnus resigned. There was a forced checkmate in 4 in that one. Pragg had it all figured out, and you could see the relief on Pragg. But there's no relief to be had for the world champion on this board.
Yeah, we'll go into more detail on that game a bit later. In the meantime, Firouzja swooping in with his rook. He's played the ultimate deflection game here. He lured the the black king forward to b2. The black rook also got sidelined on a5. They're so far from the action now. Yes, he had to give up his extra pawn, Firouzja, but he has so many targets. The black pawns here on the king side, on that right flank, just lined up, ready for the picking, and no way to hold them. Gukesh is dropping all of those pawns. He can trade one, but he'll be 2 connected pass pawns down. This is game over. Perfect endgame technique from Alireza, but Gukesh, does he have one final trick in him? That is the question. Rook takes pawn.
He's going to desperately try to look for them, but with the king and the rook so offside for Gukesh, I don't think he's finding this. For a player of Alireza's caliber, it feels like this should be trivial, this rook pawn endgame. It kind of just plays itself, right? Defenseless on the king side is Gukesh right now. 1 pawn, f5, about to go down as well.
This is safe too. I was reluctant to triple up my pawns, but 3 are better than 1. And Gukesh here, I mean, he's falling more pawns down. The white king, any checks, and it can actually hide around the other side of its own pawns via g1, h2, and safety. Another pawn drops. Alireza, 4 seconds though, got to move. There we go. Now give a check. Actually going back, the most natural move, not winning. He has to keep his rook. Only 2 winning moves. He has to keep it on the 5th rank.
He finds it. He finds one of the 2 moves, making sure that the black king remains cut off. You don't want it stepping over to the 5th rank, closer towards that pawn. You don't want rook a5 lining up against the g5 pawn. Alireza finding all the right moves. The rook comes in.
Also, few seconds though, 5 seconds. He's got to decide. He's about to push his g-pawn. Ooh, 2 seconds.
He's sacrificing it. You take that pawn. He finds a way for the king to get into the game. And up to 12 seconds now. Denied access.
Hey, great move from Gukesh there. Alireza waits. That's a pass. That will gain more time on the clock. The 10-second increment. He can keep waiting with his rook here. Alireza, at some point though, he's going to start pushing his g-pawn.
Is there any hope for Gukesh? You know, maybe drive the white king backwards and then pounce on the g-pawn? Well, that's the only chance that Gukesh has. There he goes for it. Whole idea is to go rook to g3, and if you can snack on g4, it's a draw.
Big moment. Rook g3, a huge threat. Alireza down to 15 seconds. Apparently only 2 winning moves. He has to go for it now. g6, this is the opportune moment. He can also slide back with his rook, but he might have to find that g6 later anyway. And he's going for it. Oh, he's just in time. The white rook is going to blockade and control the advance. Rook behind a pass pawn, so strong.
Rook behind a pawn, very strong indeed.
Beautifully and clinically done here by Alireza Firouzja, showing the path. Rook g5, a massive threat right now. Gukesh, the seconds are ticking.
Ooh, 5. He goes back with his rook, stopping the advance.
Rook f7.
Now the white king is free to walk forward.
Get the king into the game.
You can do anything. You can put a rook on f6, support it with a g-pawn. Gukesh, his king's cut off. Even if g6 falls now, it should be a win for white. The black king is so poorly placed, and it's a handshake. Alireza gets the win, putting to an end his losing streak, taking down Gukesh.
Brilliant endgame play there from Alireza Firouzja, making it look easy. Tripping his pawns, but he had it all under control.
And a big comeback win as well for Firouzja. He gets a 3-pointer in, going down in that previous round to Pragg, getting the win in against Gukesh, narrowing the gap with Wesley So with just 2 rounds remaining here at Norway Chess.
Wow. Breathless action. So much to unpack, but these were the results.
And it was another decisive day. 4 decisive results. 4 wins in the Classical, just 2 Armageddons. And wow, what a day it has been.
I absolutely cannot believe it. David Howell, you need to make some more predictions of decisive results and we get drama like this. But once again, the winner of the prediction game is David Howell.
It is David Howell, but I'm going to put David on the spot. And can we replay those final moments between Magnus and Pragg? Because suddenly it all just went wrong with that misstep with the king.
Exactly, let's do it. Magnus, I was praising him. I said he defended so perfectly. And just at the moment when the draw was finally within his grasp, he started to slip, and I'm going to attribute some of it to this move. In this position, Black is struggling to make progress. There's a pin against the bishop on the 7th rank. There's also a pin against the d5 pawn. So if Magnus just makes a pass here, a neutral move, it's very hard for Black to make progress. Magnus first played a move that was fine, but allowing the Black bishop to potentially move, breaking the pin. I think this was a step in the wrong direction, and suddenly all the checks started flowing. A check against the white king here. Maybe Magnus getting too brave with his king, a bit of a weakness of his that others have now latched onto and started to realize maybe just hiding king g2, hiding around this side of the board would have been safer, avoiding any checkmates that we see in the game. But king e2, he walked to the center, centralizing, but a check, another check with the bishop this time. This was the downside to breaking that pin, and Magnus found himself in only move territory. It was here. We were talking about a minefield. You go one step wrong, you're punished. He walked the wrong way. He had to go to e2, which is counterintuitive, very difficult, because then the black bishop could join the party, and Magnus now would have to find the only move again, king to d1, and he survives. This was tricky. He had no time, but going forward was fatal, and much credit deserving here, Pragg. He found the only way forward. Queen d4, check, forcing the king back. Now it was another check with the queen, getting his queen to the dream d2 square. It's important now that the king can't go forward again, mate in one. But when the king retreated in this position, it was the bishop that was about to join. Magnus resigning here because this would have been a checkmate, or going back to the back rank. Same thing. The bishop joins the party, and it would have been game over within a few moves.
Wow, sensational scenes here in Oslo. As we see Ali Reza there being interviewed. Ali Reza with a win in the classical against Gukesh, now in clear second with 13 points. Wesley still in the lead. What a sensational day it has been. 4 decisive results. And by the way, chat has an explanation why David keeps on winning the prediction game. He's a time traveler, Tanya.
That's the only logical explanation for the whole thing. You're on 4 points now. I mean, you're running away
he's on
with
5.
it.
5. Dr. Dave, you know, I prescribed those decisive games to those players.
There's
And
Dr. Strange and there's Dr. Dave.
thank you, Coffee Zen. Confirmed. I mean, we looked at the positions. All the eval bars were level at some point, apart from maybe one, Zuzhina. But the positions were wild. Yeah. The positions were so promising, full of life, that I took a punt. I was lucky that that prediction was still open. I was going to go lower, but fortune favors the brave.
I have to say, I mean, the biggest shocker of a decisive result has to be Magnus versus Pragg, right? Pragg playing with the black pieces. He gets it done under pressure, under chaos, time trouble, ice cold finish at the end, finding that checkmating idea with maximum pressure. And I think with these 2 back-to-back victories for Praggnanandhaa, we speak about Wesley in the lead, Ali Reza in the hot chase. But Pragg has just taken down Ali Reza and Magnus back-to-back. That's a big statement win at a big point in the tournament.
Yeah. Absolutely. It has been a day of making statements. We are going to go on a break. We're going to hunt for a willing participant to sit in our hot seat, get interviewed by us. And during that break, don't go anywhere because we have a lot of interviews for our Twitch subscribers. So stay tuned.
I seem to remember you planning this today, Wesley. You wanted to get Vincent in the Armageddon because he's not so good there.
Well, it worked really well. Yeah. I'm very happy to win the Armageddon. Well, it's not exactly my dream, but I was really tired mentally from game yesterday. So I'm really happy to win the Armageddon at least. But yeah, I'd like to apologize. Of course, I want to fight on the classical game, but not so easy to get opening advantage.
Well, it will keep you. If Magnus wins at Armageddon, you're still that important 3.5 points over him. But that makes a difference when you guys play tomorrow, right?
I play him last game. Yeah?
Oh, you played last. I thought it was the second to last. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I play him on the last round. Yeah.
That's building up.
Friday, I think. Yeah, today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, I play him on Friday. I play Firouzja first. Yeah.
So it's important then to keep that extra half point to not give him the chance to just be 3 points behind. Or do you think about that at all?
No. I try not to think about the result too much. I just try to focus on my game, try to improve as a player. Because as Vincent said to me, if you think too much about the results, then you can't play the game. But I certainly would be my dream to win Norway chess. I've never won it. I think Magnus has won it 7 times. He's won other tournaments hundreds of times, but I'd like to win it for once. But I know it's not over until the very last game. I mean, in the last round, I still play Magnus, and Firouzja, of course, I have black. So
it sounds like a thrilling suspense for the end, and good luck to you, Wesley.
Hopefully. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Vincent, there was the queen endgame in the end. Do you think there was somewhere draw chances?
If you have enough time, maybe yes. With 1 second increment, I think it's impossible to defend. Like that, I didn't blunder an immediate double check was already a miracle. But to defend such an endgame, even if it was drawn, is I think possible.
Were you happy to go to that endgame from that position, like middle game, to know that maybe there are some chances with the queens on the board?
No, I'm pretty sure I did something wrong, but that's the usual problem. Like, I know my position is fine, but when to spend the time to actually make it fine. And I think at some moment I just touched the rook and had to play rook d6, which clearly was a very bad move. But, well, that's how it goes.
And talking about the classical game, how that went for you?
Well, I think it was quite normal. Nothing much happened. It was kind of a theoretical line, this e4 and queen c2, but it's also known to be a rather solid and drawish line if black knows, and I think I didn't make any mistakes, so that was, I guess, rather smooth draw.
Well, thanks a lot for talking with us, and have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you.
Jenner, first question, how happy are you to win the game from 1 to 10?
Maybe 4, because I think mostly I won this game by lucky. Yeah.
And have you won already against Wen Jun before, or is it your first victory in classical?
I think I won in some Chinese national competition before.
Now we have 2 more rounds left. Are you motivated to win the last rounds to try to get to the top of the leaderboard?
I will try my best to play, because in before games I play not so well. I make blunder in three games in a row. So yeah.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
A good result today with the black pieces. Humpy, how would you summarize today?
Yeah, I think today I played much better comparing with all my previous games. And of course, in the whole tournament, my Armageddon was out of control everywhere. So, but today I managed to do well, yeah.
And now we even have a rest day to take the good experience, and then 2 final rounds. Do you look forward to them now?
Yeah, of course.
Good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 8 of Norway Chess. And boy, has it been wild, sensational. And one of the biggest news of the day was this gentleman, Pragg win over Magnus Carlsen. Not only did you win against Magnus once, you did it twice. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel happy. It's I think it's yeah, I'm happy that I think it's more important for the tournament that I get this win than thinking like it's Magnus or. Of course, it's great to do it against Magnus, but I think winning any game at this stage of the tournament is good.
Yeah, and well, tell us about your game. Walk us through the moments, because your opening was pretty inspired. You went to the confessionals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was trying to get a fight today, and I think I was happy that I managed to get it. This is something I looked at. I didn't look at it today, but looked at some time back, and yeah, it's something. It's just to get a new position early on, and I managed to remember this one detail where I need to take this d4 pawn, which can be tricky if you don't know over the board, and then. I think I was putting a lot of pressure both on the board and the time, and I thought he defended really well. But it was surprising that he blended in this way towards the end.
And what were you ever confident you would win, or did you always just think, okay, pawn up, but maybe best play at least it would be a draw still?
At some point, I started to get really optimistic, especially when he started to go low on time. Yeah, I felt I have good chances, but yeah, he defended really well. I didn't really see a way where I could have played better. It just looked like a very high quality game. I think it starts with King D3. This is already, it's already like surviving. Just put the king on dark square, and it's just it's just a draw.
And Pragg, at the end, there was this beautiful checkmating pattern that happened that I think you calculated till the end. Magnus resigned before it was played out. We were showing it on the board. The thing is, when you're playing against a player like Magnus, it's never enough to just get a better position. It almost feels like to us that you have to beat him in every move, and you can't lose control of it. I want to ask, mentally, what was the hardest part about playing and converting today's game?
Yeah, I wouldn't really say that I converted in a good way, but it's just that I was putting up pressure, and then at some point he cracked. In a surprising way. But I was happy that I managed to, not lose my advantage completely, but keep putting pressure. I thought it was a good game. Compared to my previous games, I thought it was a good game till the end, that I didn't manage to mess it up.
Yeah. And speaking about your previous games, you had 2 back-to-back losses, and now suddenly 2 wins, and then you're up there right at the top, almost challenging for first place.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this format, that you can always bounce back. As I said, I'm happy that I got this win at this stage of the tournament. It's important. So
yeah, a 3-pointer win right now, quite a big statement, puts you right back in the mix. Pragg, I just want to follow up a little bit on your answer, because in the chess world, there's so much attached to winning against Magnus. It's the big question, how does one even achieve that, do that? You got your first classical win against him in 2023 Norway Chess, I want to say.
24,
24, sorry, Norway Chess, and then twice here. Is there something that you figured out? Are there certain positions that you aim for when you're playing against Magnus? Certain type of positions, maybe?
Yeah, now I'm wondering if I have good score only against Magnus in this field, or because I've had some bad results against Gukesh. Maybe Alireza is 50% for both of us, but it's just crazy. I've lost to all of them recently, so.
What have you figured out that the rest haven't?
No, it's just. I don't think there is anything specific. You just have to fight till the end, and be alert. Magnus is always tricky, so you have to be alert throughout.
And Pragg, it's another rest day tomorrow, the last one of the tournament. The three of us are going to the sauna. What are your plans tomorrow? Do you want to join us?
No, I'll probably rest, and we'll see. Maybe with my second, we'll play some sports or something. Yeah, it depends on my mood on the morning of the rest day, what I want to do.
Okay, which sports would it be if you do play?
Maybe paddle or pickleball, something.
Okay. Oh, let me know if it's paddle. There's some nice courts nearby.
Oh, maybe they should organize a tournament, paddle tournament. I think there is a lot of...
Who would you pick as your partner in paddle here?
I don't know. I haven't really played with a lot of players, so I know Jawhoker played during candidacy, so I'll probably take him.
Interesting pick there. Well, Pragg, rest day coming up, and as you said, 2 more rounds remaining. How do you look at your chances in this final as the finish line is in sight?
Yeah, still I'm behind the leaders, so I'll try my best. I think 2 games it's going to be a difficult 2 games. So I'll try to come well rested and try to fight in both the games.
Well, fighting is all we can ask from you to do, and trying your best. Thank you very much, Pragg, for joining us here in the studio. We wish you the best of luck in the last 2 games, and we hope to see more confessionals as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Congratulations to Praggnanandhaa, who defeated Magnus in the classical to net 3 points. And after a very bloody day on the board, let's look at the standings. We see Wesley So in Norway Chess. He's still in the lead. It's 14 points. But suddenly, just 1 point ahead of Alireza Firouzja.
You know, you look at that top to bottom field with Wesley at 14, Gukesh at 8. It is so incredibly tight. And I would say, well, Magnus, I think, mathematically still has a shot to make it. If he wins 2 classical games, it would depend. His fate not on his hands, will depend on the other results. But I'm looking at that top 3 that you highlighted, 14, 13, 12. And I would say that this is a 3-horse race. Anyone's to take. And the matchups that are coming up after the rest day, it's going to be super spicy because they're all clashing against each other.
And in the women's, Bibisaro, 15.5 points. What do we think? Is it almost all clear for her?
Yeah, she's 5 full points above second place Bibisara. That means that 1 point will clinch it at this point, and that means a draw in 1 classical game out of her last 2. I think she's almost home and dry. I think today might have been the last big challenge for her, where she was up against the ropes, but still managed to find the power to turn it around.
And it would have been a completely different narrative had Divya converted, well, close to a winning advantage right there, right? The field would have blown open completely. Anyone's tournament to take, very similar to what we're seeing in Norway Chess. But Norway Chess women feels like a 1-horse race compared to the other one.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the pairings after tomorrow's rest day. And here we have the exciting matchups that we were all hoping for. Wesley So, this time leading the tournament, but his opponent is going to be one Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that's a big one, and so much of it comes down to Magnus Carlsen's mindset after everything that has gone down today, going down to Praggnanandhaa, getting checkmated in that. It's going to be an angry, wounded Magnus who comes on the board. Will he play spoiler to Wesley, who's on the brink of one of his biggest career wins of his tournament so far? You know, we spoke about Alireza. He's totally in the mix, just 1 point behind Wesley. He takes on a struggling Kaimer. With the black pieces, I say Alireza goes all out.
Yeah, Alireza, if he goes all out, might be rewarded with the tournament lead if he's able to defeat Kaimer. Yeah, it feels like this is going to go to the last day, at least in Norway Chess itself. It feels like the last round there might still be 2 or 3 players in the mix. But down in the women's, it is first place against second place, Bibisara Asobayeva against Anna Muzichuk. If she draws the classical there, she wins the title.
And starting with the white pieces, against a player, against Anna, who's been taking so many of her games into that Armageddon, I feel like Bibisara's got to start feeling very good and very hopeful about her chances taking Norway Chess Women. And this was her debut.
Yes.
And she's been convincingly dominating the field from that first round win that she had.
She took the lead and she hasn't really given up on it, but we will see, can her nerves hold for those last 2 rounds? Well, that is the big issue what is going to happen as we enter the final stretch. The finishing line is in sight today. It was a spectacular day. Big thanks to David and Tanya for all of their wisdom, the fun, the vibes. It's been so much enjoyment and excitement here in the studio. And a big thank you to everyone at home, for those of you who subscribed, our subscribers, and of course all our viewers. Well, you've been with us every move of the way, and it's much appreciated. See you after tomorrow's rest day. Same time, same place. It's a big finish lined up. See you.